It is 2026 and there has never been a better time to build a mobile application. Because of the tools and libraries available today, you can build an app in a fraction of the time while getting the best performance and user experience out there. And in this video, I'll be showing you how to build a video calling app with React Native and Expo using the most modern tools in the market. Before we jump into coding, I'd like to give you a quick overview of the app that we're going to be building so that you know what you will have by the end of this video. And notice how I am running the application both in the simulator and in my actual device. And in the incoming sections, I'll show you how you can do it. So this is a video calling study app where you can find other users who wants to study with you. And to be able to use this app, first you have to sign up. And we provide 3 different options for you to create your account, which are Google, Apple, and GitHub. Later in the video, I'll show you how you can add more of these providers like Facebook, Discord, LinkedIn, Twitch, and more. Now, once you sign up, you will be redirected to the home screen, and there we have 3 different tabs, which are Chats, Explore, and Profile. And notice how we are using the liquid glass effect from iOS. And this is thanks to the native tabs coming from Expo, which is something that we're gonna see in detail later in the video. Starting with the Explore screen, you can find partners here. And once you press on a user, it'll create a conversation and it'll navigate you to that screen. So here you can send messages, which is going to work in real time. You can send text, images, videos, GIFs, and even voice recordings. So here's an example sending a GIF. You can press to this button, click to the GIFs, and then search for something like hello. If you wanted to, you can send this one or shuffle it. Let's say I want to send this one. You can also cancel it, but I'll just say send. Once it is ready, it'll just be sent to the other user and they can see it in real time. And here's an example sending a voice recording. You need to hold this and then start talking like, hey, how's it going? If you wanted to, you can cancel it, but I'm just going to leave it so that I can send it to the chat. So first off, you're going to see a preview and you can listen to it. So I don't know if you can hear it, but it is definitely here. I can hear it, so I'll just say send it. And it is right here. So that's how you can send voice recordings. And you can add reactions, edit your messages, delete them, and you can even reply to messages within a thread. Now, on top of all these features, you can also make video calls, which is going to show a ringing UI. And once the other user accepts the call, you will be able to see the call screen, where you can turn on and turn off your camera as well as microphone, and you can end the call. We also have a chats tab where you can see all your conversations. And finally, there is a profile tab where you can see your profile information, your study sessions, and your partners. So overall, this is the application that we're gonna build in this project. It is not very common to find these type of projects in YouTube for free, so I wanted to record this one so that you can have a reference and a starting point for your next projects. When it comes to the tech stack, we are gonna be using React Native and Expo. And it's important to note that the latest version of Expo just got released, which is SDK 55. It comes with a ton of new updates and improvements, and I'll walk you through the most important changes in this video. Now, just to let you know that some of the most popular apps are built with Expo, like the Burger King app, Phantom Wallet, Coinbase, and even Blue Sky social application. So that means without thinking twice, you can use Expo to build your next real-world app and deploy it to App Store. It's completely production ready. For the authentication, we are going to be using Clerk, which is a modern solution with the best practices built in. For chat messaging and video calls, we are going to be using Stream, which is a real-time communication platform that can scale to billions of users, and it is used by some of the biggest companies in the world, like Adobe, Gumtree, Walmart, and so on. Now, in this course, we will also take care of the error handling, monitoring, and logging. And for this, we are going to be using Sentry, which is the #1 error tracking tool in the market. Companies like Cursor, GitHub, and Discord are using it. and we will get a taste of it as well. Now, the best part is to be able to follow along with this course, you don't need a credit card. So you don't need to pay anything at all because all these tools are providing us free plans and credits. I will leave the links in the description. And as usual, the source code of this project will also be free. So with all that said, if you're ready, let's get started. Just before we get started, I teamed up with the Sentry team and they will give you $80 free credits if you use the link in the description. So go ahead, get that free credits and jump into coding. Alright, so we're gonna start coding in a couple of minutes, but just before we do so, I would like to take a minute and introduce you all the tools that we're gonna be using in this course. They all are completely free to get started with, so you don't need to pay anything to be able to follow along. Now, if you visit the React Native official documentation, you're going to see that they say you can use React Native without a framework, but we would recommend you to use a framework like Expo. I'm going to leave all the links in the description. Please go ahead and use them. So Expo is the full stack React Native framework. It has a bunch of different powerful features and they even have their cloud services. So you can deploy your application to app stores. That is either Play Store or App Store on iOS. And I'll try to show you everything that you need to get started with. And then you can always double check the documentation to learn everything about Expo. Once again, they have a paid plan which starts at $20 a month or $19. But in this case, you can also use the free plan to get started with. And it is pretty generous until you have 1,000 monthly active users, which is actually a pretty high number. Up until then, you don't really pay anything to, to build your app, to submit it to App Store. Once you have like maybe 3,000 users, only then you can pay $20, which is very, very cheap. But once again, you don't need a credit card to be able to follow along at the moment because it's completely free to get started with. Okay, so let's go ahead and sign up. Once again, you will find the link in the description. I already have an account, but I'll just try to sign up with a different account from scratch. So I just fill this in and I'll say sign up. Okay, so we are logged in. This is our account at the moment. Now here on this page, we have two different options where we can get the starter project and start with Expo from scratch. Or if you already have an existing project, you can just migrate it. But we will not follow any of these. I'll just try to walk you through it from absolute scratch. Now let's just visit expo.dev. Since we are authenticated, that's the UI that you will see. So if you had any project, you will see it like you would see it right here. Then you can take a look at the members on your team, environment variables, billing, receipts. Just feel free to explore this dashboard. For now, I'm going to leave it here and maybe later in the video, we can come back and have a project where we can create some builds. If all that sounds confusing, don't worry, we'll get into the details later in the video. For now, just create an account because we'll be using it later in the video. Okay, so next up we have Sentry. I will leave the link in the description. They will give you $80 for free if you go with the link in the description. Now, they also have paid plans, but again, it's completely free to get started with. On top of this free plan, you will get some extra credits around $80. So this is the tool that we will be using to be able to monitor our errors. So whenever our users have some errors, we will get emails immediately. Then we can jump into our code base and, fix our code so that our users are not really angry with us. And once again, this is the #1 product in the market at the moment. If you just scroll to the bottom, you're going to see all the best companies are using Sentry, like Slack, Cloudflare, Duolingo, I think Cursor, GitHub, all these companies, even Vercel, they are using Sentry. So you know that this is the best product out there. And they're giving us free credits. So I think that's pretty cool. Just go ahead and sign up, say get started, put your information, and you should be good to go. And next we have Stream. Once again, it'll be free to get started with. You will find the link in the description. They have basically APIs and SDKs for video calling, chat messaging, and even for feeds if you want to build a social media application. In our case, we'll go ahead and use the chat SDK as well as video and audio SDKs. And this is production grade. As you can tell, companies like Adobe, Walmart, Nextdoor, Linktree, and a lot more, they are all using this product so that they can scale to billions of users. So we'll see the details later in the video. Just know that this is one of the best products out there. We'll go ahead and sign up. I already have an account, so I'll just go ahead and log in. So once you log in, you will be in the dashboard. In my case, I have two different projects. You might not have anything, that's completely fine because we'll start from scratch. And once we create the application, we're going to get some API keys and secret keys that we can use in our project. Okay, so we'll get into the dashboard a little bit later in the video. And finally, we have Clerk for the authentication. It'll make everything super easy to get started with. Basically, they have components like sign up, sign in, user button, so on and so forth. We can get all these components to build our authentication workflow without writing too much code. And they're gonna make everything super safe, secure. You don't have to think about the authentication. And they have basically a bunch of different SDKs. In our case, we'll be using Expo, and I will walk you through it step by step. Just go ahead and sign in, and then we'll create a project. Let me just go ahead and log in with my Google account. You'll see that I have a bunch of different projects right here, but I'll say create one from scratch. Let's give it a name, something like, I don't know, I'll say study app. And for the options, I will just have Google, GitHub, and let's say Apple sign in. You can add more, but these are the ones that I'll have. I'll say create application. And later in the video, we'll get into the Expo SDK, and I'll just walk you through it step by step. Alright, so that was the tool setup. In the next section, we can get started with coding the actual project. Alright, so to get started with, I have created an empty folder on my desktop. This is the name that I came up with, which is called Study Buddy. You can call this anything that you wish. Just go ahead and open this up in VS Code. Now we are going to create a bunch of different files and folders, but just before we do so, I have some diagrams that I'd like to walk you through, just in case if you don't know what React Native is, what is Expo in the first place, so on and so forth. So I'll just walk you through it, and you can find the link in the description if you want to have it in your notes. Okay, so first off, what is React Native in the first place, right? So it is a framework that allows you to build mobile applications using React. You can use JavaScript or TypeScript, it doesn't really matter. In this case, we'll be using TypeScript, which is, I think, a lot more better than plain JavaScript because you get the type safety. But all in all, this is a framework that allows you to build mobile applications using React. Okay, now there is something called cross-platform development, which means writing code only once that can run on multiple platforms. So in this case, React Native is a cross-platform framework because you can write one code base in JavaScript and you can deploy it to both iOS and Android. Okay, so that's the beauty of it. Now, this wasn't really the case back in the old days. So if you wanted to build a mobile application, you had to build it twice. Once with Swift so that you can deploy it to App Store, then another time with Kotlin so that you can deploy it to Play Store, right? And if you were someone who doesn't really know how to code, that means you had to hire two different teams. So you would hire one iOS team where you would pay maybe like 100K for one application, and then for the Android version of it, you would hire another one, right? Another team, and then you would pay another 100K or something like that, right? So you get the point. And it was like, so it wasn't really convenient. And on top of it, you had different kinds of requirements. Like if you wanted to build it with Swift, you need to have a MacBook, right? You need to use Xcode as your IDE. And if you wanted to do the same thing on, for Android, you had to learn Android SDK and its frameworks. You had to use something like Android Studio as your IDE, so it wasn't really this easy. But thanks to React Native, it became so easy that if you just know React, you're good to go. Now, as I said before, React Native by itself is not enough. If you take a look at the official documentation, they say you should use a framework. In this case, that's going to be Expo, the best framework that we can get started with. Here, our go-to framework will be Expo. And one more thing, like React Native is not equal to Expo, right? So like at the base layer, you have React Native. On top of it, you're using Expo. So this is like if you're coding in Expo, right? At the end of the day, you're still using React Native, but you just have some extra optimizations, extra features on top of it. It does like React and Next.js if you have ever used it. So with Next.js, you get things like image optimizations, you get API routes, you get server rendering, server actions, server components, things like that. But at the end of the day, you're still writing React, right? So it is the similar concept here. And here are some apps that are built with Expo, which means it is completely production ready. We have things like Coinbase, Phantom app, Blue Sky, which is the social application. And you can take a look at, the more details. Let me just visit expo.dev. If you scroll, you're going to see a bunch of different production grade, very popular companies are using Expo. Now, I am mentioning this so that you know that this is a production grade tool, okay? So you can build all kinds of app with it without even thinking about the performance, because it's going to be native. It'll feel super fast, and your users will get one of the best experiences out there. Now I have some more diagrams. I think I can walk you through it. So here, first off, I'll give you a React versus React Native comparison so that you know it's actually pretty similar. If you know the basics of React, it should be pretty easy to understand React Native. So let's get started with the component structure. So if you are building a React application on web, you would have things like a div, right? Let me point this. So we have a div, h1, p tag, so on and so forth. But in React Native, instead of using a div, you would use a view, which is like a box, right? And then for any kind of text, you would just use the text component, which are being imported from React Native. And when it comes to styling, like you can use a class name on React Web, right? You would say something like class name of card, and then in your CSS file, you would have all these styles. But here it's a little bit different. You would create a style sheet, which is like a JavaScript object. Let's say you have card, that's the class name. Then you would give the styles in key value pairs. Then here you can come up and say styles.card. So it'll basically take all these styles and put it right here on this element. Then you have, like, you can add more and more. That's the idea. You don't have to memorize this. We will see it in action. Now, there is even a better option. Instead of using the inline styles or the style sheet, we'll be using something called NativeWind, which is like Tailwind, but for React Native, okay? So you'll just put the classes right here. I think this is a lot more convenient than doing it in this way. So I'll walk you through it later in the video. For now, just try to see how they are pretty similar, but a little bit different at the same time. And then we have event handling. When it comes to web, we have things like on click, on mouse over, right? But here we have things like on press, on long press, maybe on double press. Since we don't have a mouse, right? We have presses. And instead of using a button, we have a component called touchable opacity, or even better, we have pressable like this. So instead of saying touchable opacity, we would have pressable. We'll get into the details. Just keep that in mind, and I will actually leave it right here. Okay, but the structure is pretty similar, right? You have on press, and then you can pass your method. You can do anything that you want here. You would get the event, so on and so forth. And then what else we have? We have the lists. In web, you would say something like items.map, and for every single item, you can return something. Now we can do the exact same thing on React Native, but for the performance reasons, there is a component called flatlist. So instead of doing .map, it's better to use this component because you can pass the list right here under the data. Okay, so this would be an array, let's say an array of books, right? You have a bunch of different books. Then for every single one of them, you can call this method called render item. And for every single item, it's going to return this part. Now, I know this might look a bit weird or confusing, but trust me, we'll see it later in the video in detail. This is for like a better performance, I would say. And I'll mention why later in the video once we use the flatlist component. And finally, we have forms, right? In React Web, you would have onSubmit, but here instead of onSubmit, you would listen for the button. OnPress, you can do anything that you wish, right? And for the input component, we have text input, and again, it can get the value, onChange, placeholder, so on and so forth. Okay, so you can find all these in the diagrams. I will leave the link in the description. Now let's jump into VS Code and actually get started with the Expo application. So head over to your terminal. You can open this up with Command J or Control J. Let's maximize this. And we're going to say npx create-expo-app, and I'll say latest. Now we will also say --template, and we'll say use the default template. Now normally you would run this, but here I would like to use the next version. So here I will put @next at the very end. Before you run this, take a look at the description of this video. I will put this if you should use it with @next or if you should it in this way. Because the reason for this is that the latest version is now, at the time that I'm recording, is in beta. So you have to use @next. But at the time when you're watching, this might be already out, right? So you might not need to add this part. Please take a look at the description before you run this. So here I'll put next, and we are going to run this. It says, what is your app called? I'll just put dot, which means initialize it under the current folder. You can do the same thing. Then this is going to give you a starter project with Expo. Now at the time, this is Expo SDK 55. We can take a look at it under the package.json. So Expo is the, in the 55 SDK at the moment. This is the latest version, and it has a bunch of different really cool features, a ton of optimizations, and some new updates. Now, if you're interested in the details, you can take a look at this blog post that they have written like 2 weeks ago, and I've made a video about this. It's like 10 minutes where I'll walk you through all the new features, the optimizations, what you should know as a beginner about this launch. So I'll just leave that video here actually. Let's wait for this to be completed. I think it is done. Here you can tell we just have an application. Now we can run this with Android, iOS, or even on the web. So we'll get started with it, but here I'll just leave 10 minutes that summary video for this blog post. If you're interested, please watch that video. So it is coming right now. Maybe you can speed up the video and see all the details. Then we'll just get into here and start with coding. It's 2026 and building mobile applications just keeps getting easier and more fun every single month. Just 2 weeks ago, the Expo team has released SDK 55 in beta, and it's about to go stable very soon. So I wanted to make this video breaking down Expo SDK 55, what changed, what actually matters, and what it means for your future React Native applications. This is a pretty big release because we have got architecture changes, a new project structure, performance improvements, more native UI features, and even faster OTA updates. So in this video, I'll walk you through the most important changes in a simple and beginner-friendly way. No complicated jargon, no assumptions, just clear explanations. So hopefully by the end of this video, you will know what changed in SDK 55, why these changes matter, and how these changes will affect the way that you build apps with Expo. And by the way, these release notes that I'm referring to is written by the Expo team, and I will leave the link in the description if you would like to follow along. So now starting off, what's inside Expo SDK 55? Now SDK 55 ships with React Native 0.83 and React 19.2. So with these versions, right away you're getting the latest improvements from both React and React Native. But the real story of this release is not just version numbers. The real story is about architecture, performance, and more native-like behavior. And we're going to be talking about them one by one in detail. Starting off with the architecture, one of the biggest changes in SDK 55 is that the legacy React Native architecture has been completely removed. In older Expo versions, you had two options, the old architecture and new architecture, and you could even toggle it with a setting like this. Now in SDK 55, this option is completely gone. Only the new architecture is supported. So every Expo application now runs on the modern architecture by default. Now if you're a beginner, this might sound scary, but actually this is great news. Yes, literally great news. Because before there was a confusion like, should I use the new architecture? Is my library compatible? Will this break something? Now, you don't need to think about any of that. You just create your project and you automatically get better performance, more modern native integrations, and a future-proof setup. So this change actually simplifies the developer experience. So in short, the old architecture is gone. We have a new architecture and you don't even need to think about toggling the state because you cannot toggle it, right? By default, you get the best performance out of the box. Now, next we have a new default project structure. In older Expo router projects, your app lived in a folder called app, but in SDK 55 and above, the default structure is now source and then the app folder. So your project will look more like this. Now, you might be wondering, why did they change this in the first place? And the idea is pretty simple actually. This structure is going to separate your application code from the configuration files. It's going to make the project more organized and it's going to scale better for larger applications. Another big change is that native tabs are now the default in new Expo projects. Now before this, most tab navigators were built in JavaScript. They were fully customizable but not truly native. They look like native tabs, but they were actually rendered using JavaScript. Now in SDK 55, Expo uses real native tab bars by default. So this means better performance, more natural animations, a more native look and feel, and less custom styling needed. So when you create a new Expo project, you'll automatically get a native tab experience out of the box. No extra setup, no extra libraries, it just works. Now this also means that on iOS, the liquid glass will work out of the box because as the name suggests, this is using the native tabs. Now the next improvement is about the over-the-air updates, or in short, OTA updates. So for this, Expo introduced Hermes bytecode diffing, and I know that sounds very technical, so let's slow down and break it into simple terms. So first off, what is an OTA update in the first place? So essentially, it means that you can update your application's JavaScript code without submitting a new version to the App Store or Play Store. So users just open your application and it updates automatically in the background. Now, here is how it worked before SDK 55. Every time you pushed an update, the entire JavaScript bundle was downloaded again, even if you only changed one small file, which is pretty inefficient. But now with SDK 55, Expo team added something called bytecode diffing. What this means is that Expo compares the old bundle and the new bundle. It finds only the parts that changed and it sends just those changes to the users. So instead of downloading everything, the user only downloads the difference. So in many cases, updates are around 75% smaller, they download much faster, and they use less data. And to enable this feature, you just need need to add this code to your config. If you're a beginner, you don't have to think about this too much, but just know that something like this existed. And once you're about to go to production, then you can come back and, take a look at the OTA updates. And then the next update is about the Hermes v1 support. Hermes or Hermes, I don't know how you pronounce it, but doesn't matter. So if you have never heard of it before, it is basically the JavaScript engine that is used by React Native. Now this is an optional upgrade. If you use it, you're gonna get better performance, faster startup times, and improved support for modern JavaScript. But of course, there's a small trade-off, which is that you have to build React Native from the source and accept longer build times. And here's the what config would look like. But once again, if you're just starting out, you don't need to enable this yet. The default setup is already pretty good. But for larger production apps, this can give you a nice performance boost. So just know that something like this existed, and once you're about to go live, you can just come back to this feature and take a look at the details and decide if you want to use it or not. SDK 55 also adds several native UI capabilities, and these changes are all about making your application feel more like a real native app. So now you get support for Android Material 3 dynamic colors and adaptive iOS system colors. And in simple terms, this means that your application can automatically match the user's system theme, the device accent colors, as well as the light and dark mode. So overall, your application feels more integrated with the operating system. And there is also zoom transitions for iOS. And once again, if we have to put it in simple terms, basically you get these smooth transitions without writing any extra code. And there is also a new native iOS toolbar API. And this gives you a native bottom toolbar, buttons and menus, and an alternative to tab navigation. So instead of always using tabs, you now have more navigation options. And Expo also introduced an experimental feature called Split View. This allows multi-panel layouts, better tablet experiences, and more advanced UI structures. You can think of it like iPad apps that show a sidebar on the left and content on the right, and all this happening at the same time. And then there is a new package called Expo Brownfield. This is designed for existing native applications. So in simple terms, it allows you to add Expo into an existing iOS or Android project. I'm not going to get into the details because if you're just getting started out, you don't really need this package. And then there is a new versioning system, which is pretty cool. So here's how that works. Let's say you are using SDK 55. The package version that you're using will also be 55. So in the past, it would look something like, version 15, 23, I don't know, version 5, but now the version will be matching with the SDK that it belongs to. And this makes compatibility much easier to understand, especially for beginners. And next we have iOS widgets, which is in alpha at the moment. So now you can build home screen widgets and live activities. And then the blur component that we have on Android is now stable, faster, and more efficient. Now with all that being said, now let's talk about a few breaking changes that you should know. In SDK 55, push notifications in Expo Go on Android now throw an error, which means that you must use a development build instead. So if you're testing notifications, make sure you're not using Expo Go, but instead you have a development build. And next, the Expo AV module was removed from Expo Go. It has been replaced by Expo Video and Expo Audio. So if you're working with media, you should migrate to these packages. The next big update is that the notification field in app.json is no longer supported. So now you must use the Expo Notifications config plugin instead. SDK 55 also includes improvements for web, such as new error overlay, experimental server-side rendering, and data loaders. Now you might be asking, how do we create a brand new SDK 55 project? Here I just left the commands on the screen depending on your package manager. And if you're wondering how to upgrade an existing project, once again, here is the command that you can see on the screen. Another important addition in SDK 55 is better support for AI-powered development. Now, this is pretty cool because most developers today are already using tools like Cloud Code, Cursor, Codex, and other AI coding assistants. So Expo is leaning into that reality as well. They created an official Expo skills repository with skills for things like building applications, deploying, debugging, and upgrading SDK versions. If you're interested in details, check out the repository with the link in the description. So overall, those are the biggest changes in Expo SDK 55. If we summarize the most important points, I think the list would look like this. The old architecture is gone. Native tabs are now the default. OTA updates are much faster. More native UI features are built in. Hermes V1 brings performance improvements, and iOS widgets are now possible, which means that SDK 55 is focused on performance, native feel, simpler defaults, and future-proof architecture. And if you're just starting a new Expo project, this is a great time to jump in. So with all that being said, if you enjoyed this crash course, just let me know in the comments. Thanks for watching, and hopefully I'll see you in the next one. Okay, so now that you know all the new features, all the new updates from Expo SDK 55, I am just assuming that you have watched the last 10 minutes where I basically walk you through this entire post with all the details. We can now jump into VS Code. Now I'll open up my terminal. This is what we have just done 10 minutes ago. Now let's say clear this up, and I'll say something like npx expo, and I think I can just run it. Now here I will start my simulator, and actually before I do so, here I'll say how you can run this application, like how can you follow along with me. So there are two different ways. The first one is you would install the Expo Go app in your physical device. So head over to App Store or Play Store, get the Expo Go application, okay, install it, then you can open up your camera and then just scan this QR code. It is going to open up this application in your physical device. The other option is if you want to run it with a simulator, you would install Xcode on Mac, and on Windows you would install Android Studio. Okay, now this is a lot more quicker and more convenient to get started with because it takes basically 2 or 5 minutes. Here this will take a little bit longer because installing a simulator takes a bit time, but in the long run this could be more like it's a better option because you can always have your simulator and just see the end result right here. So once again, you can scan this QR code, or if you want to run it with the simulator, you can press I on Mac, and on Android you would just press A. So here it'll go ahead and ask me to, if we want to install Expo Go version 55, I'll press enter, so it would install it. And here in the simulator, we'll just see the end result. Let me put them side by side. So it's going to install the latest version of Expo Go. Then it's going to run our application. So here we have a bunch of different files and folders. It might be a little bit confusing, but don't worry. I'll explain everything and we'll actually delete most of them and we'll start from scratch. But here, as you can tell, we got a starter project where everything is under the app folder and under the index.tsx. Let's shrink this. If you update this part where it says welcome to Expo, I'll just put 1, 2, 3. Once you save, it's going to, update the UI in real time. So that's pretty cool. Let's delete this part. Then we have some tabs at the bottom. So we have Explore screen, Home screen, and this is using the iOS liquid class because it is using the native tabs, which is something that we'll get into a little bit later in the video. So that was the project setup. I just closed everything. Now let me try to walk you through this code base. What is happening? Why do we have so many files and folders? So first off, here we have assets, which are basically the images that we are using in this application. So that's the basic assets. Then we have node modules. All the packages are going here. This is something that you don't need to worry about. But then we have some scripts, which is something that we'll get into in a second. And next we have the source folder, which is the most important folder right here. So this is the folder where we have the actual application code. So we have things like components, hooks, anything you name it that would go right here. Now we have the special folder called app, and here you would put your screens. So we have the home screen, which is index.tsx. It is this one. Then we have the explore screen, which is that one. And under the layout, you can customize it. So you can add your configurations, providers, so on and so forth. We'll get into the details, and we'll actually have a bunch of different layout files. It has to be written in this way, underscore layout. It could be JSX or TSX. In this course, we'll be using TypeScript, so it'll mostly be TSX files. Okay, so once again, this is the special name called app, and this is the special name called underscore layout. If you had more screens, let's say something like profile, here you would have profile.tsx file as well. We'll get into the details, but first off, I'd like to delete most of these things and start from scratch. And like here we have a bunch of different files. These are for packages, configurations, things like that. You don't have to worry about all of them at the moment. So under the scripts, we have reset project, which will basically take everything here and delete them. So we will open up our terminal. Let me kill this with Control C, and I'll say clear. Then I'll say npm run reset dash project. Here, sorry, I accidentally closed the terminal, but here it says, do you want to move existing files to an example folder instead of deleting them? I'll just say enter. So it's just going to take everything that we had, right? Now we had the components, hooks, constants, everything is deleted, but they put it under the example folder. If you're interested, you can take a look at that, but I can just delete that, right? We don't really need it at the moment. So with this, now we have a super simple project. I'll just say clear this up, npx expo, and then I'll press I, so it can restart it from scratch, and you can press R to reload it. Now with this, we have a super simple project. It just says edit this file to get started with it. I'll put 1, 2, 3. Once you save, it's been updated. So once again, I know that the things that we have done might look a little bit weird up until now if you have never used it. This is completely fine. If you're confused, it's good, which means you're learning new stuff that you have never seen before. If you're confused, that's completely fine. Now let me try to maximize this screen and walk you through it, the things that we have at the moment. So first off, we deleted the starter project, right? We just run reset project and most of the things has gone. Now we'll start from scratch. So we have the app folder under the source. We have a root layout file, which is something that I'll get into in a second. Then we have the home screen. So here we have some styles. Oops, what have I done? I just bring this back. So we have the style sheet, which is coming from React Native. Then we are creating these styles. So here is the signature. You would call this method, add an object, right? So you have one object, and within this you can have different styles. So we have the container. You can call this anything like hello. If you call it hello, then here it should be styles.hello, right? So here you can have something like me, right? Add some styles like flex1. Then you can come here, say style is going to be styles.me, right? So you get the point. Whatever the name is, it should match right here. Okay, so I'll just bring this back. And then the other thing we have is the view element. So as I said in the past, this is like a div element in web, right? This is going to give you a box where you can add your own styles. Now, whenever you have some text, it has to be wrapped with the text component. So you cannot just come here and say, hey, let's say I'm okay. It is going to throw you some errors. It says text strings must be rendered within a text component, right? So here you have to wrap this with the text element. Let's go here and wrap it. Now we're not going to get any errors. It should be working as expected. Now let me show you a couple of other components. So we have something like link. You can import it from expo router, and then you can add the href. Let's say we're going to have a screen, something like, for now I'll just say hello. Or let's just say about.tsx. And here I have one extension. Let me display it. It's called React Native Snippets. It's this one. So go ahead and install it. Once you install that, you should be able to do something like rnfe, which will give you a React Native functional component. So here I'll say about screen. Let's save it. And then here now we can say just take the user to the about screen when they click to this about screen link. Let's take a look at the end result. Here if I click to it, I am in this screen. As you can tell, that's the end result we have at the moment. So that's the link component. We'll be using it later in the video. Then we have the image component. Let's import it. Now we can get the image both from React Native and from Expo image. But in this case, I would recommend you to always use the Expo image because it is a lot more optimized than this one. Okay, so here you would put the source, I believe, and let's get a source, from anywhere. We can get it online, like from Unsplash, or we can put a local image as well from the assets. Now, if you're going to be using a local image, then you have to require it. So here I will try to paste this in. So we are using the require method, and then you have to put the route. So in this case, we will go one up, because at the moment we are under the app folder, right? We will go one up, we are under the source. I think we need to go one more up, then we are right here. Then from here we will go under the assets, and from the assets we'll go under the images. Let's try to use the icon.png. Let's save. I think we are not going to see anything at the moment because we need to add the width and height. So here I'll say style, open up an object. I'll say width should be something like 50 and height should also be 50. With this, hopefully we should be able to see something, which is right here. It's the icon. Okay, so keep that in mind. If you're getting a local file, you have to require it. So import it in this way. But if you're getting an image from online, let's go here. I'll just visit somewhere like Unsplash, copy this image, and I'll paste this right here. It should be a string. So go ahead and save this. Then you can take a look at the end result. Image is right here. So that's the basics of the image component. If you're interested, you can take a look at the actual documentation from Expo. Let me zoom in. They say Expo image is a cross-platform React component that loads and renders images. So the main features are it is designed for speed. It has support for many image formats, including animated ones. So disk and memory caching, transitions between images, so there are no more flickering effects, right? So you can take a look at all the details. Overall, you would like to use Expo image over React Native image. Now we can talk about all kinds of components, but I think I will leave it here because we'll be using them as we go through this course. The very last thing that I'd like to mention in this section, it'll be the root layout file. So here you can tell we have a stack component, but what does that mean? So this is what we call a stack navigator. And let me explain what this enables you. So here I'd like to create an example so that I can show you what is going on. So let's visit Safari. From here, I'll visit somewhere like facebook.com. And right after this, I'll visit somewhere like, let's say, if I can delete that, I'll visit google.com. And after this, finally, I'll visit instagram.com. Okay, so notice how if I want to go back, I will just press here and take it back, right? So here you can tell the previous screens are coming from the left and the new screens will be coming from the right, if I can do it correctly. So this is what we call the stack navigator, right? So new screens will be coming up from the right hand side and old screens will be coming from the left hand side. If you notice, it is like a stack of plates, right? You can go to the very bottom, which is the initial screen, and then you can go to the next one. So it is like stack of plates, right? Now this is happening in the browser. We would like to have the similar behavior in our application. So that's why we are using this stack component, so that we can have that similar effect. And that's why we are using this stack component. Now here you can customize it. I think we'll see a bunch of different examples later in the video. Let me put them side by side. Let's say you don't really want to have this index header. You can just come here. You can say screen options. Then we'll say header shown should be equal to false. Once you save, now it is gone. If you want to keep it, but like, let me just delete this part. Let's say you want to keep it, but you would like to call this something like homepage. Then you can come here. I think you will make it in this way, not self-closed. Then you would say stack dot screen, and we'll say name, and you have to put the file name. So this is the home screen. So we'll say index, just index, not tsx. Then here you can add the options. So I can say the title is going to be something like home. Once you save, as you can tell, it's been updated. Now we don't need to memorize this. We will see the details, more examples later in the video, but just know that you can customize these options just by writing a little bit of code. Okay, so with this, I think I'm going to leave this section right here. That was a quick crash course on React Native and Expo. Then we also learned how to start our application either in a simulator or in our actual device. We have a super simple application at the moment. We'll learn about the stack component, which is like a stack navigator. This is how we call it. You can always double check by going into the documentation. Let's say stack expo, and then you can, like, I would recommend you to just read it. It is basically what I have explained. A stack navigator is the foundation way of navigating between routes in an application. So on Android, a stacked route animates on top of the current screen. On iOS, a stacked route animates from the right. So just like I have explained, the new screens, let's go here, they would be coming from the right. So let's go back, right? Like it's coming from the right hand side. And then they say Expo Router provides this stack navigation component. You can use it. Here are some examples. That's the simplest way of doing it. But if you would like to configure it, you can add screen options. You can add specific screens, so on and so forth. So you can take a look at the details, but I think we'll be using them a bit more in detail later in the video. So with that, I'll leave this section right here and hopefully I'll see you in the next one. Alright, so this is where we left. Now in this section, we would like to implement NativeWind, which is like Tailwind, but for React Native, okay? So head over to nativewind.dev and just say get started. So here, make sure to select the version 4. There is now version 5, but it is not really intended for the production use. It is not in stable state, okay? So for that reason, we'll use the version 4, which is completely fine to get started with. So here, head over to installation. It is kind of like annoying because there's like 7 or 8 different steps, but I'll try to walk you through it step by step, okay? So first off, we would like to get into the first step. Here, I'll just copy everything and paste it into my terminal. So here I will kill this. I think we have some errors. This is coming from the previous section. We can just kill that, and if we have these errors, we can fix it later in the video. Okay, so head over here, paste this in. It's going to install a bunch of different packages that is needed for Tailwind. And then next, we are going to set up the tailwind config.js file. So I'll copy the file content. Here I will go ahead and create it under the root tailwind config.js. And then I will paste this in. Now here they are using app.tsx, which is a file we don't really have, so we can delete this part. And instead of saying components, we will say source, because components will be under the source as well. So this basically says any file that is under the source should be able to get the Tailwind classes, right? It should work right here. Okay, now let's go into the third step. So we'd like to copy everything, create a file called global.css. I'll do it under the root, paste this in and save it. Then we're going to get the babel config.js file. Let's copy it, create it under the root. Okay, just paste the content. This is something that you don't need to memorize or completely understand. Just know that it is needed for NativeWind to work. Then we'll get the metro config.js file. I'll paste this in. Once again, we can go back. Then we'd like to import our CSS file. So I'll copy this. We'll go under the root layout. I'll paste this in, but the path is not correct. So we are here, we'd like to go one up, which is under the source, and then we'd like to go one more up. So right now we are here, then we can select the global.css file. And next it says you can go under the app.json, under the expo web, make the bundler to be equal to metro. So we'll go right here, under the expo, we have web. Here we'll just say comma, and bundler should be metro. And the very last one, which is needed for TypeScript, it is optional, but I'll be doing it. So we will create this file called NativeWind env.d.ts, just like that, and then just copy the content. So this is for the types. Okay, so with this, our setup should be done correctly, hopefully. Let's go ahead and test this out. I will first off run my application. I'll clear this up. Let's say npx expo. So we are going to run it. I'll say press I, get my simulator. So here I can just say class name, text red of 500. Once I save, as you can tell, it is working. So we can say text something like 4x large. So all the classes coming from NativeWind is actually working. Now, if you're not able to get these highlights, these autocompletes, that means probably you don't have this extension called Tailwind IntelliSense. So just go ahead and install it. Then you should be able to get the same output as I have right here. So with that, we can leave the section right here. It was like super simple where we set up Tailwind or NativeWind, whatever. Just one more thing before we end this section, we'll go under the assets, under the images. So head over to the source code, it'll be free in the description. Under the images, you will see a file called oath.png. So go ahead and import it right here, okay? Then the other icon that I'll be using, or the image, it's going to be google.png. So under the images, just paste that in. So this is the logo that we'll be using when we build the authentication screen. So here are the diagrams. That's the image that we'll be using in the authentication screen. Then we'll be also using this icon for Google authentication. So this is what we're going to build in the next section. We will get started with the authentication screen, and then we'll implement the logic where users can authenticate with Google, Apple, or even with GitHub accounts. So with that, hopefully I'll see you in the next section. Alright, so this is where we left. Let's try to implement authentication in this section. First off, we'll visit Clerk. You can find the link in the description. Let's visit our dashboard where we can log in. And then from here, if you remember, we created one application. So in my case, this is the name that I came up with. Just select that application. And then here, come and select the Expo SDK. So we already have an Expo application. So we're going to skip this step, but we can get the second step. So I'll select npm. Normally I would use bun, but I think most of you guys are using npm, so I'll go with it. They're like the same thing. It's just bun is like faster, right? Here I'll go ahead, select npm. I'll say npm install Clerk-expo. Okay, so we're gonna copy it. Let's open up our terminal, kill this with Control-C, clear this up, paste this in. Now it's going to install it. Then we will copy this, which is our publishable key. So we'll go right here, create a .env file. Now we can, I think, create this as .env.local. This should also be fine because later in the video we'll be using Sentry, and Sentry creates this file. So we'll just create it in this way. But once again, it is the same thing as just saying .env. Okay, so we're going to paste this in. Now here we are using expo_public. So this is a prefix that tells Expo that this is a key that can be published, right? It is not a secret. Let's say if you have a secret, let's just call it as secret key and some value, right? Here you don't really want to put Expo public in front of it, right? You don't really want to do it because this is a secret key, but this is not really a secret key. It is just an environment variable where Clerk will be using it. And as the name suggests, it can be publishable, right? So that's why we are putting this as the prefix. I hope that makes sense. Now let's save this. Here we will go under the git ignore, and we immediately want to add the .env.local. I think we already have it. So it is right here. It's been ignored, so we don't really want to push this file to GitHub. Okay, so that was the second step, I believe, or the third step. Now we will go ahead and get the layout file. So within the layout file, we would like to get the Clerk provider and wrap our entire application with this component. So I'll copy it. Let's actually copy this import. Okay, so we'll go under the root layout. I will import that. And then we are going to wrap our entire application with this component. Let's say Clerk provider. Wrap everything with it so that within our entire application, we can use Clerk. That's the point of it. Now let's go back to the documentation. So after this step, you can scroll to the bottom and install this package. This is what we'll be doing. And you can read the reason why are we installing this package in the first place. But basically it is for the encryption. So Clerk needs this for the best authentication, let's say security. Okay, so go ahead, copy this name, open up your terminal. I'll clear this up, paste this in. Then we can go here. They say under the Clerk provider component, pass the token cache, and we're going to import it from right here. I'll paste this in. Now let's say the token cache should be equal to the token cache import. Now here you might be asking, should we have, do we have to pass the publishable key? You don't really need to do it because Clerk will take a look at the .env file and it's going to pass this automatically. So you don't really need to add it manually. If you wanted to, you can do it, but I think there is no reason for that. Now the setup is done. We can just go ahead and do the, the navigation. And let's try to see how we can set that up. I think that's a perfect example. So basically under the app folder, we would like to create an authentication folder as well. Then we'll have a layout so that we can add our logic. Okay, so here I will go under the app. We will create a folder called auth and wrap it with the brackets so that this is a group route. And then we'll say underscore layout.tsx. I'll just copy this file from the documentation and then paste this in. So what this says, basically, if user is signed in, it says take them to the home screen. But if they are not signed in, just show the authentication screen. Now here we can have a screen like signup.tsx, and then we can have signin.tsx, right? But in my case, I just want to have only one. If we take a look at the end result, that's the only authentication screen that we need because users can both sign up and sign in with these providers, okay? So instead of having both of these files, I'm going to actually delete both of them. Instead, I'll just have index.tsx. Okay, so this is going to be both login page and sign up page. So I'll say rnfe. I will call it as auth screen. And let's give a little bit spacing to format this. And then here, let me just zoom in. I will kill the terminal. Let's go here, save this file, and then I will kill the left-hand side with Control B. So this is how you can toggle it, Command B or Control B. Then open up the terminal. Let's clear this up. I'll say npx-expo, and I'll just reload my application. Now, if you run the application, you're going to see that we are in the home screen. Now, we are not authenticated, so we don't really want to see the home screen, right? We'd like to be in the authentication screen. So for this, we will visit the home page, so which is under the app index.tsx, okay? So that's the home screen that we see at the moment. Here we can add something like, let's import the use auth. I'll basically say call this hook, okay? Then here we will get the is signed in field. So Clerk will tell us if user is signed in or not. I'll say if user is not signed in, just return, let's say, just like here, I would like to copy this part, paste this in, we will import it from expo router, and we'll say take the user to the auth screen. So just put the folder name. It's going to find the index.tsx, and it'll take the user to that screen if user is not logged in. Let's save, and now we can see that we are in the auth screen. Now we can get rid of these headers, right? So I will go under the auth layout, and I'll say screen options, let's say header shown to be equal to false. So that's that is gone, and we can get rid of this one as well. And to be able to get rid of that one, you would visit the root layout, okay? So from this file, under the app, just come here, we'll say screen options, again, header shown will be equal to false. So with this, now this will also be gone, but we will have another problem where the content is overflowing with the status bar, right? It is not really within the safe area. So this is what we call the safe area. By the way, this part is safe area, okay? It is not overlapping with the status bar. So how can we take this content and put it right here? There are a couple of different solutions for this, and we will see, I think, 2 or 3 different ones. Now let me show you the first one. We will visit the auth screen. Instead of having view, we'll just say safe area view component and import it from here, okay? Not from React Native. Let me type this out correctly. Okay, now if you save, it's been already fixed. So that's one of the solutions. The other one is using a scroll view element. So this allows you to have a scrollable view. Let me, close this off correctly. This is coming from React Native, and you have to say something like content inset adjustment behavior and set it as automatic. I think like this. Now this is another solution, okay? So you can keep both of them in your notes. I think this one is a little bit more cleaner, but for now, let's go ahead and use this one. That is called safe area view, because in the authentication screen, we don't really need a scrollable view, okay? So users shouldn't be able to scroll this component. So that's why I'll use the safe area view. Okay, just like that, now our content is visible. Now here on the screen, we can build the UI, but what I'd like to do is first building the logic. So once we have the logic, then we can easily build the UI, right? UI is the easiest part, where you use the image, some colors, some flags, put them side by side, things like that. It is just CSS. But first off, let's focus on the logic. So instead of putting the logic here, which is something that we can definitely do, it'll take maybe 40 lines of code, but I don't really want to do it here. I want to keep my code base clean. So for that reason, I'll go under the source. I will create a folder called hooks. And here I will create a custom hook. So I will say use social auth.tsx. You can call this anything, like use authentication. I don't know. I'll go with this name because this is going to contain the authentication for the social sign-ins, right? And here I think we can just say TS instead of TSX because we are not going to return JSX. I hope that makes sense. So use social auth.ts file. Within this, I can say rnfe. We are not going to return any views, texts. For now, let's just say return an empty object. And we don't really need these components from React Native. And here I'll give a little bit of space. Okay, so now let's get started with this component or the hook. Let me zoom in. I will close everything. Now let's go here and create a loading state. Now why is that? When you click to one of these buttons, let's say you click to this one, here we should see some kind of a loading spinner, right? If you click to this one, you would like to see a loading spinner here until you see the authentication model on the UI. So that's the reason we will have a loading state. I'm going to say const. Instead of just saying loading, I'll say loading strategy because this is not going to be only true or false. You will see. Let's say set loading strategy. And this is going to be equal to use state. Now we'll say this could be a string value, or initially it could be null. And here the initial value is coming, it's going to be null. Okay. Now the other thing we'll have is the hook coming from Clerk that is called use SSO, which stands for single sign-on. Okay, so here we will get a method called start SSO flow. Now everything that we will be doing in this file is coming from the Clerk documentation, but I'll just try to explain step by step. Okay, so here let's say we will have a method called handle social auth. Let's say this will be an async arrow method. And this is going to get the strategy as the argument. So like this is going to check if user wants to log in with Google, Apple, or GitHub, right? User has to send one of them as the argument. So I will say strategy, and let's make TypeScript happy with it. Like we'll say this could be either auth underscore Google, or it could be, let me copy it, paste it. We'll say it could be either Apple or it could be GitHub. Now make sure to type this out in this exact same way. Okay, I'll zoom out so you can see it clearly. And here we'll just check, we'll say if we are in the loading state already, just don't do anything. Okay, so I'll say return immediately. And this is a guard against, let's say, against concurrent flows. So if user press this button, and while this is loading, if they immediately press this one, nothing should happen because we are already in the loading state. So we return out of it. But in the else case, we can say set the loading strategy to whatever the strategy that user passes. Then we can start our flow. So we'll have try and catch block. Let me zoom in. Within the try, I'm going to call it the start SSO flow, and I'm going to await this. And then we're going to pass the strategy just like that. Since they're the same, we can shorten this, and then this is going to give us a couple of different values. So we're going to get the created session ID, then we'll get the set active as our method. Now that we got these values, we can just say await, call the set active method by passing the session, which is this created session ID. Now TypeScript says maybe these values are undefined. I don't really know, right? If it is undefined, you shouldn't really run this part. So we can add a guard check. So here I'll say if there is not a created session ID, or if there is not set active method. So that means user couldn't authenticate successfully, right? So in this case, we can first off determine the provider. And I think I'm just going to paste this in. So provider is equal to if strategy is equal to Google, we'll say provider is Google. In the else case, if it is equal to OAuth Apple, provider will be Apple, but else it'll be GitHub. Then we'll say, let's show an alert, which is something you can import from React Native. And then we'll say, call the alert method. And the first thing is the title. So here I'll say something like sign in incomplete. And then we can add the message. So here I'll put backticks. And then I'll say, whatever the provider is, sign in did not complete. Please try again. For now, just please be patient. We are going to see how this alert will look like in a couple of minutes. And then finally, we can just return out of this method. Now with this, TypeScript is happy with us. If we don't have these fields, we are going to show an alert and return out of this method. But if we have these fields, we are going to skip this check, instead run this method, and user will be authenticated. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. Now let's handle the catch block. I'll put a console log, and then again I'll get the provider and just display an alert. And then finally, we can say loading state should be equal to null, right? So we'll just set this up as the null value. Either we succeed or we fail. At the very end, loading should be equal to false. Okay, so believe it or not, that's the entire hook that we need. That's the entire logic. All we have to do at the end, return these fields. So we're gonna we're gonna return this method so that we can use it. Then we're gonna get the loading state. Okay, so the entire logic is ready. Now we can visit the auth screen, call our hook, which is called use social auth. And then from here, we're gonna get two different fields, our method and then the loading state. Now, after these variables, I'd like to have, one Boolean value. Let me give a little bit of space. I will say is loading. So we're going to be using this in a couple of minutes, and this will be true if the loading strategy is not equal to null, right? So this is either true or false. And depending on this, we will make the buttons to be disabled. So here, first off, instead of using safe area view here, I will just have a view. You will see why. We are going to use the safe area view in a second. For now, let me just put them side by side, just like that. Okay, so let's import the view from React Native. I'll give the class name, let's say flex of 1, so it is taking the entire space as possible. And then we would like to use some colors. Now here, instead of saying something like background black or slate, we don't really want to use these colors because I will be giving you this purple theme, okay? So this is the theme that we're going to be using. I already prepared these colors. You can visit the source code, okay? Find the Tailwind config.js file, and here under the theme, we're going to add some colors. So under the source code, under the extent, here you will see some colors, okay? So under this key, just go ahead, grab it. It's around 20 lines of code. I have the primary color, primary dark, light, some text colors, accent, so on and so forth. And we'll be using them. So let's say we want to use the background color. You can just come here and then you can just say bg-background. Now we're going to get that specific color, okay? Let's say you want to use the text foreground. You will just come here, you would say text foreground, okay? So I hope that makes sense. It is coming from these, this file. Now we don't really want to use this one. That was just an example, but we will be using the BG background. Okay, so let's delete this text. We don't really need it at the moment. Here I will have another view component and I'll add a comment. So this will be a gradient background. And for this, Expo has a package called linear gradient. Let's see if we already have that package. So I'll just take a look at it. I'll say expo-linear gradient. Looks like we don't. So let's see how we can install it. Okay, so here you can tell this is a React component that renders a gradient view. I'll copy this, open up my terminal. Let me kill my app, clear this up. Then I'll paste. Now we can take a look at the usage, how you can use it. There are a bunch of different ways of doing it, but I'll show you one of the ways. I think we'll use this one. So you can pass your colors, you can add the location, like the start point, end point, so on and so forth. Okay, so let's go here. Now that we have installed it, I will run my app. Just press I or A, depending on if you're Android or iOS, and reload this application. Then go right here within this view. First off, I'll say class name. It should be absolute and instead of 0, so it is taking the entire space. Then I'll say linear gradient. We are going to import this component. Let me just get that from this package. And I will self-close this. Now this is going to get the colors, and this is going to be an array of different colors. I'll just paste this in. You can get it from the source code or type this in. Then let's say the locations, locations for every single one of these colors. I'll paste this in once again. So we have 0, 0.25, then 50, 75, and 1. Then I'll add the style. So it's going to take the entire width and height, just like that. Start point, as well as the end point. Okay, now that's the end result. If you want to see this in detail, you can update the colors. Like this could be red. It starts from here. Let's say we're going to have orange. It's right here, right? So as you can tell, it goes step by step. Then you can have blue, just to see how that works. You can have, I don't know, like purple. So you got the point. We have a bunch of different colors, and for every single one of them, we have the locations. We say the width and height should be entire screen. Start point is like x 0.5. So in the x direction, it is in the middle because 0 is here, 1 is right here. And in the y direction, it is starting from here, right? Because y0 is the beginning and y1 is the end. So by doing this start and end position, we started from here all the way up to here. Alright, so that was the linear gradient. So we can shrink this now. Then we can have our save area view component. So go ahead and import this component from this package, and we'll say class name, let's say flex of 1. And then here we can add the content. So first off, we're going to have the top section, which is going to include the logo as well as the hero part. So let me display. So it's going to be this part, right? Or I think even up until here, right? So that's the top section. And then we're going to have the buttons. So here I will have a view element. Within this, I will have another view. Let's say the class name is going to be items-center. And then we're going to have padding top of 10. And then we'll have padding bottom of 2. Within this, I will have another view. So this is going to basically get the icon. Now I'd like to copy and paste instead of typing this out. It is just some CSS classes, not really important, but we have ion icons. Now this will be coming from Expo. Here I'll go ahead and import it. So from the Expo vector icons, you can get a bunch of different icon families, like material icons, I don't know, maybe font awesome. In my case, I'll be going with ion icons, but you can get anything that you wish. Then you would put the name of the icon. This is type safe. You can see all kinds of icons that they have. Then you can add the size and then a color. By doing this, hopefully you should be able to see the icon. So we give the background color, we made it to rounded, so on and so forth. These are just some styling that is not really that important. So right after this view, I will have a text, and this is going to get the name of our application. Let me put them side by side. Okay, once again, I'll paste this in. This is just a text element where it says study buddy, and this class name makes it to get this font family. Okay, so this is the one that I'll be using. Right after the text, we're gonna have another text which says learn together and grow together, just like that. So I hope you don't mind that we copy and paste, because this doesn't contain any logic at all. We just have some text colors, font size, margins, and that's it. This is basically the CSS that you already know. So here, after the text element and after the view, we will go ahead and get another view. This is going to contain our image. So I'll say class name, items will be centered, just like that. And then I will give maybe padding X of 6 and margin top of 4. Then I'll get the image component from expo image. Then we need to pass the source. Now, since we'll be using a local image, we're going to call the require method. Then we're going to add the path. So here we can go like add assets. We'll go under the images. And then from here, maybe we can just say auth.png. And then we would like to add a width and height. I'll be going with 320 to 350. And that's the end result that we can have. You can also add the content fit. It has a bunch of different options. I'll be going with the cover in this case. Now, right after the image, we would like to have these, what I call chips, okay? So we're gonna have 3 of them. As you can tell, they have different icons, different texts, right? And different colors. So we can create an array for this. I'll go here, after this view, I'll just say something like feature chips. You can copy and paste it from the source code if you don't want to type this out. We'll have a view element or a view component. Here I'll give the flags-row, so they are side by side. I'll say flags-wrap, justify should be centered, gap of 3, padding X of 6, and maybe margin top of 5. Now here we will have, curly brackets, and within this, I will just paste this in. So we have an array of items. So this is what I just pasted. So we have one item, second item, and then the third one. And every single one of them has an icon, a label, color, as well as the background color. So we're going to map through it. For every single chip, we will just return this UI, where we have a view, get the icon, right? So we pass the name, whatever the icon name is, we give the color, chip background, as well as the label. So what we have done here has nothing to do with React Native. It is just basic React, where you have an array of items and you map through them, okay? So please don't feel overwhelmed just because we copy and paste. This doesn't contain any logic at all. It's just super simple CSS classes. So we don't really want to waste time by typing this out. Okay, so now that we have this one, I think we can get started with the buttons. So after these 2 views, okay, but just above the safe area view, I'll zoom in. We'll go ahead and get our authentication buttons. So this will be the view element. We'll have the class name, let's say padding X of 8 and padding bottom of 4. Now within this, before we have the buttons, we're gonna have, let me clear this up. We're gonna have this section where we have 2 kind of like lines, and in the middle we're gonna have this text. Okay, so let's first build that one. Here I will say we'll get a view. This will have the class name of flags-row, so they are all side by side. We'll say items of center, gap of 3, margin bottom of 6. So first off, we'll have the first view. This can be self-closed because it's not going to have any content. Let's say class name, flags of 1, height of pixels, which is just 1 pixel, and background of border. Okay, then we're going to have the text which says continue with. I'll paste this in with these classes, and then we're gonna have the same view again so that we can have this output. But for some reason, we don't have padding or the margin from the top. So I just paused the video and tried to find a solution. You can just scroll to the top, find the safe area view, and you can just say justify should be between. Now once you save it, as you can tell, it's been spaced out. It looks like it is at the very bottom, but once we put the buttons, this will go a little bit more up, okay? So everything should be fine in a couple of minutes. Now that we have this section, we can go, I think, right here. So after the text, after this view and this view, we will have the buttons. So we're gonna have a view element. This is gonna get these classes, which is flex row, justify center, item center, gap of 4, and margin bottom of 5. So first off, we're gonna have the Google button. And whenever we want to use a button, we would like to use the pressable component. There is also the touchable opacity. Let me type this out. Touchable opacity, which is this one, but it is not really recommended anymore. Pressable is more modern. You can customize it more. So for that reason, I'll just go ahead and get the pressable from React Native. So here we can add a bunch of different classes. So I'll just say class name, and I'll grab it from the source code. It's super simple. We update the size, rounded corners, background white, items will be centered. If it is active, it's going to scale down a little bit, add a shadow, and then the shadow color, okay? So it is shadow white, let me zoom out, /10%. Then we can add the style. Now I'd like to copy and paste. Again, super simple. Basically, here we can get the pressed state. If it is pressed, we will update the opacity. And then I will say this button should be disabled if we are in the loading state, right? If we are in the loading state, user shouldn't be able to click to it again. I'll zoom in. The other thing we can add is that on press, so whenever you click to that button, whenever you press that, we will say if we are not in the loading state, then you can call this method by passing the OAuth Google, right? Because this is the Google button. Now let's put the content. Here I will say we should get the image, just like this. So we're going to get the google.png. We have an error, but we'll fix it in a second. It says, add the style. This is the width and height that I'll be going with. And then here is the content fit. Now let me try to reload. What is happening? Okay, so we actually don't have any errors. If you reload, it should be gone. Now we have the button. Once you click to it, what's going to happen? Let's see. After like 2 seconds, we got this model where you can continue with your Google account or you can cancel it. And once you cancel it, it's going to hit this catch block where it says, not the catch block, but I think it's going to hit this if statement. It says sign in incomplete. That's the title. And then you have the message. So it says, please try again. And that's the alert that I mentioned before. Now everything is good, but I think there is one thing that we are missing. I don't know if you realized. When you click to it, we don't really have the loading spinner, right? So instead of having this part, let me just cut it for a split second. Okay, so we're going to cut that and we'll say if loading strategy is equal to OAuth underscore Google. In this case, we're going to return this part, else this part. So here, basically, we would like to return an activity indicator component, which is coming from React Native. Here, I'll say the size can be small, and then we can give the color. This is the value that I'll be going with. So it is hash, let's say 6C5CE7. And here, we can paste the image that we had previously. So if we are not in the loading state, this is what we're going to see. But if we are in the loading state, we're going to see the activity indicator, right? I hope that makes sense. Now, we will be copying and pasting this 2 more times, right? So we're going to have the Apple Apple button as well as the GitHub button. So let's go ahead and get started with the Apple button. Now, it's not really copying and pasting the exact same thing because we are not going to use the image this time. So let me shrink this. Right after this one, I'll just add a comma or comment. Let's say Apple BTN. And here I'll paste this in. If you want to type this out, you can do so, or you can get it from the source code, but it is almost exact same thing. Instead of an image, we use the Apple logo from Ion Icons, okay? So the rest is the same. Here we have two more extra fields like the accessibility role, which is tell to screen readers this is a button, and then the label is continue with Apple. We can actually do the same thing for the Google button. Here I'll paste this in, maybe right after the disabled field. Let's say this is a button and it says continue with Google. And then when you press this button, it's going to call the same method, but with a different strategy, right? Now let's click to this one. As you can tell, this has the loading spinner. You can cancel it. You can click to this one, and now it is working independently. Okay, so very last time, we're gonna have one more button. Let's say this is the GitHub BTN. And again, I'll just copy and paste because the idea is the same. Okay, as you can tell, the UI is completed. I think we are just missing one more thing, which is this text. So I'll grab this from the source code, paste this in, maybe right after the pressable and this view. Okay, so as you can tell, whenever we want to highlight a text, we wrap it with an extra text element, give the extra classes, and then call it a day, right? That's the entire authentication screen. Now let's actually try to sign up or log in. I'll try to log in with Google. Now I have already tested this out, not in this application, but in the past. So this simulator knows that I have this account. If you'll be trying it for the first time, this will be the UI that you will see. Just put your email and password, then you will be able to sign in. So I'll go ahead and sign in with this email. So I'll just say continue. Once it is done successfully, okay, we got some errors, but we're going to fix it. Let's just say reload. Okay, we have some errors, but we'll fix it. Definitely don't worry about this. Let's take a look at the Clerk dashboard if we got the user or not. So under the users, you can see that user is signed up. This is today's date. We got the user, they're authenticated, and they are saved in our dashboard. So that means the entire workflow is working correctly. We have some kind of a weird issue at the moment, but we're gonna fix it. So I just paused the video and tried to understand the problem and the solution. I think it just tries to navigate infinitely from auth page to home screen and from home screen to auth page, right? It says maximum update depth exceeded. So here I think we can get the is loaded field and we can say something like if Clerk is not loaded, just don't do anything, right? Return null. And this is under the home screen. So under the app, index.tsx, save it. Let's try to reload the application. Is this going to fix it? Yes, as you can tell, it's been fixed. Now here from the use auth, I think we can get the sign out method. Let's put a button here. So I'll just have a pressable and I'll say sign out on click or on press. We don't have on click. Let's say on press, we would like to call the sign out method. Okay, so since this is a text, it should be under the text element. Let's say sign out. Okay, so once I clicked it, we should be signed out and we are nicely navigated to the authentication screen. So that was the entire authentication setup. I hope it wasn't really confusing. I'll just try to walk you through it from scratch what we have done in this section. So everything started with the hooks folder, right? We created one file around 40 lines of code where we accept 3 different strategies. That could be either Google, Apple, or GitHub. And everything you see here, like this method, this hook, everything is coming from the Clerk documentation, so you don't need to memorize any of them. Just understand what is going on. You can always check back to this file or Clerk documentation and see the details. Okay, so if everything is done successfully, we'll just call this method and authenticate the user. But else, we're going to show some alerts, and finally, we're going to set the loading state to be equal to null. So that was the logic. Then under the app, we have one file, which is the authentication screen. Users can both log in and sign up from the screen because we are using social authentication, right? Then under the root layout, we have the navigation or the redirection if user is signed in, or if they are signed in, we'll take them to the home screen. And in the home screen, if they are not authenticated, we will take them to the authentication page, right? Here we have the sign up method as well, so we can test this out. Later in the video, we are going to delete this and make it a lot more cleaner. But for now, we can keep it here so that we can test out this application. Once again, I'll try to log in just to check if everything is working correctly. Let's say continue. Hopefully it should take us to the home screen. Again, we got this error. I think to be able to fix it, we can again copy this line, go here, paste this in. Let's import this one. And I'm going to reload this. Okay, crap. This did not fix it. It is just trying to run it in an infinite loop. I'll just clear this up. Let's say npx expo. Eventually we're gonna fix this error, but for now it is fine if it is happening. I'll reload the application. Let's say sign out. I'll try to sign in once again just to check if it is going to happen or not. Okay, we got the same error, but don't worry, we'll fix it, I promise. For now, just let's ignore it as if this is not happening. Later in the video, we'll definitely fix that. Okay, so with that, we can end this section right here. That was a quick recap. I would say pause the video now, take a look at your code base, what we have at the moment, how everything works, and then hopefully I'll see you in the next section. Alright, so this is where we left. Now in this section, we are going to implement these tabs. As you can tell, at the bottom, we have 3 different tabs, and depending on which one you selected, the UI will be updated. Now here is the proper description if you would like to see it. A tab navigator in React Native is a navigation pattern that creates a tab bar, usually at the bottom of the screen, just like here, and it's going to allow users to switch between different screens, right? So that's the tab navigator. Now you can take a look at the expo documentation. Let's actually do it. Just search for expo tabs and click to the first one. So once you click to it, you're gonna see that there are 3 different implementations or 3 different types. Now don't think of it like one of them is better than the other one and the rest is worse. This is not really the case. They have 3 different basically they have 3 different use cases. So you would like to use native tabs if you would like to get, let's say, the native feeling, like the liquid glass on iOS, right? Or the native behavior in Android. But if you would like to build it with JavaScript tabs, where you can freely customize it, then you would use this one, right? Then also there are custom tabs. This is going to provide headless tab component from Expo UI, and this is going to allow you to build fully customizable tab layout. So if you're building really complex UI patterns, then you can use the custom tabs. But if you'd like to get the native feeling, you would use native tabs. And again, for JavaScript tabs, I think it is more like if you'd like to freely customize it. So these are the use cases. So far in all of my past tutorials, we have used JavaScript tabs, but in this one, we are going to be using native tabs. Okay, so let's go ahead and select this one. Now, the implementation is actually pretty easy. You would create your screens, like the home screen, in this case it is index, then the settings screen, right? You would build the content within those files, and in your layout, you would customize the icon, the title, so on and so forth. Okay, so we'll be doing it. As you can tell, they wrap everything with the native tabs. Now you can put it under the root layout. What I'd like to do is creating a folder called tabs. So under the app, I will create this folder called tabs, and within this we will create the underscore layout.tsx file, and then we're gonna have 3 different files. Let's double check. We're gonna have the chats screen, explore, and profile. Now since this is the starter screen, instead of calling it as chats, I'll just say index.tsx, like a home screen, right? Then here we will have explore.tsx and then the profile.tsx. Okay, now let's create the content. I'll just say RNFE and I will say profile screen for this one. Let's give the spacing. Okay, let's do the same thing for this one. And finally this one. I'll just say chats screen. Now under the root layout, let's again do the same thing. I'm gonna say something like tabs layout. And within this, instead of returning a view, just like in the documentation, we're going to return a native tabs component. So let's see where it is coming from. Like, is it correct? Let's double check from the documentation. Expo router unstable native tabs. Okay, so here I think as of now it is stable, so that's why we don't see unstable native tabs. Or is it correct? Expo router. Yeah, I think we should get it just like in the documentation. So I'll copy it and paste this in. Now at the time that you're watching this video, this might already be stable. So you can just take a look at the documentation and get the correct path, okay? So in my case, it is still unstable. That's why I'll import it from here. But again, feel free to check the documentation while you're watching this part, just to see the exact import. Okay, then we can have triggers. So here we'll go ahead, delete the text. We don't really need it. And let's delete this part. Now within this, I'll say native tabs dot trigger, close this off. Now within this, we're gonna have a couple of different props. So the first one is the name, and the file name is going to go here, which is index. So here you would say index. And within this now, we can put the label. I'll say native tabs dot trigger dot label. Now this is coming from documentation. You can double check. This is the exact same thing. I'll just copy it and paste it. Or we already have it. I'll just say chats. And then what else we have? Let's take a look at it. You can put the icon. So I'll just copy it, paste it, and then I'll walk you through it. So we have native tabs dot trigger dot icon. Now SF is for the iOS devices and MD is for Android. Now here, instead of using house, we will be using the message icon so that we can get this kind of an icon, right? So here I'll just say message, and for the MD, I think it is called the chat. So this is what we'll have in Android, and this is what we'll have on iOS. If you want to build a custom image, okay, so instead of getting these default icons, maybe you'd like to have a custom image, right? That is coming from the assets. In this case, you would add the source, and you can see the details from the documentation. Let's take a look at it. Oops, what have I done? So here you can search for the SF, for the MD as well, and then for the source. So if you would like to add custom images, you would add the source. Just take a look at the documentation. Okay, so that's the very first tab that we will have. Okay, now let's try to duplicate it. We will have for the explore screen as well. Once again, you would like to put the file name. It is called explore, right? Here AI tries to say something, but let's just do it manually. I'll say this should be explore, and then for the icon, I'll use, let's say, Safari, And for the MD, I think this is going to be called explore. Okay, let's save, and I'll copy this, paste this again. Let's say this will be profile. And for the icon, for the SF, we'll say person.fill. For the MD, it's going to be person. Okay, let's try to save. Now, let's just try to reload our application. Okay, we cannot see anything. Why this is the case? Because if you take a look at the app folder, by default, we have a home screen. So since we have this default home screen, our application is just rendering this one, but we can delete it because we don't really need it at this point. So once you delete this file, you can open up your terminal and reload it. Let's see what we're gonna see. Okay, so we are getting the maximum depth issue, so we can fix that. Let's delete the about screen. That was just for testing purposes, so we can delete that. Now we'll go under the root layout. Instead of only having the home screen, we don't really have it at this point, right? We have the tabs folder. So here I'll go ahead and say stack.screen. Name is going to be called as tabs, and we can delete the options for now. So that's one of our stack navigator, right? So here I'll duplicate it. The other one we have is going to be the auth screen. So I'll just put it first just to be alphabetically correct. And let's try to reload our application now. Okay, we still have the same problem. Let's go under the tabs and we can add the navigation check right here. So just like in auth, I'll copy this entire thing. So since this is the layout, I think we can add this logic right here without any issues. I'll import the use auth, import the redirect from export router. We will say if clerk is not loaded, just don't return anything. And if user is signed in, and maybe this should be if user is not signed in. In this case, we are going to take the user to the authentication screen. So here I'll just put the auth. Let's save. Hopefully this time everything should be working. I'll reload with the R. Okay, very annoying. Why this is happening? Let's see. It says that's coming from the root layout. Okay, so here is the solution. I just paused the video and realized something. So if you visit auth layout, you're going to see that we are taking user to the index file, but we don't really have index file under the app, right? We just deleted that. Instead, user should be navigated to the tabs if they are signed in. So here we will say if user is signed in, just take them to the tabs. Let's save, and here we go. Now our application is working. Now, as you can tell, the content is overlapping with the status bar, but we will fix it. For now, just focus on the tabs. So if I click to explore, it's going to show the explore screen. Then we have the profile screen and the chat screen, right? So as you can tell, Liquid Glass is working out of the box because we are using the native tabs component. Now, if your simulator is not on iOS 26, it is not going to work, right? Because they only introduced Liquid Glass on iOS 26. So you can, I think, see the version that you have under the settings. Let's take a look at it. Under the about, if you have something like 18, then this is not going to work. You will have native tabs for the version 18, so you're not going to have the Liquid Glass, right? But you can always, I think, update it by installing the newest version of Xcode. Okay, so with this, I think that was the tabs implementation. Once again, let's close everything and see what we have done. So first off, we created the tabs folder under the app. You don't have to create this folder specifically, but I think that's a good convention. Just like in JavaScript tabs, you can create this folder and put your screens. So for the home screen, this is the content that we have, as you can tell. Then for the profile screen, the content is right here, right? And then for the explore screen. So you would put your files, then under the layout of this tabs, you would add every single trigger. So we have the chats, explore, and profile. So if you update here, let's say chats 1, 2, 3, notice how it's going to update immediately. So this text is coming from the label. Now there are more things that you can add. Let's double check. I think there were something like called badge. I'll just take a look at the example. Yeah, so I'll just copy this. Let's go under the, maybe under the Explorer, I'll paste this in. Now, once you save, as you can tell, you get the badge just like in a real iOS device. So I'm going to delete this. I think if you don't put anything, it'll just going to have kind of like notification UI. Now, the other thing that we can do, instead of using this blue color, we can add our own custom color. So here I will go ahead under the icon. I'll say if it is selected, let's say selected color is going to be, let's just say for now something like red. And I'm going to reload this. So as you can tell, if it is selected, the color is going to be red. You can do the same thing for all of them. So copy it and paste it. But instead of using the red color, we would like to use our primary color, right? So here, let me just find it. What was it? I think it was hash 6C, we will say 5CE7. Once you do it, let's try to duplicate them. So I just put it for all of them, and let's try to reload our application. Okay, now as you can tell, that's the same color, just like in the demo application. Now, another thing that you can do is called the search role. So let's just say maybe role. Okay, so how can you have this search bar on the right hand side? Let me just show you pretty quickly. We'll go right here. For now, I'll create a file called search.tsx. Content could be anything. Let's just say search screen. We're going to delete this. This is just for testing purposes. And here you can copy this. Let's just paste it at the very end. And here, let's say file name is called search. And then you can also add the role as the search. Now this can get only so many values, and one of them is going to be search. Once you save, notice how you have like the search bar right here. And for the icon, let's just try to delete it. And actually, why don't we get it from the documentation? So I'll copy this entire part and paste this in. So you don't need to add an icon. So I'll just delete this part. Notice how it is always on the right hand side. And once you clicked it, that would take you to the search screen. So if you wanted to build this kind of a custom UI, you would just put the role as the search and it'll just work out of the box. Okay, so we don't really need it. For that reason, I'm going to delete that. I just wanted to show you that this kind of a thing is actually possible with the native tabs. Okay, so with this, I think I'm going to leave this section right here. Once again, just by using this component, you will get the native tab behavior out of the box. So with this, I'll see you in the next section. Okay, so this is where we left. In the previous section, we set up the native tabs. And in this section, we would like to set up the error monitoring with Sentry. Now, just before we start writing any code, I have some diagrams that I'd like to walk you through so that we understand why do we need error monitoring in the first place. Okay, so let's go ahead and jump into the diagrams. Now, what happens when your users face some errors while using your application? Do you think they will send you an email explaining the bug and just saying, can you fix it? Or do you think they will delete the application and leave a very bad review, just like these ones? Well, probably this one is going to happen because they are not going to try to find your email, send you a message like explaining the use case that they have. Like, this is not going to happen, right? They'll just delete the application and they'll say, don't install it. It was one of the worst apps that I have ever used, something like that. So you don't really want this to ever happen, right? For that reason, you would like to set up a tool like Sentry so that as soon as one of your users have some errors, you would get an email in your inbox immediately, like literally immediately. As soon as they have some errors, you'll just get an error or an email explaining the issue, so you can jump into your codebase and fix it so that the other users don't really get the same error, right? So this is where Sentry comes into play. It is used by millions of developers and one of the best companies out there. As you can tell, somewhere like GitHub, Microsoft, Cursor, you name it, the best companies are using it. So I think it's really important to learn it, and hopefully we're gonna learn all about it in this one single tutorial. Now, there is something called Sentry logs, and here I have prepared again some diagrams that we can go over it. So this is one of the features that Sentry has, and now whenever you get some errors, let's go ahead under the hooks. I'd like to show you an example. So instead of just having console.log, you would like to use Sentry logs. Now why this is the case? Because console log only lives on the user's device, right? Once the application closes, it is going to disappear. It is plain text and it has no connection to the error. And since it is plain text, you cannot really query it, right? It is just text. Maybe you can read it, but probably you will not be able to find it in the first place. In contrast, Sentry logs is going to be sent to Sentry servers, right? So it'll be persisted and searchable because it is stored in cloud. Okay, once again, it is structured so you can query it with the tags, and we'll see how that works. And it is linked to the traces, errors, and even replays. So when one of your users gets some error, let's say they are using this app, and once they click here, the app failed. We're gonna have replays so we can watch exactly how user got that error. So that's another feature of Sentry. So we have logs, we have replays, traces, and I think we're going to see all of them in detail a little bit later in the video. Okay, so let's just scroll to the bottom. Now, the real power of Sentry logs is coming when your application scales. So here I have an example. Let's say you have built an e-commerce application, and imagine you have 50,000 users and you're getting 500 checkouts daily. And let's say some of them will fail, and definitely one of them, or at least a few of them, will fail. Now, if you use console log, you just have nothing, right? User will say, hey man, it did not work, I don't know what happened, and you're not able to, just find like what is happening. You're not able to trace it. But with Sentry logs, since you're gonna have all the logs in your dashboard, you can query something like, this user, let's say from Los Angeles, you would put the city, you would say last 24 hours, and where the message is something like payment failed. Or you can even add the user ID just to be more specific and get into the error and see all the details like what happened so that you can give a feedback to your user, right? So that's one of the examples. So here is another example scenario. Let's say you got a support ticket which says this user was not able to check out 2 hours ago. You would open up your Sentry dashboard and then you search for this specific user, right? And then you would see the exact timeline, like what happened, and then you can watch even the replay so that you can give a feedback to the user. You could say, okay, that was an issue in our end, or your card has failed, you need to talk with your bank or something like that. So we will see them in detail a little bit later in the video. At the moment, I'm just trying to make sure that we understand at least the general idea behind it, so that you're not like, why do we have Sentry in the first place? So here is another example with Sentry logs. You can send info, you can send warning, error, success, I think. We have, I think, even called fatal, and we're going to see them in detail. But here is an example Codebase or code block. You would send a message and then some text so that you can query it later if you need it. So you can say something like, show me all checkouts over $500 that are failed, right? So you would send the total in every single checkout info so that you know like which one failed, and you can do it with you can add a filter for the total or for the city, so on and so forth. Okay, so all in all, so overall, Sentry logs turn your application into a searchable and traceable system instead of a black box. The value explodes at scale when you need to debug issues across thousands of users, right? And I'll show you another example later in the video. So with this, now let's go ahead and visit Sentry. If you'd like to get $80 for free, you should use the link in the description. So let's say you visited that, you would sign up. In my case, I already have an account, so I'll just go ahead and sign in. And once you sign in, under the projects, you can create a new project. In my case, I already have, but we can start from scratch. Here I'll select React Native because this is the one that we are using. You have a bunch of different SDKs if you're interested. You can set your alert frequency. I'll just leave everything as default. For the project slug, maybe I can say something like study app. And then I'll say create the project. Now there is something called Sentry wizard. You can just copy it and paste it into your terminal. It's going to set up everything. But first it'll ask a couple of different questions. So I'll kill this. Let's say clear this up. So I just clear that. Now I will maximize my screen and paste this in. So if you run it for the first time, it might take you to the Sentry dashboard so that you can sign in and authenticate, and then it'll take you back to the terminal. So here it says you have all these files that you didn't really commit. Do you still want to continue? It is not going to override any of them, so I'll just say yes, it should be fine. So it's going to install Sentry React Native SDK. Alright, so here you can tell in my case it has failed. If in your case it did not fail, just follow along with the questions or like wait for me to get there. If it failed in your case as well, so let's go ahead and fix it by typing this out. So I'm going to just grab it. I had it right here. Where the hell is it? So it should be npm install. Basically, we are going to install this package manually. So let me just copy and paste it. So we're going to say npm install Sentry React Native, and we're going to add this flag called legacy peer deps. So this will install the package, and then we can run this command once again. So this is what we have copied right here. Okay, so I'll just say continue anyway. This time I'll say no because we already installed this package. Here it says you have an unsupported version of Expo SDK. I think that's fine. It should work anyways. So I'll say yes, I want to continue anyway. So it's going to authenticate us. Now we can go back to our terminal. Now it says, do you want to enable session replay? Yes, definitely. We would like to see the session replays later in the video. Do you want to get the feedback widget? Now this is the component. Let's just control click to it. So it is this component where your users can report a bug by putting their name, email, and explaining you what happened. I think that's a pretty cool component. If you wanted to, you can add it and take a look at the documentation. Like it's super easy to implement. You just say show the feedback widget. In my case, I'm going to ignore that. I'll just say no, but feel free to take a look at the documentation. Then we'll enable the logs, as I said. Here it says, did you apply the snippet above? What does that mean? Here under the layout, let's take a look at it. Did they add it? Let's open up the terminal. I'm going to copy this just in case. So I'm just trying to read it. Here it says basically take this code and put it in the root layout file. I'll just say yes, I have done it. Here it says could not find main app file. Okay, I'll just say yes, continue. Now, if you're using something like Cursor or Cloud Code, where you'd like to have some MCP server, you can say yes, go ahead and add this configuration. In this case, I'll just say no, but you can add it later anytime if you wish. Okay, so here I'll just say yes, everything is done successfully. Now let's go here under the root layout. We will just paste this code, right? So this is going to initialize the Sentry by passing our DSN. So this will basically connect to this project that we just created. Then we are using the logs. We are using the session replay. Now let's try to test this out by copying this button. I'll just put it in the home screen. And let me wrap this with the save area view. Import the button from React Native And let's get the Sentry as well. Say import everything as Sentry from right here. Now let's try to run our application. So while trying to run my application, I get some warnings. It says you should get these versions for these specific packages. So I'm going to copy it and go into my package JSON file. Let's find the Sentry React Native. Here I will add this part as my new version. I'll save. Let's do the same thing for this one called Babel preset expo. And here I'll just delete the extra space. Then we'll do the same thing for expo secure store. Okay, let's paste all of them. Then I will kill my application and I'll say npm install. So it'll get these latest versions. Okay, so a ton of other problems. Maybe we can say npm install -- legacy peer deps. Just like this. Hopefully it should be working out. Okay, now let's say clear this up, npx expo. And then we are going to run our application. Again, we have some problems. Now this is expected because we are running a preview version. It is not really stable. Let's try to fix this, like what is happening. So I just paused the video and try to see the issue. Here it says we cannot find this package, which is called expo-auth session. So here I'll say npm install, I'll paste this in, and let's say something like latest. And then I'll say -- legacy peer deps. Hopefully this should install it without any issues. And then we're going to run our application once again. I'll say press I. Okay, please work this time. Okay, we don't have any errors at the moment. I know that it was kind of annoying, but we hopefully make that work. We have a warning that we can, upgrade this version. But for now, I'm going to skip that. Let's go here. I even double checked some issues on GitHub, but that's not really needed at the moment. I'll get my simulator right here. Let's close everything and just say, try this out. Now what this should do is that it's going to send an error to our Sentry dashboard, right? And it is called as first error. Hopefully this should be captured. Let's go here now under the issues. As you can tell, we got the error just 17 seconds ago. So this is what is going to happen whenever one of your users has some errors. Let's say they clicked here and something failed. You will immediately see it on the Sentry dashboard, and you will even get an email immediately telling you that you have an issue so that you can set this up in Slack and assign it to one of your teammates. You can even do it on the Sentry dashboard. So here you can say priority is high. This should be fixed immediately because that's an error, and then you can assign it to one of your members. In my case, that's just me, but if you're in a real company, you can imagine that this would be a very long list where you can assign it to different users. And as soon as they are assigned, they're going to get an email or a Slack notification so they can immediately jump in here, see all the details, monitor it, and fix the code base. Alright, so that's the Sentry setup. That's the general idea behind it. Now that was a very simple error. Of course, you don't want to have test errors. You would like to have the actual errors in your application. This is something that we are going to implement later in the video. So we have under the Explorer, we have logs, replays, traces, and we'll get into them in a couple of minutes in the incoming sections. But for now, we can leave it here and let's take a look at the code base once again, what we have added. So that's the button, which is going to capture the exception so that you can see it in your Sentry dashboard. And this code block is also can be seen right here. It is literally here so that you know where the error is coming from. And then the other thing that we set up is the initialization, which is around 20 lines of code. So we import Sentry from the SDK, put our DSN. This could be an environment variable. We can do it later in the video. Then we have a couple of different, how do you call it? Like a couple of different configurations, right? With this, the Sentry setup is already clear and ready. Now we got some errors in the past and we fixed all of them. Normally you don't really get that many of errors. Actually, you don't get at all. But since this is a preview SDK that we are using, that's why we got these errors. Okay, so with that, hopefully I'll see you in the next section. Alright, so in this section, let's get started with the profile screen. Now this is mostly UI. There is not really too much functionality going on other than the sign out and fetching the user data and displaying it. Now we have things like notifications, saved resources, study history, and settings. These are the things that you can easily add once you complete this project. Okay, so here maybe take it as a challenge in your note, in your notes, so that you can implement them once you are done with this tutorial. So this is going to give you a really good base project, so you can, add on top of it the features that you would like to have. Okay, so with this, now let's jump into the profile.tsx and get started with it. Now, first off, I'd like to log in, and we had this issue whenever we logged in, we were getting the maximum depth error. Let's see if it has been fixed. I'll just try to continue. Hopefully it shouldn't happen. As you can tell, it is just working out. Now, the reason that that is not happening anymore is because we are successfully handling it under the tabs layout. So we take the user to the auth screen if they are not authenticated, and if they are authenticated, we take them to the tab screen. So there is not like an infinite loop going on. Now the icons are not visible. Maybe we should reload our application and it should be fixed, hopefully. Why this is the case? Under the tabs layout. So here, let's delete the selected color. Is it going to fix it? Okay, very strange. It should be working out. I'll reload once again. Let's kill this app, rerun it. I know that is just a stupid bug, so we should have the icons there eventually. Okay, so it is not visible, the embarrassing moment, but I promise we will fix it if they don't come up back, okay? So now let's jump into the profile screen and get started with the UI. This is what we have at the moment. Let's go right here. Maybe I'll wrap everything with the save area view component and make sure you import it from this package. Then we'll give the class name something like flex of 1 and maybe bg of background. Okay, that's the profile screen. So text is right here. Let's just say class name text of white. Okay, so it is right here as you can tell. Now what I'd like to do is going under the source, not under the app, but literally under the source. We will create a folder called something like lib, and within this we will create the theme.ts file. So a folder and then a file in it. Now I want you to visit the source code, copy this file and paste this in. Then I'll just walk you through it because it doesn't contain any logic other than some styles. So I know that that's very long, but I'll explain. Let's scroll to the top. Now, for now, let's just comment this out and even maybe like comment this entire thing. For now, just focus on the colors, okay? So these are the colors that we have in the Tailwind config.js. But you might be asking, why do we have it as an object if we already have it under the Tailwind config? So the reason is that in some places, you can't really use the colors from Tailwind config. So you have to have the same colors as an object. So that's why we are getting the exact same values and just putting under an object called colors. And then we have the custom theme. By using this, we are going to overwrite the theme coming from stream. So for video calling and chat messaging, we will have this purple theme instead of the stream white theme. Like stream comes up with a blue theme, not white. we don't really want to use that default blue theme. We'd like to use our purple theme, as you can tell right here. So that's why we are adding these extra classes. Once we get there, I'll explain it in detail, I promise. Just know that what it is doing, and that's it. I generated all of them with AI, so you don't need to memorize it. I don't even know it. Like, if you delete this part and tell me to type this out, I cannot really do it, which is fine. Okay, so for now we got the colors. We will be using them. Then we have one method called viewport. This will basically get the percent and convert it to, I don't know, like some formatted value, and we'll be using it later in the video. Okay, so that's it. Then we also have the dimensions, which is coming from React Native. With this, you can get the width and height of the window. So here we have also height, font scale, scale, but in this case, we are only interested in the width. Okay, so we're gonna be using these colors. I think we can also uppercase it, just like that, so that we know these are some hard-coded values. Now let's go under the profile.tsx and get started with the UI. Now, first off, I will get the sign out method because we'll be using it. So here from use auth, I'll just import it from Clerk. We'll get the sign out method. Then from use user hook, we're gonna get the current user so that we can display the user information. So go ahead and import them. Then we are going to delete this text. We don't really need it. Here I'll have the header component, which is this part. So it just says profile, right? So here I'll go ahead and create a view element. This is gonna get some classes. And let's try to import it right here. Okay, I'll say class name, maybe like padding x of 5 and padding y of 3. Within this, we're gonna have a text, which I'll say profile, and here are the classes, okay? So text color, font will be bold, and text size is around 24 pixels. That was the header. Now we will have the profile card. If you don't want to type this out, you can copy and paste from the source code, and then just watch me doing it step by step. We'll have the items centered class right here. Then I'll have the padding y of 5. Now within this, we'll have one more view. I'll say class name should be margin bottom of 3.5, and then we'll have the class name of relative. So within this, we're gonna have the image, user image, okay? So here I will say something like import the image component from expo image. We're gonna add the source. Here I'll say something like user.image URL, and then we can add the style. Here I'll just add the width, height, as well as the border radius. And image should be here immediately. Then you can also add the content fit, like cover or contain. I'll go with contain in this case. Okay, right below to the image, we can have, let's say, a view to show like this user is online. So that'll be the online indicator. And here we'll be using the position absolute. That's why we have relative right here. So this is a self-closed element. We have the width and height, the position, so absolute bottom and right of 2 pixels. It is right here. It's rounded, you know, the background color, border color, so on and so forth. Now, right after this indicator and right after this view, we're gonna have the user full name. So I'd like to put it under a text element. So here I'll say put the user full name. If this is not existed, we're gonna get the username, and even this is not existed, we can just put something like student. Most of the time, you will have at least one of them, but just in case, it is good to add, you know, like a fallback value. Then we can put the user email address. So right after this text, I will get these classes, and then we'll say user.primary email address, and from there we will get this value. So these fields are what Clerk stores. So we're just grabbing it from the Clerk. Now next we're gonna have this kind of like badge where it says 7-day study streak. This could be one of the features that you can implement where you basically keep track of the days that user logs in consistently. So let's say they are logged in for the last 4 days. Here you would say 4-day study streak, right? Something like that. Here it's going to be hard-coded, but you can always add this feature once you complete this tutorial. Okay, so right below to this text, I'll just paste it. Then we'll be using the ion icons from Expo, and the icon that I'll be using will be flame. So just like that, that's the output we would like to have. Now, next, we would like to add the stats. So they're going to be side by side. We can use flex row for it, right? Here, I'll go into VS Code after this view and maybe even after this one. So shrink the profile card. Go right here. I'll grab it from the source code. It is like 10 lines of code. We have 3 different views for every single stat, right? Okay, so these are the stats. Next, we're going to have a couple of different menu items. So we have notifications, saved resources, study history, and settings. Now, as you can tell, they all have a different label, right? They have a different icon, and they also have a different color, like purple, red, green, and gray. So instead of creating them one by one, I'll just create an array at the very top of this file. I'll get it from the source code. It is like 4 lines of code. We have menu items, and as you can tell, we have the colors, labels, and icons. And we're gonna get the colors from the file we just created. So from the, where was it? From the theme. Let me copy it and paste it for all of them. So this is getting the primary color, accent, accent secondary, and text muted. So in order, they are these colors, right? Primary, accent, so on and so forth. Okay, so now we are going to map through it. Let's go at the very bottom, right after the stats. I'll just say menu items. And here, again, I'll just grab it from the source code. It's super simple, nothing complicated, and I'll just walk you through it. So basically, every one of these items is a pressable, so it's a button. We pass the key, so React is happy with us. Then we add the class name. Here, I'll just add the color. So from the colors, we'll just get the text subtle for this icon, for the icon color. Okay, so every one of them is a pressable. Now, as you can tell on this style, for the background color, we add 15 at the end so that it is getting some opacity. If you don't add it, notice how it's going to be the color itself. So by adding this, we add opacity so that icon is visible and background is subtle. So everything is done. The only thing we are missing is the sign out functionality. So I'm going to go right below to the menu items. We can shrink this. And then here, I'll just say sign out button. And I'm going to paste this in. Once again, this is just a pressable with some classes. Let's get the colors. The color will be danger, which is the red color. And at the moment, if you click to it, nothing happens. What we can do is adding an onPress handler. So say onPress, we would like to do something. We already have the sign-out method right here. So you can just say call the sign-out method onPress. But instead of only doing it in this way, I'd like to set up Sentry here so that we can listen for the errors, just in case if a user is not able to sign out. So this is another example of Sentry. Here we'll have a try and catch block. I'll make this to be an async method. Under the try, first we'll just say call the sign-out method and await it. Now, if it is done successfully, we can just say Sentry, and we need to import it. So import everything as Sentry, and we should get it from @Sentry React Native. So here I'll say Sentry.logger. This is how we can use logs, and we'll just say this is an info log, right? And here we'll say the message is something like user signed out successfully, and you can add the user ID as the attribute or the tag. So here I'll say user ID is user.id. Let's add the question mark just to make it happy. Then under the catch, this is where we got some errors, right? Here you would like to say Sentry.logger, but this time it'll be error. So in total you have 6 different 6 different variations like debug, error, fatal, info, trace, and warning. We'll be using error, let's say error signing out. You can add the error itself as well as the user ID so that you know which user failed. Okay, so I think that's the catch block. Now we will add one more thing. So this is for logging only, right? We also want to capture this as an exception so that we can see it right here. Let me go back to my Sentry dashboard. So if you capture it as an exception, you can see it right here under the feed. Okay, so that's why we don't really want to only have it as log, but also as an exception. So I'll say Sentry dot capture exception like this, and I'll just put the error, whatever that is. I think this should be within the catch, right? So right here, and then I'll show an alert to the user. I'll say alert, something like that's the title, and then we can say signing out failed, please try again. Okay, so let's save. Now hopefully this should not fail most of the time, like 99% of the time, but just in case if it fails, we would like to immediately get an email from Sentry and also see it in our logs so that we can query it, right? Okay, so I'll save and I will click to it. We are signed out immediately, we are in the home screen, and now we can log in once again. So with this, I think we are completely done with the profile screen. It doesn't contain any logic, as I said, it is just one functionality where we can sign out, and this is something that is coming from Clerk, so we are only using the method. And then we are displaying the user information. The rest of it is static data. You can always add more features once you complete this project. And I am also aware that we don't have the icons. I know this is a stupid bug, maybe you don't have it at the moment. In either case, we will fix it later in the video. It should be a simple fix. Now, just before we end this section, let's try to open up our terminal and commit everything so that we, at least have some history in our commit history. So here, I'll just go ahead and say git add everything. And just before I commit that, let's make sure that our .env file is ignored, as you can tell. And I think here Sentry put the auth token. So it is using it behind the scenes. You don't need to think about this, but this is a secret. You shouldn't really share this with anyone else, okay? So we added everything, and I think we can delete this. That was when I got the error when setting up the Sentry wizard. So basically it put the logs. I'm going to delete that. And here, once again, I'll just say git add everything. And I'll say git commit -m. Here I'll say something like maybe auth screen and native tabs. And let's say profile screen added. Here instead of adding comma, I'll just say end. Okay, so with this, let's try to commit our changes, and we can create a GitHub repo and push this to there as well. So here I'm on GitHub. I just said create a new repository. For the name, let's say something like study app expo. For now, I'll make it private. When you're watching this video, it's going to be public, but for now, I'll go with private. Let's say create the repository. I'll copy this and paste it into my terminal. What this will do is basically it'll get the current repository we have locally, and it's going to push it to our GitHub account, right? To this specific repo. Once it is done, I think in our case that's done, you can refresh and you should be able to see the code that you have right here. And don't forget to give a star to this repo because it's completely free. Alright, so with this, hopefully I'll see you in the next section. Alright, so this is where we left. Now in this section, we would like to implement chat messaging. Now it's not really that easy to go ahead and implement, immediately build the UI. Of course, we are going to make it to be easy. We'll just go step by step. But first we have to set up a couple of different things. So before we get into coding, let's take a look at the Stream documentation. So as you already know, for the chat messaging and video calling features, we are going to be using Stream so that our application can scale to billions of users, right? Now here, just go ahead and visit the products, chat messaging, and from here, SDKs say React Native. Now from here, we will start the Expo tutorial. If you don't want to go all the way, all these steps, I'll just provide this link in the description. You can immediately click to it and be on this screen. Okay, so here they have a pretty long tutorial where they take you step by step until you get an actual working chat application. I'll just try to walk you through it in my way. Okay, so we will make some stuff differently, but the general idea will be the same. So let's scroll to the top and see the very first step. So here it says create an Expo application. We already have it, so we're gonna skip that. But we can get the next step, which is to install the SDK. So I'll copy it, go into my terminal, I'll kill this app with Control Z. Let's clear this up, not Control Z, but I meant Control C, right? Anyways, now we'll just clear this up. I'll paste this in. So this is going to install the package. And then the next step is they say go ahead and install all these packages. So I think I'll just copy it as well, just like that. And I'll paste it right here, I was going to say, but looks like something failed. Okay, so I think we can do the same fix that we have done in the past. We'll just say --legacy -peer deps, just like this. Okay, so let's run it. Hopefully this time it should work. Why this did not work? Peer deps. Do I have a typo? Did you mean npx expo install stream chat? Okay, so I'll just copy this one. Let's see if this is the correct one. Hopefully it should work out without any issues. Okay, here we go. That's the correct one. So you need to have extra double dashes. I'll just zoom in. So this is the entire command, okay? The entire script. So I'll copy this one and paste it as well. Let's see if this is going to fail. If it fails, we're going to do the same thing. Okay, looks like it failed. I'll clear this up and run it again, but this time at the very end, let's do it once again. --one space --legacy peer deps. Okay, so it looks like it is working. Now we'll go ahead and get the next step. So they say you should visit the babel config.js file, which is this one. And here under the plugins, so here we have presets, but they say you should add the plugins as well. And you should have the, React Native worklet plugin at the very end. Now here they say, first off, put the React Native reanimated. But if you're using version greater than 4, which is what we are using, let's double check. I'll open up my package.json. Let's say reanimated. Okay, so we're using version 4 and greater. So we're not going to be doing this, instead this part. So I'll copy it right after the presets. So we have a comma. I'll paste this in and we can delete this comment. Okay, so I think with this, are we done? Yeah, now we can start the application. But one more thing, this is optional, but very, very recommended. We would like to add the TypeScript types. So I'll copy this file name. We will go under the root and I will paste this in, which is called custom types declaration.ts. And just get this file so that TypeScript knows the types of stream, right? Okay. So this is something that you don't need to worry about. It is just about the types so that our code base is a little bit more clean. It is type safe, let's say. Okay, so what else? They say install all these packages, but we already have them. When you run expo init, when we say npx create-expo-app, all these packages are installed. So we can skip this section. Next, they say, okay, install it, which is called React Native Gesture Handler. under the root layout. So let's just scroll to the bottom. This is something that we already have. So we are gonna wrap our entire application with this component. So I'm going to copy it and go under the root layout. So by the way, we are just following the tutorial at the moment because we need to install the packages, wrap our application so that in our entire application we can use these stream functionalities, right? So just follow along with me. So far I think nothing is complicated, right? We just added the plugin and created a file for types, and then we just installed a couple of different packages. Okay, now we'll go under the source, app, root layout. Let's scroll to the top. I'm going to paste this in, which is the import for the gesture handler. So I think Stream needs it so that it can give the best experience to the users. And we would like to wrap our entire application. And here for the style, they're just using flex of 1. So I'll go here, wrap my entire stack element with it, and I'm going to delete the style. Instead, I'll just say class name. It should be flex-1. Okay, so that was the first step. Once again, we wrapped our entire application with this element because Stream needs it behind the scenes so that it can give this, custom gesture, like how do we call it? Custom gestures for Stream. Let's put it in this way. Okay, so we'll go here and let's see the next step. Now, Stream wants you to authenticate the users. So you need to create a token. For you to be able to test this out without a backend, they give you some hard-coded values. You can copy it and test this out, but in real world, you would like to have an endpoint so that you can authenticate the users. This is what we'll be doing. So I don't really want to use this hard-coded data. Instead, we are going to build a proper API route. Now, thankfully, Expo has something called API routes, so you don't really need to build an entire backend. So I'll just walk you through it. Basically, you need to have a file that ends with plus api.ts or JS. It should contain this part so that Expo understands that this is an endpoint. Let's go ahead and test this out. So I'll just copy this file, okay? So we'll go here, let's say under the app, you can just create it right here. Let's say hello plus api.ts, paste this in, which is just a function that is get request, we get the request object, and as the response, we say hello world. Now, how do we test this out? Well, we'll just go here, let's scroll to the bottom. They say go under the app.json, make the web output to be equal to server. So I'll go here, app.json, let's find the web. Output is not going to be static, but it should be server, right? So here, I'll go ahead, type this out, and I think we should be good to go. Now we can test this out. So here I'll copy this, which will basically send a GET request to this endpoint. So whatever the file name is, in this case it is hello, the endpoint is going to be hello, right? Here I'll paste this in, we sent a GET request, looks like it failed. Should we run the application? I think we should be able to first run the application, and then we can call that endpoint in a different terminal. So I'm just going to run it, and then here I'll paste this in. Now, as you can tell, we get the hello world as the response. So that means you don't really need to create a separate backend with something like Node.js, Python, Java. Well, you don't really need it. Just put it under the app and make it ends with plus API. And honestly, this is one of my favorite features of Expo. Now, let's say you're gonna have a bunch of different API routes, right? So let's say we copy this file and paste this in multiple times. Now, we don't really want to have all of them in the root, right? So a better practice would be you would create an API folder right here and then take all of them, put it within that, right? So you don't have to do it, but I think this looks a lot more cleaner. So you can have all of your API routes. Now, of course, we don't really need any of these. Let's delete them. That was just for testing purposes. But here we will create two different endpoints. One is to get a token, and the other one is to sync the user. I'll explain what that is, but first let's create token plus api.ts file. So as I said, we are going to call stream so that we can get these, let's say the JSON web token, okay? So we're going to get the user token and we're going to authenticate it right here within this file. Instead of using the hard-coded data, in the real world, this is what you would like to implement. Okay, now we would like to say import the stream chat. I'll paste this in. We're going to get it from this SDK. And then we would like to get our API key. So I'll say API key. This should be equal to process.env. It should be expo_public. Let's say stream underscore API key. So we are going to create this under the .env.local. And then the other one that we will get is the stream secret underscore key. Now, where are we going to get these values? Of course, under the stream dashboard. So go ahead and log in. You can find the link in the description. This is going to take us to the dashboard. I think they have a new dashboard that is called the beta at the moment, but the functionality is the same. Basically, we will create an application. For the name, I'll just say Study App Expo. You can call it anything. Select a region. Now I think this is the one that I am closest at the moment. Just create the application, which is right here. Now we can get the API keys. First off, I'll click to the app. Under the API keys, this is the publishable key. So we can put it right here. And this is the secret key. So I'll copy it. Don't try to use mine because I will delete it before publishing this video. Just use your secret key. Okay, so we have these values. Now we're going to be using it so that we can connect to our application, right? Because if you think about it, like there are millions of different stream applications. How do you connect to your own application? Well, by using this API key as well as the secret. Okay, so that's the API key. I'll just duplicate it. This is how we called it, stream secret key. So I'll say process.env stream secret key, and let's say this should be called as secret underscore key. Okay, now we'll go ahead and do the same thing as we did in the hello file. So we'll say give us a function, and name of the function is going to be post because this will be a post request. Previously it was get, but this is going to be post, and here we will get the request, if I can type it correctly, and type of this will be request, just like that. Now within this method, we would like to get the stream client. Let me just zoom in, by the way. Okay, so we're gonna say stream chat.get instance, and we're gonna pass the API key as well as the secret key. Now here, what does client mean in the first place, right? What is client? So you can think of it like an instance that allows you to communicate with your stream project, okay? So think of it like a guy, okay? So he is trying to help you so that you can communicate with this specific application. So you can create users, channels, messages, make video calls, so on and so forth, right? So that's the client. Now here it says this could be undefined. So let's just say, let's typecast this as string, and let's do it for this one as well. Okay, so we got the client. Now we will say const body, and we'll just say await request.json. So whenever you call this endpoint, you would like to send some data, right? And from this body, we can grab it. So I'll get the user ID, which will be body.user ID. And you can even add the question mark just to, just to have a safe code base. And then here we'll say if there is not a user ID, we can throw an error, right? Or, have a response, but 400 as the status code. So I'll say return out of this method, send the message where we say user ID is required and status is 400. But if this is not the case, that means we got the user ID, so we can just create a token. So we'll say client create token, and we'll pass the user ID. so that we can get a token for this specific user. And then finally, we'll just say return response.json, and we are going to return the token. And let's even send the user ID. I don't know if it's needed, but I think probably not. It's not really needed because client already had it. So I'll just get the token only. You can also set the status as 200, which means success. Okay, so once again, here I'd like to put a quick diagram. So we are using Clerk for the authentication, right? This is for users to be able to sign in so that they can see this screen, right? They don't really stay on the authentication screen. And they have a token, they can sign out, things like that. And then we are also using Stream. Now Stream says, I want you to authenticate the users. So it says, if you don't authenticate the users, you will not be able to use my functions, okay? So here it says, I give you a test token that you can use, but in your own application, in real world, you should have the implementation. And this is what we have just implemented, right? 20 lines of code where we get the user ID from the client and create a token, send it back to the client, okay? I hope that makes sense. Later in the video, we're gonna call this endpoint. I'll just give you an example. Let's say we'll say fetch. We are gonna send let's say a post request to this endpoint called /token. So here, just imagine we'll say method will be post, and for the headers, we'll have this part. For the body, what are we sending? It is called user ID. So here you would have user ID and then pass the Clerk user ID, right? And then you will get a response back. Let's say we will await it and we'll get the data. Finally, we'll just get this stream token so that we can authenticate the user on stream. So I hope everything makes sense so far. If not, we will see it in detail a little bit later in the video. But just know that this is the file, this is the endpoint where we are creating a stream token so that users will be authenticated with stream. Now, while we are here, while we are implementing the API routes, I would like to create another one. So I will say sync-user plus api.ts. Now, this is the file where we will implement the user synchronization. So if you think about it, at the moment, we are storing the users in our Clerk dashboard, right? So here I'll just say Clerk. When users are signing up, we store them right here, right? But we also want to have it on the stream dashboard. So we will take the user from here and save it to here as well. And by the way, this is the stream dashboard. So we're going to take the users and save it right here as well. So we will store the users both in Clerk and stream dashboard. Now, initially, we have them only in the Clerk, right? So we'd like to take it from here and do the synchronization. For this, as usual, we will get the stream chat as the import. And just like here, I'll copy them and paste it right here. Then we will get the method. So I'll say export async function. This will be post method as well. And just like here, we'll get the request as well. Now, once again, we're going to get the client. So this is the stream client. Looks like did I delete this stream chat? How did that happen, sir? I'll go here, import it, and we should be good to go. Now, once again, we're going to get the body. This is kind of like repetitive. And then from here, from the body, let's say we're going to get the user ID, we'll get the name, and we'll get the image, okay? So this is the user information coming from Clerk. So here I'll just say if there is not a user ID, I'll say user ID is required. Just like that. But if we have these fields, we can run a try and catch block. Under the try, there is a method. Under the client, there is a method called observed user. This is coming from stream so that you can save the users to stream dashboard. So here you need to pass the ID, name, as well as the image. And this is what we're going to pass. Just in case if this is undefined, we will say name of this user is called as guest. And here I'll say return the response where we say success of true, and we'll send the user ID. Now under the catch, we can implement Sentry. So instead of just adding a console log, we would like to actually capture an exception so that we can immediately get a notification and fix it. So yeah, that's the gist of it. So here I just add a console.error for testing purposes for debugging, but we also want to implement the Sentry. So I'll import it from our SDK, and here I'll just capture an exception. And you can add some extra data like what was the user ID, name, as well as the image, so that you know which user failed specifically. And then here we'll just return a response as well. This will be 500, and we'll say failed to sync the user. Okay, so with this, now we have our API routes. Okay, so we have two different endpoints that we're going to be calling later in the video. Both of them are post methods. One is going to sync the user from Clerk to stream, and the other one is going to create a token so that user is authenticated in stream. Now here we can follow along with the rest of the tutorial, but I'd like to keep it simple. This should be the section for the API routes, so you can always come back to here and learn about it specifically. So for that reason, I'll leave the section right here. Let's go ahead and add some commits. Here I'll say git add everything. Let's, for the message, say something like API routes added. And then I'll say git push. Okay, so that's it. Let's leave this section right here, and hopefully I'll see you in the next one so that we can implement the rest of the functionality or the setup so that we can have chat messaging working. So I'll see you in the next section. Alright, so welcome back. This is where we left. In the previous section, we have implemented our API routes. Now here we will follow along with the rest of the tutorial. Now they say you should create a ChatWrapper file. This is what we'll do, but first let's scroll to the bottom. We would like to create an app context. So this is the file that we're gonna need for the global state. As you already know from React, whenever you have a context, basically you have a provider so that you can provide some fields that could be a function or a value to your entire application, right? This is going to be the global state. Here I can visualize it pretty quickly if you don't remember it. Let's say we have the parent component. Let's say this is app.jsx. Then you have one child, another child, and then let's say this has some childs, right? This has some, they have some children, and let's say you would like to use a state that is right here, but you would like to use it in this component. So you have to first take it up here, then from here send it to this one, and then this one, which is not really convenient. But instead of doing it in all this way, right, you can create a global state that is right here and everyone can access to it, right? So you don't need to take it to here first and then all the way up to here. So I hope that makes sense. That's the global state. You create it in one place so that you can use it in any place that you wish, okay? So you'll just say, hey, if you wanted to use it, take it. If you want to use it, just take it. Okay, I hope that makes sense. That's the basics of React context. And now we'll see how to use it. I'll copy this entire file. This is actually pretty cool and well done. We'll just go under the source. Let's create a folder called contexts. And then we'll create this file called AppProvider.ts. Or did I call it like tsx? I think we can call it as tsx. That's fine. Now I'll paste the content. Here, as you can tell, TypeScript is not really happy with us. So let's try to make it type safe. And then I'll explain what is going on. Or maybe first I can explain and then we can add the types. So what is going on here? First off, we are calling the create-context method from React. You can also do it in this way if you really wanted to. You would just import it from React. And then we have an object. So this is to make it type safe. You know, that's the initial value that we are passing, where the channel has null as the value. Then we have the set channel. This is the setter method. Then thread, as well as the set thread. So if you think about it, in our application, we're going to have a channel so that we know which user that we are messaging to, right? And then we're gonna have a specific thread. Initially, they are gonna be null, but with this method, we can always update them. And then we have the AppProvider, right? That's the functional component, which is taking the children, and it is going to wrap our entire application with these values. So we'll go here under the root layout. Let's say we are gonna wrap everything with the AppProvider component. Let me just wrap it. Now within our entire application, we can use these values, right? So let's say you want to go here under the tabs, under the explore file, you can just call this hook called use app context right here. And now you can destructure these values. So you can get the channel. So you can get the channel, set channel, thread, and set thread. It is not type safe, so let's try to add our TypeScript types. Here I'll go ahead, say, first off, children is type of React.React node, right? Now the other thing, here I think we can say, add a generic, and we're gonna add the type. So here I'll create a type, let's say app context type. I'll just get it from AI, let's say channel. Instead of saying any, let's say this could be null, or it could be channel type. And this is gonna be coming from stream, just like that. So we'll import these as a type. And I'll just say this could be type of channel, or initially it could be null. Then we'll do the similar thing for the thread. So it could be local message or null. Then we have the set channel and set thread, which are basically methods that they don't return anything. And then here we'll go ahead and add the type that is called app context type. Now with this, I believe TypeScript should be happy with us. What is going on? I think we also need to make this part type safe. We'll say the value of the channel, let's say initially it'll be null. And here we can say this could be type of channel or it could be null. Let's do the same thing for this one. So thread is going to be having the type called local channel. Now with this, you can save it and then you can go here. You will see that everything is type safe. Let's first import this. And then you can get all these fields. It's completely type safe. Now, this is how easy it is to use a context. Let's say you would like to get the channel in profile screen. You can just copy this line, go right here and paste this in, import this hook, and you're good to go. Okay, so that's how cool it is. But for now, we don't really need them. So I'll just delete them from these files. Okay, so once again, I'd like to explain. That's the type that we created. This is TypeScript specific. You don't have to understand it completely if you're not interested in TypeScript. Okay, so this has nothing to do with React Native or React. Then we have the create context. We add our generic so that TypeScript is happy. Then we have our initial values, right? Then within the app provider, we have our states. We are passing them into the provider and wrapping our children with this component. Then under the root layout, we are using the app provider itself, right? So within our entire application, we can use these values. And to be able to use them, we have a hook that is called use app context. Okay, so we can just come here, once again, call this hook, and then destructure these values. Okay, so that's the app provider. Now we would like to have another component. We will go under the source. I'll create a folder called components. Within this, we will have the ChatWrapper.tsx file. Now within this file, we are going to call our API endpoints, and we will also check if user is authenticated or not. If you take a look at the documentation, they have a pretty simple file because they are using the hard-coded data. In our case, our file will be a little bit longer than this, but the general idea is the same. we would like to get the children and wrap it with the chat component as well as overlay provider. These are coming from Stream SDK, okay? So let's go here under the ChatWrapper and I'll try to walk you through it. So first off, I'll say RNFE. We don't really need to get the view or the text component because here we would like to get the children. And let's make TypeScript happy. We'll say children is type of React node. And right here we'll say, chat client. This is a component that we will create in a second. And within this, we are going to render the children. Now we can save this file and go under the root layout. Here we will wrap everything with the ChatWrapper element or the component. Okay, so just like this, if you take a look at the documentation, this is what they are doing as well. Under the root layout, right, under this file, app is wrapped with the ChatWrapper. So we have ChatWrapper, AppProvider, and then the stack element. This is exactly what we have right here. Now we will go under the chatwrapper.tsx file and let's try to create this component called the chat client. So I'll just say RNFE. For now, let's delete everything. I'll say this is going to be called as the chat client. And let's just return null for now. And here at the very top, I will get the API key from the .env file, which is, I think, the public stream API key. Okay, so we're going to be using it in the client. Here I'll say const API key, and let me actually make it uppercase. And I'll just even say something like stream API key. Here we put the exclamation point just to say, TypeScript, this is not undefined, okay? We always have this value. So that's the API key. Now we're going to be using it. First off, let's have a method. I'll say sync user to stream. And within this method, we are going to call our endpoint, which is this one. So we're going to pass the user data, which is user ID, name, and image, and it's going to save it to stream, right? So let's go here. I'll say maybe async. This is going to be a method where we'll get the user, and let's put the type. I'll say user resource. Now you can import the type from Clerk. So I'll just say import type that is called user resource. Let's say from at Clerk-expo. Is it correct? I think this should be types. Okay, so that's the user object that we're gonna get. Within this, I'll have a try and catch block. Under the try, we're gonna call the fetch method by passing our endpoint. Now it is under the API folder, so we'll say /API/ and then the name of the file, which is sync-user. And then we're gonna have the object. Now here you don't really want to put the plus API because it is not needed. Okay, so here I'll say method is equal to post. And then we'll say headers is going to be application JSON. So I'll just paste this in. And then we'd like to pass the data. So I'll say body, let's JSON.stringify it. This will get an object. So we're going to pass the user ID. So that's the key, right? This is what we're expecting right here. That's the key. Then we're going to get the name and then the image. So this user ID is coming from the user object, which is the Clerk user, right? Then we'll have the name. Now for the name, this is what I'll pass. Let me just zoom out. Now, first off, we're going to check if user has a full name. If this is null, we're going to get the username. If that's null, we're going to get the email address and we'll just get the first part. Let's say if it is equal to john@gmail.com. Oops, what have I done? Let's say if it is like this, we're going to split it by the add element and we're going to get this part, okay? So this is what we are doing right here. Then finally, I'll say image. It should be user.image URL. And I'll just try to zoom in. So that's our try block. Now under the catch, let's just say console.log or even console.error. For debugging purposes, we can put something like fail to sync user to stream, and we can display the error right here. Okay, so that's the method we are going to be calling it. Now within the chat client, we'll go right here, we will get the children, and we'll also get the user. Now let's put the types. We'll say, again, children is type of React node, and then user is type of user resource. Okay, now here, what do we want to do first? First off, I'll just run a use effect so that we can sync the user from Clerk to stream. So instead of returning null, I'll just say, give me a use effect. So we are gonna run this whenever the user object updates. Now we can go right here within the use effect. We can just say call this method and pass the user into it. Now this might run 2 times, right? We don't really want to run this multiple times. So for this, I will just create one ref. I'll say synced ref, and this is gonna be a use ref. Let's import it. Initially, let's say that's equal to false. And here I'll say only run this method. Sorry, I just accidentally scrolled. Here I'll say if, the synced ref dot current, if this is not done already, right? If it is equal to false, only then we would like to run this method. And then we want to make this to be equal to true. So I'll say synced ref dot current, that should be equal to true. So once again, the reason that we are running this if check, so I'll just say this if statement is needed so that we don't run this method multiple times, okay? So only just once. Okay, so that's one thing. Now the other thing, here we need to pass the user into this component. And we're gonna get this user from Clerk. So I'll just call my hook that is called use user, right? Let's import it from Clerk. We will get the is loaded field as well. Now here I'll just say if it is not loaded, in this case you can just return a text saying something like loading, but instead I'll have a component, let's say full screen loader. And here this will get a message. Let's say something like loading chat and then 3 dots. And here I'll say if there is not user, which means user is not authenticated. So in this case, we'll just say return. And instead of returning the chat client, we'll just return the children as it is. Because this means user is not authenticated, we will just show them the authentication screen, right? So we don't want to show them the chat related stuff if they are not authenticated. So here I'll just add a comment as well so that you can have it in the source code. If user is not signed in, just render the children directly, which is going to be the authentication screen in this case. Let's pass the user right here, and then we will go ahead get this component called full screen loader. And why this is not happy, I think it says you are not returning anything here. For now we can just say return something like this. Okay, so TypeScript is happy, but we will fix this part. Now let's copy this name. We will create it under the components. I'll say .tsx. Now we can grab this component from the source code. It is like 10 lines of code. I'll just paste this in where we get the colors. And we are basically returning an activity indicator. So let me show you if we have it under the diagrams. Okay, so that's the full screen loader component. We have the activity indicator and then a text, right? Which is the message itself. As you can tell, we are getting the message and displaying it under the text. We have this component and we are using the primary color for it. So that's it, super simple component. Now let's go here and try to import this component. So we are done with the ChatWrapper component, but we need to build the rest of the chat client component. So once again, this is going to handle the loading state, the authentication state, and if user is authenticated, it's going to run this part so that we can, sync the user and maybe create a stream client. So here, let's go ahead and import a component. Actually, 3 different components. So we're going to get the chat, overlay provider, and then a hook that is called use create chat client. They are coming from stream chat expo. Now I'll just scroll down. Right after the use effect, I'll just paste a method. Now this method is going to be calling our API endpoint, which is called token, right? So this is going to pass the user ID, and this API route is going to return us a token. So I'll just paste this in, maybe 5 lines of code. As you can tell, it is a fetch request to this endpoint. Method is post. Here are the headers, and we are passing the user ID because this is what we are expecting, right? From the body, we're getting the user ID. Okay, then we're going to get the data, and this is going to return the token out of it. Now we will use this method in a second. Let's go and say something like const chat client. Maybe I can zoom in. So I'll say chat client, and we're going to call this hook, which is called use create chat client. Wait, did we import something else? Wait, didn't I just imported them? Like I'm getting crazy or what? Yeah, I think I just imported all of them, right? It was right here. I'll save. Okay, so whenever I save, looks like the things that I'm not using is gone, but that's fine. Okay, so sorry for the confusion. Basically, go ahead and import this hook from stream, okay? So I'll zoom in. We're gonna call this hook, and then this is gonna get an object where we would like to pass the API key, which is this API key that we have right here that is called stream API key. Okay, then we need to pass the user data. So here I'll say user data. And this is going to get the ID, which is user.id. Then we're going to pass the name. And I'll just do it just like here. And finally, we're going to pass the image. Let's say user.image URL. Now, after the user data, finally, we're going to pass the token or provider. And we're going to pass our token provider method. So basically, stream is going to call this method, which is calling our API endpoint to get a token. So remember how they give us a hard-coded token in the documentation, right? That was for testing purposes. But in our application, we are getting this token like it is an actual token, right? We are creating it in our endpoint. Okay, now we're going to be using this chat client in a second. First off, let's just say if for some reason this failed and if we don't have the chat client, we can just return, a full screen loader until it gets the value, right? Here I'll say message should be something like loading chat and I'll put 3 dots. But if this is not the case, that means we have the chat client. Then in this case, we can return this part, which will be the overlay provider. So import this component. Then here I'll say within this we'll have the chat component. Again, within this we will have the children. And this is going to get some props like the client will be equal to chat client. And then this is going to get the style. So here is the part where we have the theme that I said we'll be using this object, right? Now go ahead, select everything, like at the very end, and uncomment this. So here I think we are using the colors. Let me just fix them because we uppercase that, right? I'll just try to select every single one of them and I'll say colors. Alright, so I just fixed them where every one of them is uppercased. If you just copy and paste from the source code, you're not going to get this problem because you will see the latest version. Okay, so that's the entire thing. Now let's save. We'll be using this study buddy theme right here. Okay, so just go ahead, import it and pass it right here. Then we'll do the same thing up here as well. I'll say value. It should be an object. Here we'll say style. Again, study buddy theme. Now with this, we are completely done with this file. Now let's take a look at the root layout, and I'll just try to give you a quick walkthrough of what we have done. So here we wrapped our entire application with the AppProvider as well as the ChatWrapper. Now AppProvider is pretty easy to understand. We just have two different states that are global so that we can use it in our application later in the project, right? Okay, so we wrapped our entire app with this provider so that we can have these global states. And then we wrapped everything, like on top of it, we have the chat wrapper, which is going to provide us the stream chat component, right? So that we can use chat messaging, video calling, or maybe not video calling, just the chat messaging, anything related to real-time messages. Because for video calling, later we will add another provider. For now, just know that this is for chat messaging. And we also have some extra features like authenticating the users and also syncing them up by calling our endpoint. Okay, so I hope it makes sense. Now we will go and try to reload our application, because at the moment, if you take a look at it, we have the user in the Clerk dashboard, but not in Stream dashboard, right? But after this setup, hopefully it should be working out. It should take the user and save it to Stream as well. I'll go ahead and reload my application, or maybe I'll press I so that it can restart it. So it's going to bundle the application. We see the activity indicator until it can load it, right? And then it takes us to right here. Now, I am assuming that it saved the user to the stream. Let's try to double check and see if this is the case. So I am in my stream dashboard. Instead of looking at the beta, I'll go into the previous version because right here I cannot see it. Since it is in beta, maybe that's the reason. At the time that you're watching, maybe you're able to see the user right here, but I'll go into the previous dashboard. So basically delete the beta version from the URL. Then select your application, which is Study App Expo. And then here under the chat messaging, Explorer, we should have some users. So the first one is yourself, which is the admin. It is the user you created this account, right? But the other one is the user coming from Clerk. So as you can tell, it is this exact user that I have. So name, last name, we have the email. I don't know if we saved the email. I think we didn't, but we saved the user ID. Let's double check if this is the same ID as this one. So I will say, like, I'll get the user ID, which is Clerk ID. I'll paste it right here, and I'll copy this user ID and just paste it right next to it. As you can tell, it is the exact same ID, right? So that means we got this user from Clerk and save it to Stream dashboard. Now with this, we are completely done with the Stream setup. That means we can go ahead and get started with the UI and the functionalities. Because if you think about it, within our entire application, now we are able to access to Stream functionalities, right? Because we wrapped our entire screen, our entire application with these components that are ChatWrapper as well as the AppProvider. Now we can go here under the source, under the app, and under the tabs, or even any in the rest of it, we can just use these components coming from Stream so that we can have real-time messaging. So for now, I will leave this section right here. Let's just add a commit. I'll close everything, maybe open up my terminal. Here I'll say git add everything. You can also do it from right here, right? You would just say stage everything. Like initially it would look like this. You would say stage everything and then add a commit message. Let's say something like, I don't know, AppProvider and ChatWrapper added. And then we can commit this. Then I'll just say sync the changes. This should basically take our latest changes and push it to our GitHub repo. So I'll go ahead and open this up. As you can tell, it just says you got the latest commit just now. So with this, I'm gonna leave this section right here and hopefully see you in the next one. So in this section, let's get started with the chat screen. So here we will basically have a header component where we say something like good evening, good morning, good night, things like that. And then we're gonna have a search bar and then a list of the chats that we have with other users. Okay, so this is what we'll have on this screen. Now it'll be actually pretty easy to build, maybe like 100 lines of code and that's it. First off, I'll go under the source, under the lib. I will create a file called utils.ts. And here I'll just have a method where it says, either good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on the hour. Okay, so this is gonna get a date. By default, it'll be equal to new date if user doesn't pass anything. And here we just add the type. If you didn't use TypeScript, it would look like this. So here you would say maybe the default value should be equal to new date. But since we are using TypeScript, we say type of this will be date, and this is going to return a string. Okay, so that's it for this method. You can copy it and paste it from the source code. Then we'll go under the tabs and under the index.tsx. Then we'll get started with this component. Now let's delete everything, just leave the safe area view for now, and I'll say class name. It could be something like flex of 1, so it is taking the entire screen, and I'll say BG of background. So we're gonna get that color. And then I'll have the header component, which is this part. So this is what I call the header component. And I'll just put them side by side like this. And let's try to save this file. Okay, that's what we have at the moment. Within the save area view, I'll just get it from the source code. It is super simple. We just have a view element, a text element with some styling. We have this method, and then we're gonna get the first name of the user. So first off, we can get the user from Clerk. So I'll say const grab the user from use user hook. And then I can say first name. This will be equal to user.firstname. Just in case if this is undefined or if it is null, we'll say call this as there, right? Or you can put it as guest, I don't know, anything that you wish. As you can tell, we got the header component. It is right here with the actual username or the first name. Now, one thing that I'd like to import is the router. So I'll say const router, we're gonna call it from expo, let's say use router. Now, by using this, we can navigate users to the specific screens. So let's say you click to this one. So let's say you press this one, it's going to take you that specific screen. So this is why we are using router. We will just see it in a couple of minutes. And then I'll use my hook, which is called use app context. And from here, we're gonna get one setter method called set channel. Okay, there is one more thing that we'd like to import, which is use state. So whenever user types in something here, we would like to keep track of it. And I'll put it under the search state, okay? By default, it'll be an empty string. Now we will have some filters. For now, let's just create this object and leave it empty, and then I'll explain what this will do. Now, I think we can get started with the search bar element just right after the header. Let me put a comment. We'll have the search bar element. You can grab this from the source code. This is what I'll be doing, and then I'll just walk you through it. We are getting the ion icons. We're getting the colors object. And we are getting the text input element from React Native. Okay, so as you can tell, we have some styling for the parent element. So we have this border, the rounded corners, so on and so forth. Then we have the icon that is called search. We give the size, the color, and then we have the text input. So we got the class name, placeholder. As you can tell, it says search study rooms. Then we can update the placeholder text color. Let's just say something like red, just to see if it is working. As you can tell, it is actually working. And then we have the value as well as the onChange text, which is going to update this state. So now if you type this in, it is going to update the state. And let's just try to see it. I just want you to, get convinced. I'll say console log the search. Whenever you type in, as you can tell, it is displaying the latest data. Now we can delete the console log. Now right after the search bar, I'll have the section label element. So it'll say your study sessions, and I'll be using the colors once again. Now right below to it, we are gonna have the channel list. Here I'll say channel list, and I'll just zoom in. So for this, stream has a component. So we'll say channel list. Let's import it. Here is the package that I imported from. And this will get a bunch of different prompts. So first off, we would like to add some filters because we don't really want to fetch every single chat in the stream database. We only want to get the chats that we are part of it, right? So in this example, this user has 3 different conversations. So it only fetches those three, right? It doesn't fetch everything in the database. So here we'll say, we'll just pass our filters, and I'll make this as an object right here at the top, where I'll say members. So we're going to filter this out with the members. First off, we'll say in. Basically, as you can imagine, we will say if the current user ID is within the members array or the members object, only show those chats, right? So I hope that makes sense. Once again, here let me add the exclamation point. So we say if there is user, there will always be the ID field. Once again, we say filter out all the chats, okay, that we are not part of. If we are within that chat, only then grab those chats and display it. As you can tell, already UI has been updated. We will update these styles in a second. And here I'll say also on top of the members, just give me the type where it is equal to messaging. Okay, so that's our filter. Let's scroll to the bottom. We will add some more props. Here I'll say options. This will be an object where we will say state, it's equal to true. And we're gonna get the watch. This will also be equal to true. Now, as you can tell, this is going to listen for the real-time updates, and this is going to fetch the initial data. Maybe I will maximize the screen, leave this as a comment. Okay, state true will fetch initial full data of the channel, and watch true will keep the channel updated with the latest real-time data. Now we can sort this by passing a sort field. So I'm going to say last updated -1. And then we can add the render filter method. So for now, I'll just say channel render filter function. Let's leave it empty. We'll get into it. I think TypeScript complains. Let's actually build it. I'll just copy this name and put it right here. Let's go ahead, create this method. So this is going to get the channels, which is going to be type of channel array. So I'm going to import the type channel from stream chat. And then here, basically, we will implement the filtering. So whenever you type something here, it should update the UI, right? So this will be pretty simple JavaScript. So I'd like to copy and paste from the source code. First off, we'll check if user has something to type in, right? And then we're gonna get it, lowercase it, and then we'll just run our filter. So this is super simple JavaScript, nothing to talk about. Basically, it'll update the UI accordingly. Now let's scroll to the bottom. We're gonna get the on select. Basically, whenever you press one of these chats. So if you press this one, we should take the user to that specific screen. So on select, this is going to be a method. Let's say we're gonna get the channel, and here we would like to say, first off, set channel to this specific channel that we clicked. Then we also want to say router.push. I'll add backticks to slash channel screen slash channel ID. Okay, now TypeScript complains because we don't have this route yet. For now, I'm just going to comment this out, but later in the video, once we build that screen, we will just bring this back. Now we can add some additional flat list props. I'm going to paste this in, and we'll just say flex grow of 1. Now with this, I think our UI should be good to go. At the moment, we don't have any chats. That's why we see let's start chatting. How about sending your first message to a friend? So in the next section, we're gonna build the explore screen so that we can see all the users that we can study with. So we're gonna fetch all of them from stream, and once you click to them, it's going to create a conversation so that we can see it right here. Now, as you can tell, just a second ago, we had the white background. I just reload the application, then we got the black background. So head over to here, reload it, and if it doesn't fix it, you can do something like, let's go here, let's say empty state indicator. This will be a method. Let's for now return something like text, and let's say, hey, start chatting, and you can say class name, flex of 1, and let's say something like text of white. Let's save and reload our application. And once you save, you're gonna see this component, which is the empty state indicator. So if you wanted to, you can add your own custom indicator right here. Then you can center it to say something like, I don't know, you don't have any messages, you don't have any chats, just go ahead and get started with, under the explore screen. So for now, I'm going to delete this or comment this out. Just know that something like this existed, and you can reload your application to get the previous state. Okay, so with this, now let's try to end this section. I'll just have a commit. I'll go right here, let's say stage everything. And then for the message, you can generate this with AI, by the way, if you cannot come up with anything. So here it says we implemented the chat screen with search functionality and greeting message. I'll commit and sync this up. And you can just double check from the source code. The latest commit should be right here. Okay, so with this, I'll see you in the next section. Alright, so in this section, we're gonna get started with the explore screen. So here is the end result. This is what we're gonna build. So let's jump into VS Code and get started with it. Now, first off, we will have a component which is called list empty component. So if you visit the explore page, just in case if you don't have any items, you would like to show something like no users found, right? So for this, we will create this component. So here I'll go under the VS Code, under the components, and I'll just create that one. Let's say list empty component .tsx. Now you can grab the file content from VS Code, from source code, not VS Code. Just grab it and paste this in. It is 10 lines of code. We just have one icon and then one text so that we can have this end result, right? Nothing complicated, super simple. So just go ahead and save this file. We're going to be using it in a couple of minutes. Then we will visit the Explore screen. Now here we would like to import a couple of different things. So I will call it the hook, which is called use app context. And this is going to give us the set channel method. Then we will get the user. So I'm gonna call this hook and I will destructure the user from here. Then I will get the client. So this client is the stream client. Let's destructure it from this hook, which is called use chat context. So by using this client, we can now create chats, right? We can do anything that is related to stream chat functionality. And then I also want to get the user ID. So I'll just say user ID, which will be equal to user object, which is up here. And I'll just say dot ID. Just in case if this is undefined or null, I think we can have this fallback value, which is an empty string. Now let's just save this file to get the formatting. Then we will have the states. So we're gonna have two different use state. Let's try to import it. This is the loading state. So when you click to one of these chats, let me display it. So let's say if you click to this one. So when you click to this chat, this will have a loading state for a second until it can create the chat with this user, right? So here, that's the state we are going to keep track of. And then we have the search bar, right? So when user types something in, we would like to keep track of that. Now we will create one custom hook. Let's say use stream users. And we're gonna call this by passing the client, which is our stream instance. And then we're gonna pass the current user ID. Now this is going to give us the users as well as the loading state. Now this users is going to be all the users we have in a database, because this is the explore screen. We would like to see all users so that we can start chat with them, right? Now let's try to build this hook. I'll go here under the hooks. This will be my file and I'll say .yes. Okay, now let's try to say RNFE, but instead we don't really want to get view or text. For now, let's just say return an empty object. So here we will have the client. This is what we are passing, client as well as the user ID. And let's give the types. So this will be stream chat. I'll just get the types and paste it right here. So we have the stream chat as the type as well as the user response. Now let's go here. Let's say user ID will be type of string. And here I will have two different state. So first off, we will have the users. And initially it'll be an empty array. And here is the type, which is user response. And this should be stream chat, by the way. Okay, then we have the loading state. Initially it's equal to true. Now we will just run a use effect so that we can fetch the users from stream. This is like 10 lines of code. I'll paste it and walk you through it. First off, I'll import use effect. Okay, so we have one method that is called fetch users, and we are calling this only if the current user is authenticated. So here you can tell we update the loading state, then we try to fetch all the users except ourselves and the admins. So in the explore page, you don't really want to see yourself right here to create a conversation with, right? So that's the reason I'll just say not included the current user ID, right? And role is not equal to admin. Now the syntax that you see here is something that you don't need to memorize at all. Just know that this is coming from the documentation. As long as you understand what is going on, that's completely fine. So if you just delete this part and ask me to do it, maybe I wouldn't be able to complete it 100%, which is completely fine. Just know that we are calling our stream client and we are just saying query us some users, and here is our filters, you know, some additional filters or configurations, let's say. Here, finally, once we get the response, we say set the user state with it. And if we have any errors, we can catch it. Here we can implement Sentry. Maybe I'll just leave a to-do. Let's say Sentry logs, and maybe the capture exception could be done here. Finally, the loading state will be equal to false. And at the very end, out of this method, out of this hook, we would like to return the users as well as the loading state. Now we can save this file and let's just say something like export default whatever the name is, which is called use stream users. And then we'll go right here. We are going to import this hook. As you can tell, now we have these values. We can just destructure them. So that was the hook to fetch the users. Now I'll have another hook where we can start the chat. So under the hooks, I'll say use start chat .ts file, and here I'll just have some imports, and let me show you how we are going to be calling it. So we will say something like use start chat, and we're going to pass an object where we have the client. We're going to pass the user ID, and then we're going to pass the set channel method, and then I think the set creating state. And this is going to return us a method which is called handle start chat. Okay, so let's try to create this hook. It's going to be easier than what you think. First off, I'll just say maybe like RNFE. We can delete the view. Here I'll just say return null for now, or an empty object, just like this. So I'll get the router from our hook because we're going to be using it in a second. Okay, that was a mistake. Let's say use router. This is correct. Now we will have this method called handle start chat. This will be a function, let's say async. This will get the target ID, which is type of string. And we are going to return this method. Now let's try to destructure all these values, which is the client, user ID, set channel, as well as the set creating state, or the method. Now let's make TypeScript happy by passing the types. I'll say something like use start chat params. And we can create this type. I'll just copy and paste, really mundane work. Okay, so we have the client, we have the user ID, these are the types, we have set channel, set creating, and they are methods. They don't really return anything, right? So this is super simple, let's say TypeScript. Now within this method, we are going to say set creating to be equal to target ID. Now why this is the case, let me explain. If you press this user, only this will have a loading spinner right here. If you press this one, only this one is going to have the loading spinner right here. So we are just keeping track of that by passing the target ID. This is the user that you clicked to start the chat. I hope that makes sense. Now we'll have the try and catch block and even a finally block. And let me just copy and paste them. It is super simple, guys. That's why I'm just copying it so that I can explain in detail. Okay, so we have the try block where we are trying to create a messaging channel, and we say the members are the current user as well as the target user, right? And then we say listen for the changes. So this is going to listen for the real-time data. Then after this, we're going to call the set channel method by passing the channel itself to update the global state, right? And then we're going to push the user to the specific screen. And we can also get the alert from React Native. If we have any errors, we'll just console log it and we will show an alert to the user just to let them know that they can try this again. And finally, we'll just say set the loading state or the creating state to be equal to null. Now, once again, this is something that we don't really have at the moment. This path is like it doesn't exist. If you take a look at it here, we don't really have a screen called a channel. So that's why TypeScript is complaining. Let's try to comment this out. Once we build it, then we will use it, okay? So here maybe I can add a to-do. I'll just say, you know, make this work later at some point. Okay, so that's the entire method. Like, it's not really confusing, is it? I can try to explain once again, but basically we just have one method that is getting the target ID. This is the user that we would like to start the chat with, right? we are creating the channel, which is a messaging channel. Here are the members, and then we say listen for the real-time changes, right? Just watch this channel. So that's it for this file. Now let's go back to explore.tsx, import this hook. Everything should be fine. Instead of having a view, I'll just say safe area view element. Let's get it from this package. And I think this is not correct. Let's fix it. Then I'll say class name should be flex of 1 as usual. Background color will be BG background. And then let me just put them side by side so that we can see it as we build. So this is complaining. Let's try to reload this page. Okay, so once you save, you can visit the Explore screen. This is what we have at the moment. Let's delete this text. I'll say something like, we'd like to have a header component. So I'll import view from React Native. So this is what we just built, right? We have a text component and then another one, which is like a small description. So I think we have an error, but if we reload it, it should be gone. Okay, now we don't really have that error. So right below to the header, we will have a search bar element. First off, I'll wrap it with a view and it's gonna get all these classes. Let me paste this in. So we're gonna say flex of row, center it in the vertical direction, background surface, some margin from the X direction, from the Y direction, some paddings, so on and so forth. And within this, we're gonna have one icon, which is this, let me display. It is this search icon, right? And then the other one will be the text input. So that's why we said flex of row so that they are side by side, right? Okay, now let's go here. I'll get the icon from Ion icons. And for the colors, we'll be using the text muted. Let's save. That's the end result. Now within this, we would like to have the text input. So it is super simple. I just want to copy and paste and walk you through it. So we will get the text input from React Native. We're going to get the colors. And the rest is the things like class name, placeholder, the state for the value, and the setter method. And we say something like auto capitalize of none and autocorrect should be turned off. So I just say false. But if you wanted to, you can delete them. And there are a ton of other, let's say, a ton of other props that you can double check and implement. Things like autofocus, autocomplete, I don't know, you name it. Bunch of different things that you can explore if you're really interested. So that's the text input. Now let me put them side by side so that we can see it. Here you can tell, you can type this in. If you want to get the keyboard, you can press Command-Shift-K or Control-Shift-K. It's going to display the keyboard right here. Okay, now the other thing that I'd like to do, let me first turn this off. Okay, like when we type this in, we would like to see a close icon right here. So we can check for it if user typed something in with the state, right? So right after the text input, I'll say something like, if search length is greater than 0, then we can display a pressable element. And here are the props for the icon. As you can tell, once you type in, like you will see this icon, but if there is no text, it'll be gone. And if you click to it, it's going to reset the state. This is what we are doing. Super simple, nothing complicated. Now after this, finally we can display the users. So I'll go here, just above the safe area view. Let me put a comment. I'll say users list. And we can check for the loading state. So I'll say if loading is equal to true, we would like to return this part. Else we would like to return that part. So within this, I'll say something like display a view element, and we're gonna have a class name. Let's say flex of 1, justify centered, as well as the item centered. Within this, we'll have an activity indicator. So I'll just say size of large, and let's say colors. The color will be the primary color. Let's import this component. Now right here, for now, we can say something like a text element, class name of, I don't know, let's just say text of white, and I'll say we got some users. Let's save. As you can tell, we had the loading spinner for a second. I'll just put it true so that we can see it. But once the loading state is gone, we're going to get some users. And instead of displaying it within a text, of course, we'll use a different component. Now here, just imagine you will have a ton of different users, maybe like 100, 200. We don't really want to display all of them at once, right? So we don't really want to see 200 of them because only the 10 of them will be visible, the other one will just overflow below to the screen. So to be able to fix this, we don't really want to render this part until user scrolls down. And this is where the flat list component comes into play. If you remember back in the beginning of the tutorial, when we talk about the comparisons, here I just said that you can use items.map, but if you have a long list, then you should probably use a component like flat list, right? Because this is more optimized. It is only going to render what is visible on the UI. So if you have two different items, just like what I have mentioned right here, the only 10 of them will be visible, right? As you scroll, then you're going to see the rest of it. So until you scroll, unless you scroll, we are not going to render these elements. So I hope that makes sense. Now let's go here and try to see how we can use it. Flat list, so we'll just call it from React Native. Now there is another variation, I think it's even better, which is called legend list. You can take a look at it. This is the bare bone of this component, so I'll be using it, but if you're interested, just know that something like legend list is also existed. Okay, so we're going to import this, and this takes a couple of different props. First off, we're gonna pass the data, and this is gonna be users. For now, let's just say pass the users, so this has to be an array. And then for every single user, we would like to pass the render item. So here you can get the item and return something, right? So here you can just say text, this is a user. And here we can destructure a field called item. You can also get the index as well as the separators, but here for now, let's just get the item, which is, every item is one of the data in this array. Now, since this is a list, we can add another field. I think we should, not we can, but we should, we have to have this for the performance reasons. So basically we're going to say item. We'll get the item and just pass the ID of that item. So what we are doing here is almost the same thing that we are doing right here, right? So in React Web, you have to pass the key when you're mapping through the items, right? So that React knows that, every single element is unique. You need to give a unique key. This is what we are doing. It's the exact same thing, but just the syntax is a little bit different. Then we can add some other props like the content container style. I'll just update the heading from the horizontal direction, and then from the bottom I'll give 20 pixels. Then the other thing we can add is something like shows vertical scroll indicator. I think by default this is equal to true, but I'd like to remove it, so I'll just say false. The other thing we can add is what happens if this list is empty, right? If it is an empty array, what we are going to display. There is a prop for it. We'll just say list empty component. In this case, we can return this list empty component that we just created in this section. Okay, let's save and see what we're going to get. So as you can tell, it says no users found, which is correct. Now you might be saying, this is not correct because in stream we have some users. So if you take a look at the dashboard, we actually have some users. But then if you take a look at the hook that we created, let's take a look at it. We just said, do not include ourselves and remove everyone who is admin. So both of these users are including those filters. So this is ourselves and that's the admin. That's why we don't really see anyone. If you delete this part, let's just say we would like to see ourselves. Once you reload, you're going to see that here it says this is a user. Let me display that one. So if there is a user, we see this text. Let me just say class name should be text white, as you can tell. Now here, maybe I can just put the username. I'll say something like item.name. Now that's the user we just fetched. Now we will make this component to look a lot more cleaner, but before we do so, I would like to implement the search bar. At the moment, it doesn't work. So let's go here and try to make it work. Basically, instead of passing the users, we will create an additional variable. So say const filtered users. Let me kill AI so it doesn't really confuse you. Let's say filtered users, and this will be equal to a check. So we'll say if there is not search.trim, so if user didn't type anything, just display all the users, right? But if user types something in this case, we would like to do some filtering. So we're gonna run this right hand side. And I'd like to copy and paste, and we'll go through it. So we will basically get every single user, right? And we'll check if the username includes that search term, or if the user ID includes that search term. And we'll lowercase everything so that they are matching. So that's how simple that is. We'll copy this filtered users and we'll just pass it right here. Okay, now let's try to put them side by side and test this out. As you can tell, if I put something that does not exist, no user is found. But if I put something that contains this username, we can see it, right? So notice how it works, but once I put something that doesn't contain, it is just gone. So now that we have the search bar is working, we can delete this text and actually display a component, which is looking like this one. Let's see. Okay, so we're gonna build a user card. So for this, I'll create a component. Under the components, I'll say something like explore user card.tsx. And let's try to create this as a component. This will get a couple of different props. Let's say this will get the item, it'll get the creating state, and it'll get the on start chat. Okay, so let's save this file. We will go into the explore.tsx, and let me close everything, by the way. Okay, so here, instead of putting it online, I mean inline, not online, instead of putting this inline, I'm going to delete this, and I'll say something like render user item. So our code is a little bit more clean. I'll just go right here and create that method. I'll say const render user item, which will get the item like this. So we're going to destructure it in the same way, and we'll return something, right? So here I'll just put brackets, and here you can tell the item. So the type of it will be user response, because every single item is a user that we are fetching from stream. I think we can get this type from stream chat, just like this. Okay, here for every single item, we can return the explore user card component, and we're gonna pass the item. We're gonna pass the creating state, and then we're gonna pass the on start chat method, which is called handle start chat. Okay, so that's it. Let's save. And once we build this component, we are done with this section. Now, first I'll give some spacing. Then here I'll say the type for these will be something like explore user card props. And then at the top, I will create this type. So here we will get the user response, which is the type coming from stream chat. We have creating, which is either a string or null. And then we have this method. So these are just types. This is TypeScript. You don't need to worry about this too much. Now within the return, we will make every single one of them a pressable component. And this will get some props, as you can imagine. The first one will be the class name. Let me provide this from the source code. This is just some styling, not really important. Then on press, let's say once user presses pressable, we're gonna call this part, which is on start chat. if I can type it correctly. Then we're gonna pass the item.id. Then finally, we will say this should be disabled if creating is not equal to null. So these are the props that Pressable will get. Within the Pressable, the first thing we would like to have is the user image. So here I'll go ahead and get the image component from expo image. We're gonna pass the source, some styling, and then the content fit will be equal to cover. Let's try to put them side by side. Here we go, this is what we got initially. Now, right after the image, we will have the online indicator. So I'll say something like if item is online, then go ahead, display this view element. So this is us, we are online, that's why we see this indicator, right? And if user was offline, let's just say false, it would not be there. Okay, the other thing we would like to have is the user information. So I'll just copy it. Once again, super simple, paste this in. We'll get the text component from React Native. We show the username or the ID, depending on which one exists. And then we'll say if user is online or offline. And then finally, we are going to display a loading spinner. So here we'll say if the creating is equal to this current item ID, that means we can display an activity indicator and we're going to get the colors. But if this is not the case, we can show the chat bubble component or the icon. So let me save. We're going to see this is what we have, the chat bubble icon. Once you click it, it has the loading spinner for a second. Notice how we're going to get that. And then we have an error. Now, why do we have an error? Because we are trying to create a chat with ourselves. And here I think Stream says, let me open up the hook right here. I'll say use start chat. So we are passing the user ID as well as the target ID as the same, right? So it fails. If you take a look at the terminal, it'll say you're passing the duplicate members. Now that was just for testing purposes anyways, right? Because here we would like to, let me open up the hook called stream users. Here we would like to add that previous filter. So we're going to say do not include the current user ID. But we just want to test this out. That's why I deleted that so that we can see the UI. And now that we actually build it, so we can bring this back so that we don't really see ourselves in the Explorer screen, because the point of this app is to study with other users, not with ourselves, right? So I think with this, we are completely done with the Explorer screen. Let's take a look at it, what we have done. I'll just zoom out. So we have a couple of different imports, right? These are not the important part. The parts that we built is this hook, where we can fetch these stream users. Super simple, nothing complicated. The other one is creating the chat. Again, I think this is pretty simple because we are using the stream documentation. We are just calling the channel method, passing the type of the channel and the users. And then we'll listen for the real-time updates. Now we are exporting this hook, right, from right here, or this method, so that we can call it whenever we click one of the users. Okay, so I think that's what we built in this section. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Let's try to commit our changes. I'll go right here, let's say stage everything. And for the commit message, I think I can use AI. So we added the Explore screen with user search functionality and chat initiation. So with this, I'll just say commit and sync this up. Okay, so I believe that's done with this. Hopefully I'll see you in the next section. Alright, so now in this section, we are going to build the chat page. This is what we'll have at the end of the section. Now this page opens once you click to one of these chats, right? Once you want to create a conversation, or if you already have a conversation, but you want to go within that chat, basically you press that button and then it'll take you to this screen. Now in our application, we don't really have any users, right? I mean, we have one, but that's just us. I'd like to sign out from this one, and I'll create another account so that we can see the other user right here, right? So I'll go here, I'll just say sign out. And then let me just sign in with a different account. And here I'll be using my GitHub account. So let me just say continue, and then I'll fill my credentials, and then hopefully that should sign me in. So I just put in my credentials. Let's say authorize clerk. Hopefully we should be signed in. Okay, so here we go. That's the account that we have at the moment. Now let me just double check from the Clerk dashboard. So I'll go right here and let's say refresh. We should have that second user as well, which is this one. Now let me go right here under the stream dashboard. We just had 2 users, right? But now we should have another one if everything worked successfully. Okay, so as you can tell, this new user is also right here. Now I'll go ahead and maybe sign out from this account, and I'll log in with the previous account. I think we could state in that previous account as well. I don't know why I signed out, but here now under the Explore screen, we can see the other user, which is offline. And once I click to it, it's going to create a chat, and then it should take us to that screen. But I think we removed that functionality. Let me go find that specific Explore screen. So here on click, we are calling the start chat method. And here I just said this is a to-do. We will make this work. Now it is time to make that work. We need to create this path. So if you take a look at the stream documentation, you're going to see that they create a folder called channel, and within this they create another one called CID, which stands for channel ID. Because if you think about it, every single channel will be dynamic. So if you click to this one, you will see a different channel. If you click to another user, you'll see a different channel, right? So we got the point. Let's go here under the source, app, not under the tabs, just under the app. We will create this folder called channel. Within this, we will have this folder called CID, and make sure to wrap it with the square brackets. That means this is going to be dynamic. And then within this, I think we will create a file called index.js, or in our case, TS. I'll just say TSX. You can just double check. This is what they have in the documentation as well. Okay, and then for the thread, we will create another folder called thread. This should be under the CID. Okay, so click here, say create a new folder called thread, and then within this we will have index.tsx as well. No, I think I just made a mistake. Under the thread, we should have another folder called CID, and within this we will have the index.tsx file. So let me explain once again. Okay, so we have the source folder, app. Within this we have channel and CID. These are both folders. And within the CID, we have an index.tsx file. And within the CID, we also have a folder called thread. And within the thread folder, we have another folder called CID. I know it's kind of confusing, but that's really what we should create. And this is exactly what they are doing in the documentation. So you can double check from right here. Now I'll go ahead and create a simple content for the thread screen. I'll just say RNFE. I can say thread screen, and I'll just leave it like this for now. And let's go here again. I'll say RNFE. Let's say channel screen. Now, as you can tell, under the chat screen, we have a chat because I just clicked to that one, but there is nothing here yet. Once we click to it, we should be navigated to this screen, and then we will, we will have this kind of a UI where we can send messages, images, voice recording, so on and so forth. And we should be able to even make video calls. So we'll just build it step by step. Now, before we build the screen, let's first visit the tabs. Under the index.tsx, we have a to-do, I believe. Let's scroll to the bottom. Okay, so this is a to-do that we should comment out so that once you click to this user, it should take you to channel screen. I don't know why it did not work. I'll just reload and let's do it again. So I will click to it. As you can tell, we are on the channel screen. And if we wanted to, we can go back. Now let's go here and try to build the screen. Before we get into the return statement, we will build some logic. Basically, we're going to call some hooks, some methods, so on and so forth. Once everything is ready, then we can build the return statement. Okay, so here I'll just call my hook, which is called use app context. And here we will get two different values. So I'll get the channel. This is the current channel that we are in, and then the set thread. This is the setter method that we will be using. And then there is a hook called use chat context. This is coming from stream. This is going to give us the stream client that we can use. Okay, so go ahead and import these. Then we will get use router because we're going to need the router object. Let's try to import it from expo. Then we're going to get the use navigation. And you will see why. Just go ahead and import it as well. And then we can get one more hook, which is called use header height. It'll be coming from React navigation / elements. And this is going to give us a variable called header height. And once we use it, I'll just display what that does. Okay, now here on the screen, we are going to have a header component, which is this part. And we would like to get the user image as well as the username. So how do we grab this? So we will go here. I will create two different variables. The first one will be display name. Initially, it'll be an empty string. Then we'll have avatar URL. And this will also be an empty string initially. Then I can have an if statement. I'll say if we got the channel, right, like if we are not in the loading state. In this case, first I would like to get the members. So I'll just say give me the members. I'll say object dot values channel dot state dot members. But here we don't really want to see ourselves. We would like to see the other user information, right? So here we'll go ahead and say give us the other member. And this is how we can do it. I'll just paste this in and walk you through it. So here we had two different members, right? We will filter out ourselves. So we will say something like members.find, find the member which is not us. So we'll say where the user ID is not equal to client.user ID. So this is the currently authenticated user. Okay, so all in all, this is going to get you the other member, the other user. Then we can say display name will be equal to other member.user.name. You know, just in case. I think this will always be there. So I was going to say just in case if this is undefined, we can put something like unknown user, but this will always be there. So just put, how do we call it? The exclamation point. Okay, then we're going to have the similar thing for the avatar URL. I'll just say other member.user.image. And here I'll just say, just in case if this is empty, this could be an empty string. Now here we have some warnings. So it says you never use this value, but we're going to be using it in a couple of minutes. And then here I can say something like if there is no channel, which means it is in the loading state. So I can just say return the full screen loader component. This is what we built in the previous sections. So I'll just import it from the components and then I'll pass the message. It's going to be a loading the study room and I'll just put the 3 dots. Okay, so we can save this. Still, we didn't update the return statement. Let's try to build it. Here I will delete the text. On the view, I'll have class name, let's say flex of 1, and I'll say background should be the border color. And then within this, we're going to have the channel component. Now, this channel component is coming from stream, and this will get some props. So first off, we're going to pass the channel. And then we will pass something like keyboard vertical offset. And this is where we would like to use header height. And once again, I'll display it, like what this does. I'll just show it in a second. Then here in the empty state, we would like to have a component. I already prepared this. So it'll be called as empty state. It'll show an icon and it'll say no messages yet, start a study conversation. So let's go ahead and create this component pretty quickly. Under the components folder, I'll just say empty state. You can call this anything. Let's say .tsx, and I'll just grab it from the source code because it is super simple. Okay, 20 lines of code where we have the type. We are getting the icon, title, and subtitle, right? We pass the TypeScript type just to make it type safe. Then we have this icon, as you can tell, it is this one. So this is a customizable component. Any icon that you want to pass, you can just call this component and pass it. It is going to use that one. Then we have the title as well as the subtitle. So title, subtitle. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Now let's go here and build the rest of it. We will say under the empty state indicator, we're going to call this method where we'd like to return the empty state component. And here I'll pass the props. So we're going to pass the icon. In this case, oops, what have I done? We will pass the icon right here. It is going to be book-outline. Then I'll pass the title. It should be something like no messages yet. And then we'll have the subtitle. I'll just say be the first to start a conversation, or maybe I'll just have the same thing that we have right here. So I'll just say start a study conversation. Something like this. Okay, so that's the empty state. Currently, we cannot see anything. We'll just get there in a second. Now, right after this component, within the channel, okay, so within the channel, we will have the messages list. So I'll say message list. This is a component coming from stream. So here we will say on thread select. Basically, if you select a thread, what is going to happen? We will take the user to the thread screen. And I have an image right here. So if you click here, this is like this message has a thread. It is going to take you to the thread screen, right? Which will look like this. So this is going to implement the navigation. Here we will get the thread and we're going to run this part. I'll just say first off, set the thread to this selected thread, and then we'll say router. It should be like this, router.push. I will make it as backticks. We'll say /channel ID, thread, and then thread ID. But this should be CID, not just ID. Okay, here I'll just put the question mark just to make it type safe. And if you notice, this is the exact path that we created. So we have a channel. Within this, we have an ID, right? So once again, so channel ID, thread ID, channel ID, thread ID, and then we have the file. So this has to be matching with this exact pattern. Okay, so that's the thread navigation. Now finally, after the messages list, we're gonna have the input, right? So we just built the messages list. Now we need to put the message input. I'm going to wrap it with a view so that I can give some styling. I'll say padding bottom of 5 and background should be surface. And here I'll say give me the message input element. Okay, so with this, now we can save. As you can tell, our component is right here and we can send messages. So once again, we see the empty state indicator because we don't really have any messages, right? And here we don't really need to implement any complex functionalities, right? We're just getting the channel component, passing our current channel. And here I'd like to show you what this does. So I'll press Command-Shift-K. Notice how we have some spacing. If you delete this part and maybe like close this, and open this up again, like we already have this issue, but if I click to it and open up the terminal or the keyboard, as you can tell, this is not working correctly. So that's why we have this extra prop. it's going to fix that issue. So here I'll reload my application, and then we'll just start sending a message. Here I'll say, hey, I think I need to do it in this way. Or if I can turn off my keyboard, then I can just type it from my laptop. So I'll just say, hey, send the message. As you can tell, it is right here. And if you go back, oops, if I can do it correctly, you can see that it also updates this part. Now, the issue here is that we don't really have the header component. In the demo application, we have a header, right? How do we implement that? So we can implement this by using the navigation, because this is the header which is coming from as the part of the navigation. Okay, so we'll go right here in the VS Code. I'll scroll to the top, and before this if statement, I think I think here it should be fine. We will have a use effect, but not just a regular use effect. This time we will have use layout effect, and I'll explain what this does in a second. It is basically same as use effect, but this is running synchronously. I have some comments that I'd like to just paste this in. So what's the difference between use layout effect versus use effect? So this is going to run before the screen has been painted, and use effect runs after the screen has been painted. So this is async, but this is like synchronous. Let's say synchronous, and this is async. Now you can use effect for this, but the issue is that there will be a flickering effect, and I will leave it as a comment in the source code just in case you're reading it here and not watching the video. So here, if you use a use effect, there will be a flickering effect when the screen is mounted, because this is async. Okay, so here, let's go ahead within the use effect. By the way, we'll have a dependency array in a second. First off, we'll just say call the navigation. We would like to add some options. So we'll just say set options, and we're gonna pass an object. So first off, we'll just say header shown should be equal to true, and I think this should be uppercase. Let's save. So as you can tell, already we got the header, right? And we would like to update this content because it doesn't really look clean. First off, I'll just say header style. I think I'll just copy and paste line by line and we'll go through it. So header style, we're gonna get the colors and we'll update the background color. So that's the first thing. And then after this, we can get the header tint color, which is the text color, I believe, right? So let's say something like red, just to double check. Okay, so that's the text color. And then we can update the left-hand side. So for this, there is something called header left, which is a method, a function. So within this, we will have something like a pressable, or in this case, let's use a touchable opacity. This is something that we have never used. So I'll just have it here as an example. It is basically almost the same as pressable, but it's a little bit more simpler. And I'll get the ion icons. So as you can tell, once you press that, it's going to take you back. Let's do it. Okay, it's working. Then we have some classes. We have the icon and the color as well as the size for that icon. So that's the header left. Now next we're gonna update the header title. Now within this header title, we would like to have an image and then the user full name. So I will just grab it from the source code. It is 10 lines of code and I will walk you through it. First off, import expo image, then import the text element from React Native. Okay, so header title, once again, it is a method where we return something, which is a view. Then we have the avatar URL check. So if user has avatar URL, we will display it within an image. But let's say if this is false, then in this case, we are going to return this part, which is like a placeholder where we get the first character of this username and put it right here. Okay, so this is what we are doing, nothing complicated. So yeah, that's it. And then right next to the avatar, we'll have the display name. Now the very last thing is the right side, right? So I'll say header right. Again, I'll just grab it from the source code. Nothing complicated, maybe 5 lines of code. Okay, So what is happening here is that, let me just comment this out so that we don't have any warnings. And even this one, let's just delete this one completely, like router.push, just delete that. So we have a touchable opacity, right? Once you press that, something will happen. For now, let's ignore that. And we have some, I think we don't have any classes. We just have the icon, which is called video cam outline. So that's it. Now here, what you have just seen, let me paste this in. Once user clicks it, we will take them to a screen called call, right? The call screen, so that they can have audio calls and video calls. But this is something that we'll do a little bit later in the video. For now, I'll just leave as a to-do. Let's say implement video call functionality later at some point. Okay, so that's it. I think we are completely done with this use layout effect. Let's just add our dependencies. This is going to be navigation, maybe display name, avatar URL, maybe a router because we are using it, or later in the video we'll be using it. For now we can delete that. We can have a channel.cid and I think thread.cid as well. So this should be just a thread. Do we need it? So okay, like we don't even need thread. That's my mistake. Let's just delete that. We're gonna have channel.cid and maybe channel.id. Okay, so what else we are missing? Maybe it says use the router as well. Okay, so that's it. Now that's the use layout effect. I hope that makes sense. We are using this so that we can bring back the navigation, which is this header element, so that we can have the back button, user details, and then a call button, which is something that we will implement later in the video. So with this, I think we are completely done with the chat screen. So we can send messages. Here we can send some GIFs. So let's say Giphy, and you can search for anything. So here, okay, I don't know what happened. Let's reload our application. So I'll select Giphy and maybe I'll say something like hello, search for it. Maybe like this. If you wanted to, you can send this one or you can shuffle. You can cancel as well. Once you decide the one that you would like to send, just press this button and this should be within the chat. That's pretty cool. Now, just before we end this section, if you try to press on one of these images and hold it, you're going to see that you have a bunch of different options. So you can add reactions. That could be a like, dislike, heart, LOL, you name it, and you can add all of them at once. Then on top of it, you can edit your message. You can mark this as unread. Then the most importantly, you can thread this. Sorry, you can reply this within a thread. So let's press that. It'll take us to the thread screen, as you can tell, but we didn't implement that. This is something that we'll do in the next section. So just know that something like this existed. Once you press to the image, Stream is going to provide you all these features out of the box. Okay, so with this, let's try to commit our changes. I'll go right here, stage everything. Let's create a commit message. And so it's ready. Let's just say commit. And then I'll sync this up. Once it is done, we should be good to go. And hopefully with this, I'll see you in the next section. Alright, so this is where we left in the previous section. We said that we're gonna build the thread screen, which will look like this. Okay, so let's go ahead and try to build it. We already have the file and folder, which is under the app, channel, under the thread, we have index.tsx file. And here, let's try to first import a couple of different things. So let me give some spacing, and then we'll import our hook called use app context. And from here, we will get 3 different values. So we will get the channel itself, the thread, as well as the set, not channel, but set thread method. And then we will import one more thing, just like in the channel screen. So we will get the use header height, and I'll just paste it right here. So this is something that we used for the keyword, so that we have this nice, nice looking spacing. Otherwise, it was looking like crap. So this is the same thing that we're gonna get. And then here I'll just say if channel is equal to null. In this case, we can return this component. Let's say full screen loader. That means we are in the loading state. For the message, I'll just say loading thread. But if this is not the case, we can go under the return statement. I'll say save area view component. Then this is going to get the class name. Oops. Let's say class name flex of 1, background of surface. Okay, so within this, we're going to call the same component, which is called as a channel. So I will basically mostly copy everything here. And let's say give us the channel component coming from stream. And this is going to get some props. Now here, I'll just paste that in. So we'll have the channel. Let's import the empty state component. Now on top of everything, we're going to have the thread. So we have to pass this because this is the thread screen. And then we will also pass thread list. So this should be equal to true, like this. Or if you wanted to keep it short, you can just pass it. That already means true. Within the channel, we will have a view element. Let's import the view element from React Native. Class name is going to be flex of 1. And let's say justify start. Within this, we'll just have the thread element. Once again, this is coming from stream. And this will just have only one prop called onThread dismount. Basically, once you get rid of this screen, we are going to set the thread to be equal to null. Okay, so with this, let's try to reload our application and test this out. I'll go into this chat and, I'll press it, hold it, then I'll say thread reply. As you can tell, we have the thread screen. I don't know what is happening. Let me just reload again. So I just paused the video and tried to see what is happening. I didn't change anything in my code base. I just reloaded my application by pressing R, and then here on the application itself, I visited a thread. Let me do it once again. So here just press one of them and say thread reply. If you see the similar behavior, just send a message and then that behavior is gone. So I don't know why this is happening. Like maybe this is a simple bug that we have in this version of Stream, but that would be fixed in the next version. So just go ahead, send a message and you're not going to see that behavior. And now you can also send the message to the channel. So here I'll say this is a thread reply, send it. It'll be right here, and also let's go back, it'll be on the channel itself. So that's how easy it is to implement the thread functionality. You can just click it, it'll take you here, and if you wanted to, you can use layout effect and implement a header component, just like what we have done in the channel screen. So right here, we used use layout effect to add the navigation. So we said things like header shown to be true. We will have the title, left element, right element, so on and so forth. If you're interested, you can also implement it right here. Now that's it for the thread screen, but there is one more thing that we would like to talk about, and it's very important to understand. So there is something called development build, and you can find this link just typing expo development build. And here they explain it in detail. I'll just try to walk you through it. What is a development build in the first place? So first off, so far we have been using the Expo application, right? Just ignore these. These are the things that I have generated previously, but just focus on this one, right? So far we are running our application within the Expo. This is pretty cool, but this is just for simple use cases. If you take a look at the documentation, you're going to see that they say Expo is a playground for students and learners to understand the basics of React Native. This Expo is limited and not useful for building production-grade projects. So most applications will convert to using development builds. And this is actually what we have to do as well, because our application is not going to be that simple. In a couple of minutes or in the incoming sections, we're gonna have features like video calling or sending audio recordings, sending images, things like that. And for us to be able to implement all of these, we need to use a development build. And this is what Stream tells us. It says you need to, just get rid of the Expo Go, and instead you should have a development build. Okay, so that's the main reason that we will be using a development build, because we cannot use the library with native code which is not in Expo Go. And if you just scroll down, you're going to see more examples of why you should use development build instead of Expo Go. So in a production grade application, you would like to have remote push notifications. And for this, you cannot really use Expo Go. In Expo Go, you have in-app notifications, but not remote push notifications. So that's one of the other reasons. And you can take a look at the entire documentation. Here, I'll just go to the next step so that we can get a development build. Now, the first step is to install this package, which is called Expo Dev Client. I'll copy this, go into my terminal. Let's kill this, clear this up, and I'll just paste this in. And then the next step, let's just scroll to the bottom. Now in the next step, they say you have two different options. You can build it on your local machine or you can build it on EAS. First off, let's build it in our local machine. Since I'm using Mac, I'll just get it for iOS. But if you're on Windows using Android Studio, then you would get this command. So here I'll copy this one. And let's see if this has been installed. Looks like it doesn't. Let's see why this is the case. I think I'm going to clear this up and run it again with legacy peer deps. So if you got the same error, just go ahead and run it in this way. Okay, so add this flag at the end. Hopefully it should work out this time. Maybe we should add this extra double dash right here. And then it should work. Alright, so it's been installed. Now I'm going to clear this, then we will paste this in, which is going to build our application locally. So this is going to take a bit of time, and it's going to create a folder called iOS. Let's just see if it is right here. As you can tell, this is where we have our native application. Once this is done, we should be able to run our application within its own installation, not within the Expo Go. So let's just wait. Once this is done, I'll just try to walk you through it. So as you can tell, the process has been completed successfully and we got our actual installation. This is not running within the Expo Go application, right? As you can tell, it says we are using a development build. And if you try to shrink this, you're going to see that we have the study buddy application. You will probably have the exact same thing here, or whatever the folder name you have, it should be that one. So let's go ahead and try to run this. This is the same application, but this time we are running it with the development build. So I'll try to log in with my account. Everything should be working out in the same way. But now on top of it, we can add more features. Like we can use stream video calling. Normally, we shouldn't be able to do it with Expo Go. Okay, so here I'll go ahead and maybe just send a message. Let's say test 1, 2, 3. It works without any issues. Now, if you build it for Android, then here instead of having the iOS folder, you would have the Android folder, okay? And if you wanted to, you can build it for both of them at the same time. Now, that was the first option that we just used, which is to build our application on our local machine. And the other option is to build it on EAS. And this is useful when you don't want to or when you can't set up your local development environment, right? And you want to build an iOS app, but you don't own a Mac. I think that's pretty cool. Without owning a Mac, you can still build an iOS app on EAS. That's very, very cool. And then you want to share your development build with your actual team. So instead of running it on a simulator, you want to send it to your teammates. So that's when you would like to build it on EAS. And let's see how we can build it. So just click to this link. They have a video tutorial as well, but I'll just try to walk you through it once again. So here the first step is to install this package, which is something that we have already done. And then you can build it for the Android or you can build it for iOS. Now in iOS you have two different options. You can build it for the simulator or with an actual device. And if you use this option, you can install this build in your actual device. Now that's pretty cool, but the only downside is that you have to have a paid plan on Apple developer account. And this is something like $100 a year. Okay, so it is one-time payment for a yearly subscription. And this is something that Apple wants you to do it, not Expo. Just know that something like this existed. You don't need to pay at the moment. This is for you if you only want to go live, right, with your application. Let's say you want to deploy it to App Store, then you need to pay $100 for Apple. Okay, but you can still use it for the simulator, and this is what we'll be doing. So we already have this package. The other prerequisite is that you need to have an Expo account. I will leave the link in the description, but I think we already created the account. Then you need to install the EAS CLI globally. So go ahead, run this first in your terminal and then run this one. So I have already logged in because I run this in my terminal, and then we can test this out. So I think even though I am logged in, I need to run it again for this project. I will open up my terminal. Let me kill this. I'll say EAS login, like the exact same thing right here. Now here it says you are already logged in with this account, but I would like to log in with a different account. So here I'll just say yes, and here I will go ahead and get the username. Okay, that's my username or the email. You can grab one of them. I'll just put this in, and then it'll ask my password. So when you type this in, okay, so I thought it is not going to be visible, but it is actually visible. Let me type this in and then come back to the video. So I just paste this in and now we are logged in. So I just paused the video, logged in, and then I cleared up my terminal. You can just say EAS who am I? It's going to show you who you are logged in at the moment, right? It's going to display your username. So I am logged in. Now we will create this file called eas.json in the root, and then we're going to get this command. Let me just display, not command, but the content. So it'll say this is for the simulator. So I'll go ahead and paste this in. Once you paste it, then we can run this script or the command. So it is going to be EAS build platform is equal to iOS, and this is a development profile. Let's go ahead and run it. So here it says they have uploaded to EAS, computed project fingerprint, and then now we are waiting for build process to be completed. If you see your EAS dashboard, you're going to see that you get the project. So this is how you get a development build. This is very important when you want to share the application with your team, or if you wanted to deploy your application to App Store. Here I just wanted to give you an idea like how things work, and once you're interested to deploy your application, then you would just take a look at the Expo documentation. They will walk you through it. So with this, let's leave this section right here, and hopefully I'll see you in the next one. And I almost forgot, just before we end this section, let's try to commit our changes. So I'll stage everything, generate a commit message, and then commit that. Okay, so with this, hopefully I'll see you in the next section. Alright, so in the previous section, we have built our application, right? So we have a development build at the moment. We are not running this application in Expo Go, but instead we have our own installed like app bundle. Now that means we can use third-party libraries in like full potential, and Sentry is one of them. So here previously, even though we set up Sentry, let's pretty quickly see it. So we have the initialization, and we are using things like Sentry logs or the session replay. But with Expo they don't really work. You need to have a development build. Now that we have it, let's try to generate some errors and see if logs are gonna work, and same for the session replay. So we will go under the components. We have the ChatWrapper.tsx file. So here, first off, I will import Sentry. I'll say import everything as Sentry from Sentry React Native. I think it was in this way. Okay, so go ahead and import it. Now I'm not going to save because when I save it is gone since I'm not using it. I'll scroll to the bottom, find the token provider. I'll just create a try and catch block. So within the try, I will put what we had previously, where we successfully try to get a token. And under the catch, I will have a capture exception as well as a Sentry error log. So this is how we use it. Let me maximize the screen. You would use Sentry.logger and then which method that you would like to have. In total, you have 6 different methods like debug, error, as you can see the rest. We will be using the error in this case. And this is something that we have talked about it in the past, but I just wanted to, remember it. Then we're gonna put the message title and then some extra attributes like the user ID, message. You can add more things so that this can become queryable within the Sentry dashboard. So this is for logging, and then this is for the exception itself. Now here, let's make this to be a get method, which is not going to work because under the token endpoint, we are trying to get some body. You cannot get this body if you're using the get method. So let's save and try to reload our application. So I think this is going to fail already. As you can tell, this is just keep loading the chat non-stop. Let's go right here. This is the Sentry logs documentation. I'm going to leave the link in the description. Let me even add a to-do here so that I don't forget that. I'll just say to-do, add Sentry logs link in the video. So this is a to-do for me, not for you, so that I don't forget that. You can see the documentation in detail, but mostly it's the same thing that I have explained. So we have the error method, the info method. On top of it, you have FMT, which is the formatted way of doing it. So you can use backticks and then, have this formatted way. Then you have warning, debug, trace, so on and so forth. Now let's go here, select our project. That was the first error that we generated previously. But now if we refresh, we should see something like related to this error. I don't know why we didn't get this. Let me reload the application once again. Okay, so let's just wait a little bit, reload, and hopefully we should see the error right here. Alright, so here you can tell we just got the error on the Sentry dashboard. It says body not allowed for get or head requests, which is correct. So here you can get the session replay as well. If you were to use Expo application like this one, you wouldn't be able to get the session replay, but we are able to get it since we're using a development build. So if you click to it, you're gonna see the video of the user. How did they get that specific error? So Sentry is going to get you video recordings, right? Now the UI that you see here is this one. Let me open this up. That's the loading spinner and then the message. Now they are going to mask it so that you can have this security or let's say privacy for the user. But basically this is going to show you when the error happened. As soon as user opens up the application, as you can tell, like error is in the first 2 seconds. Now that was the session replay. With this feature, you will always be able to see all kinds of session replays whenever you get some errors. So you can just jump in and see what is happening exactly on the UI, what your users see. Now, if you would like to get rid of this masking, I think you can visit your Codebase and find the layout file. Wait, let me just close this. Here I'll say Command Shift P or just Command P. Find the root layout. here I think you can add some options like the mask all images, let's say false, okay? Then you can add the mask for the text and then for the vectors. By default, I believe they are equal to true. That's why we cannot see anything for privacy reasons. But if you would like to get rid of that, you would just say false and save that one. And let's actually do it so that we can see it on the next errors. Okay, so here we will leave it in this way. And I think if you're in development, you can make this to be equal to 1 as well. This is what documentation tells you. But once you're about to go live, you can again bring this back to 0.1. So I'm going to save this. So that was the session replay. Let's go back. You can also see the like more details about the error, like the device, the let's say operating system version, the environment, and you can scroll to the bottom. You can see the code block itself. That was the part, API.token call with the GET request. That was the reason that we are getting this error. Now, on top of all these features, Sentry also has an AI debugger called Seer. So we will go ahead and test this out, and honestly, this is so good. It is going to give you all kinds of, let's say, suggestions so that you can fix your error, right? So you have an error, you don't know why this is the case. In this case, we know because we changed it and we make this error manually, but in most cases, you will have some errors that you don't know the reason. So you can just come here under the Seer. You can say, let me fix it with Seer, right? Here, I think I have already run it. So I'll just say start over. Now, this is what you're going to see initially. Maybe you have a couple of different steps. Just go ahead and link your GitHub repository, which is this one. So you can do it from the dashboard. You will have a couple of different steps. Just say next and fill that in correctly. It is super simple, nothing complicated. Then you're gonna see this UI. Just say start root cause analysis. It is going to take a look at the context, things like the traces. It's going to read everything that you have here. So it is going to get a context about the error, and then it's going to tell you the solution. So this will take a bit of time. Let's wait for this to be completed. As you can tell, it just analyze everything step by step. It take a look at the ChatWrapper.tsx, and then it reads the error message, what is the type of the log, so on and so forth, and it's going to give us the solution, hopefully. So that's what we got, the root cause. It is happening to the fetch method. Let's say find us a solution, and then it's gonna plan out a solution. Hopefully it'll tell us that we should fix this part within our code. Like it should say change the method to be equal to post. Get would not work because the token endpoint is expecting a post request. Okay, so I'll just wait for this to be completed. Alright, so after a couple of seconds, solution is right here. It says ensure that token provider uses post method, and you can add some error handling in the ChatWrapper. But that was the main issue, right? Within the token provider method, this method itself should be equal to post and not get. Okay, so we're gonna fix it. Now that was the error that we generated manually, but just imagine if that was an error that you don't know how to fix, it would give you the exact same solution. Like you would say, give me a solution, and then it's going to analyze everything depending on what they have on the Sentry dashboard. It's going to get the context and finally give you a solution so that you can fix it. And you can even say code it up. I'm not going to do it because we just fixed it manually. But let's say if you wanted to also use an LLM, like let's say you're using Cursor, Cloud Code, anything, you just copy this and paste it into your terminal or to the chat, paste this in, run it, and it's going to give a context to the LLM so that they can come here and fix it if you don't want to do it manually. So I hope that this example gives you a clear idea of Seer, what that does, how you can use it, and how important it is. So you don't really need a teammate to be able to fix your issues at this point. You will just come here, it's going to take a look at the context, and hopefully it is going to give you the best solution out there. So that's the seer example, right? One of the examples. Of course, you can try to use it for any kind of issues that you have right here, just to get a taste of it. I think I'm going to get rid of that. Okay, so these are all the errors that we have. Maybe you can click to this one and do a similar thing. Like that's another error that we had. I'm going to skip this, but we can also go under the Explorer and see the logs. So hopefully we should be able to see some logs. Now that's a simple application at the moment, right? We just have only 2 users. Of course, the logs will be less, but just imagine if you have a ton of different users, these logs will be so important. You can just come here and let's say you want to search for checkout events, right? You would like to see which one of them failed, how many failed checkouts you get daily, or how many of them succeeded, right? And you will be able to query them from the dashboard. If you were to use console log, you would not be able to do it because that console log would live on the user's device, not on the dashboard. Now I have prepared another Sentry example. I have deployed this to GitHub. You can find the source code in the description if you're interested. I would say just take a look at it so that you can see the full potential of Sentry. So that's a simple application. Just install it, then you will see a layout file. And within here, basically I set up Sentry. Here you can tell with the init command. So we are using the similar things like logs, the session replay. On top of it, we have the Sentry traces. This is an extra feature that you can use in your production grade applications. Now let's go here under the index screen. So I have prepared all kinds of examples like simulating an API call or a payment processing error. Let's try to click to one of them. As you can tell, this has been captured. Now you can see it in your Sentry dashboard. We will take a look at it in detail in a second. Just go ahead and click to some of them so that they would be created on the dashboard. And there is even a button that will generate 10 different errors, okay? And the code is right here, so you can tell we can create spans, we can add breadcrumbs with extra details. Then let's scroll to the bottom. We have some logs. I'll just search for logger. As you can tell, we have info, we have error, we are using the FMT method. So all kinds of examples that you can take a look at it. And once you visit the dashboard, you're going to see the errors itself. Just select that specific project. For this, you need to create a separate project. That's super simple. Just get the DSN and put it right here. So this is what I have done. You need to put your own DSN right here, and then it's going to be a link to that specific React Native project. You can take a look at the session replays, but most importantly, here I'd like to show you the logs. Okay, so this is what you will see in an actual project where you will have a ton of different users. That means you will have ton of different logs, and you can always come here and search for, let's say, slow operations. So you would, in this case, we cannot see it, but let's say match the case. So you will be able to see how many times, what date you're getting slow operations, right? So that you can jump into your code base and fix those problems. Or let's say you got some payment related issues, right? Payment processing problems. So you would come here, find it if it is on your end or is it mostly for the users. So depending on that, you would send an announcement newsletter, let's say. So that's the general idea behind logs. Almost every single big company is using it. You can take a look at it from the Sentry landing page. Companies like GitHub, Microsoft, Cursor, Bolt, Anthropic, all these giant companies are using Sentry, and with their features like session replay, Sentry logs, tracing, so on and so forth. Alright, so that was it for this entire section. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you learned something new from it, especially with the logs, session replays, the AI debugger called Seer, which was right here on the dashboard. Okay, so it's that one. So yeah, just feel free to explore the rest of the dashboard. So with this, hopefully I'll see you in the next section. Now, so far in our application, we can send messages, GIFs, but we cannot really send images. If you take a look at the documentation of Stream, just try to zoom in, you're going to see that they have an extra button where you can send media. That could be video, images, or taking a photo, right? So how do we implement that? Well, first off, we're going to install a package from Expo, which is called Expo Image Picker. So go ahead, find this, just type Expo Image Picker, go to the documentation and copy this command. So we're going to copy it, open up our terminal. Let's kill the application for now, paste this in, and I think I need to say -- legacy. So first off, you should just run it. If you get an error, then we're going to run it with the legacy flag. So let me clear this up, and I'll say -- and another -- legacy peer depths. Okay, so this is going to install the package. While this is installing, we need to go ahead and give the permissions under the app.json. So here within the plugins, right after the expo router, I'm going to copy and paste it from the source code. You can do the same thing. It is maybe 3 lines of code. So that's an array, basically a configuration for this package. And we say, access the camera permission. Okay, so it is going to give a notification to the user saying something like, this product would like to use your camera to share image in a message. Okay, so that's the configuration we need to do under the app.json. So with this, now that we have installed a new package, we need to rebuild our application. So I will clear this up and I'll say maybe like kill the application, and here say not bun, my bad. It should be npx run, I think npx expo run iOS. So this is a command that we have written in the past, but now we are going to rerun it because we installed new packages. Okay, so let's wait for this to be completed. Once it is done, hopefully we should be able to get this button where we can send images as well as the videos. Okay, so as you can tell, it's been built. Now it started the application. It's going to bundle it. Then hopefully it should be working out. So I'm going to click to this chat. As you can tell, we get the plus button. Now I can click to it. Let's just say select something from the gallery. It failed. Let me just restart it. Okay, so it failed. That's fine. It should work this time. I'll select the gallery. Okay, so it is failing. I think we are missing something. So I have just paused the video and came up with a solution. So I think we forgot to add this check under the plugins. So we only had the camera permission, but on top of it, I have added the photos permission. So once you add this part, I would say go ahead and delete the iOS folder and then rerun this command, which is called npx expo run iOS. Okay, so go ahead and run this, not bunx, but it should be npx because this is what we are using. And then it's going to rebuild your application. Now we can test this out. I'll go here, try to select an image. It says allow access to your gallery, right? We'll say open settings. First off, we need to give the access. Now by default, you might get something like this. Let me display. So here, this could be the default behavior, right? In this case, I think I have pressed don't allow. That's why I got this notification. So I need to go here. Let's find it. Maybe under the privacy, under the photos, we'll say give access to this application. Let's say full access. And now we should be able to access the photos. So I'm going to do the same thing, press this, and it's going to open up the gallery. So these are the images that Expo provides you by default so that you can test out. So like these are the 6 images you'll get. Let's select this one and just say something like flowers and send the image. Hopefully it should be in the chat. You can click to it. is going to be maximized. You can shrink that, and you can even use your own camera. Again, it says, like, would you like to give access to this application? It is the same script that we just written here, right? So the product name, which is Study Buddy, and then it says, would like to use your camera to share images, right? So I'll say, allow this. Now, since we are in simulator, we cannot use the camera, but if you have your own physical device, if you're running this app in your device, then you can use the camera as well. You can take a photo and send it to this chat. I'll just try to send another image. Let's select this one and send it without any captions. Again, it's going to work. You can maximize it, minimize it. It just works without any issues. Okay, so once again, that was the solution. We need to add the photos permission under the expo image picker under the app.json. Once you add this, go ahead and run this command, which is called npx expo run iOS. If you're on Android, then you would say Android. And if this doesn't work, just delete the Android folder and then rerun it, and then it should work. Now in the demo application, we also have audio recordings. So for this, we are going to go under the source. Let's find the channel index.tsx. So here we'll just scroll to the bottom and find the message input component. Here we can pass a prop called audio recording enabled. So pass this, and just by passing it, it's not gonna work. I think we need to install a package that is called expo audio. So under the package JSON, I'll double check if we have it. I'll say expo-audio. Looks like we don't have it. Let's go under the documentation. I'll say expo audio package. So we're going to install it. Let me copy it and I'll paste it into my terminal. Let's go kill the app first. So in my case, it has failed. If in your case it did not fail, just follow along with the course. But here, if it failed, go ahead and type this out. We'll say legacy peer deps and run it. Now, once this is installed, we will visit the app.json. Again, we would like to add a permission. So once again, under the plugins, maybe go right below to the image picker and then grab this from the source code. It is 3 lines of code where we will just have the expo audio. So we will say allow the microphone, right? So we're going to add this permission. Let's save. And this has been installed. Now we are going to delete the iOS folder. I think you don't need to delete that, but I'm just going to delete it. And then we'll say npx expo run iOS. This is going to rebuild our application. Let's kill everything. And once this is done, it's going to restart the app. And hopefully we should be able to test out the voice recordings. Alright, so here we go. Application has been built. It started. Now we can go ahead and start recording. So I'll go ahead, press that. It says hold to start recording. I'm going to hold it. It says just give the access. Let's say allow. Now this is a testing voice 1, 2, 3. And then I think we should be able to send it if I press that again. Or how does that work? I'll just slide to cancel this one. Okay, what the hell? Let me just reload it again. Since we gave the access, it kind of get into the bug, but now we can just redo it. I'm going to hold it. This is a testing voice 1, 2, 3 and send it. Okay, so before you send, you can even listen to it. This is a testing voice 1, 2, 3. So I don't know if you can hear it, but it's definitely here. I mean, it's definitely right here. I can hear it. Now I'll just send it. And other users should be able to listen to it as well. And we can send another one. I think there is no limit. You can send it like 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes. There shouldn't be any limits. So with this, I think we implemented the image, the media, how do we call it? Like image messages as well as the voice recordings. So with this, let's try to commit our changes. I'll go right here, close everything, and just before we commit anything, I'd like to give a quick recap. To be able to implement voice recordings, we have added this prop, that's it, and then we added this package. So we installed Expo Audio and then give the permission for the microphone under the app.json. And same thing for the images, we installed this package and added under the plugins under app.json with these two key value pairs. So that's it, we haven't done anything else. I'm gonna close everything. Let's go here, stage everything, generate a commit message, and then we're going to commit this. Now let's sync this up. We're just going to take our local changes and push it to GitHub. So with this, that's it for this section as well. In the next one, we can get started with the video calls. So I'll see you there. Alright, so this is where we left. So far we built the profile screen, explore screen, where we can fetch the users. At the moment we just have only one user, but that's fine. If you had more, you would just see all of them. Search functionality is working. If you put something that does not exist, of course UI is going to update. Then we have the chat screen. So we have users, we can send messages, images, and even voice recordings. But the thing is, this dude is not working, which is video calls, right? So in this section, we are going to implement that. And there will be two different steps to implement that. So first off, we are going to build a component. Let's go under the source. Under the components, we will have a video provider.tsx file. Now, just like here, we have a ChatWrapper, right? This is for chat messaging. So we are going to have a similar setup, maybe not too much similar, but basically we will have a client that was for chat features. Here we will have for the video calls, right? For now, I'll just say RNFE, and here we can just save it and leave it as it is. We will update the content. And then once we build this provider, we are going to wrap our entire app with it. So far, we have wrapped our application with the ChatWrapper as well as the AppProvider. Now on top of it, we're going to add the video provider right here. Okay, and then we can go into the call screen and implement it. It's not going to be complicated, I promise. We are just going to build this component and then the call screen. Let's create that folder. So under the app, just like channel, we're going to create a call folder. And within this, we're going to have an ID. So this will be the file name. Let's say it's going to be within the brackets. I'll say call ID. You can basically call this anything, but this will be the call ID. So that's why I'll just say call ID.tsx. And I promise I'll walk you through it step by step. But for now, just say RNFE and say something like call screen. Okay, let's give some spacing. And before we jump into coding, let me show you the stream documentation. So here is the link. I'm going to leave it in the description. Basically, it is under the getstream.io/video documentation, React Native, setup, installation, and expo. Again, I'll leave it in the description. So to be able to get started with it, we need to install a couple of different packages. And I'm just going to copy it from right here. We are installing Stream SDK for video, React Native. Then we are getting WebRTC, which is related to video calls. Then we have config plugins. Again, these are all the packages that Stream needs for video calling. So I'll just copy it and go into my terminal. Let's kill this. I'll say Control Z, clear this up and paste this in. Probably it's gonna fail. If in your case it doesn't, just follow along with the course. Maybe here it's not going to fail. Let's just see. If it fails, okay, it failed. Let's just put this fix. So I'm gonna put everything right here. Let's go up. Just before the install, I'll say -- again -- legacy peer deps, and then run it. Hopefully this should work out. And while this is installing, we need to have a couple of different other steps. Now, before I show you the next steps, here just please pause the video and read it, or I think I can read it for you. So it says our SDK requires native code and it is not available on Expo. So they say you need to build your application. And this is actually what we have done, right? So we installed this package and we have our custom bundle. So we are not running this app within Expo, right? I mean, not within Expo Go application. We have our own build. So this is what they say. And by the way, installation has done successfully. Okay, so that's one thing that we have already done, because they say Expo Go doesn't support native modules required by this SDK. And this is something that we have told in the past. So if you wanted to build real world applications, at some point, this is going to be like you're going to get into some limitations with Expo Go, right? And this is what we this is what we are having at the moment. What else? It says the video calling is not going to work on simulators. So you need to, just test this out in your actual device. And this is what we're going to be doing. It says Android simulators or emulators have limited support, but iOS simulators have no support at all. Okay, and the other thing, it says you should wrap your application with this component, and this is something that we have already done. If you take a look at the root layout, this is what we are having, right? Okay, now let's scroll to the bottom. Here it says under the app.json, under the plugins, you need to add this one. So let's go right here. I'll find the app.json file. So here we have added a couple of different things. I think we have added this one as well as the Expo audio. Now here, maybe right after the Expo audio, I'll give some space and I will copy this part. Should I get it with the array? Yeah, I think we are gonna copy it. Like, go ahead, copy this entire thing and paste it right here and put a comma. So this is needed for the configuration. You can read it what that does. I think like this is Android specific installation. Then we'll scroll to the bottom. We would like to get this line and maybe just put it right here and then add one comma. Then we'll get one more thing, which is this array. So again, these are some configurations. We just had to add it. I'll copy and paste. We don't need to add the comment. I'm going to delete that. So again, this is going to ask for the permission from the user when they start the video calls. This is going to be required for the very first time. So our application will ask for the permissions. Once they accept, it's never going to ask again, just like in real world applications. Okay, so let's scroll to the bottom. Now, if you're using Android, you need to, I think, add these checks just in case if the device supports, video calling, audio calling, if it has like the hardware. With this, I think we can just jump into VS Code and get started with it. These are the things that we have already done. I'm just double checking. Okay, so that's Android only error. So in the future, if you face this error, just know that solution is right here, but that's probably something that you will not get most of the time. Okay, so with this, now let's jump into VS Code. And first off, we're going to get started with the video provider component. So here, first off, I'll just give some spacing just to format it. And here, of course, we are not going to return a view and text. For now, let's just say return null. And first build the logic. Okay, so let's get outside of this component, delete the imports. So here we would like to first off import our package, which is going to be Stream.io Video React Native SDK. So let me just quickly display. We would like to import this package, but now this is not working in Expo Go, right? So we would like to kind of like have a try catch so that our application doesn't fail if we run it with Expo Go. Now I'll explain what this does. First off, let's just have a couple of different variables. I will paste this in. Please feel free to pause the video and type this in. So we have 1, 2, 3, 5 different variables, and initially they are equal to null, just to get rid of the TypeScript errors. For the type, I'll just say any. Okay, so these are null initially. Then we will say try and catch. Under the try, we would like to import our SDK. So here I'll say const SDK, and we are going to require it. Basically, we are importing it, and then we'll say stream video, which is this variable. We're going to assign it to sdk.stream video. Just like this. And we are going to be doing it for these variables as well. And here I'll just put a comment just to explain. For now, under the catch, we are not going to put anything. Let me even delete the error. Or you can put a console log if you really wanted to. Let's say error while importing this SDK. Okay, so let me just add a comment and read it out loud. So let me maximize the screen. Okay, so we require it inside the try and catch block so that app keeps working when SDK isn't there. Because in Expo this is not available, just like what documentation tells us. So instead of crashing, we just don't show the video features, okay? So let's say user is running this app in Expo, we will still make it work, but we are not going to give them video calling features, right? Instead of application crashing, we will just say, you'll just get a console log, sorry, the video calling doesn't work, okay? I hope that makes sense. I'll just put a comment right here as well. Native module not available in Expo, so video will be disabled if you're running this app in Expo application. Okay, I do really hope that this makes sense. Now I will have a variable saying if SDK is available, and this is how we can check for it. Like this is a simple JavaScript trick, what we call the double bang operator. You take a value and convert it to Boolean, so true or false. So this is going to give us either true or false, saying if SDK is available or not. Then I will get the stream API key as well. We will just get it from the process.env, which is our .env file. Okay, now we can get into the video provider, but first I'll create another function. Let's say ringing calls. This is not going to take any arguments, and this will be around 10 lines of code. Basically, this component will listen for incoming calls so that it can show the ringing UI. I promise we're going to see it in detail in a couple of minutes. Here I'll just add a comment. This will listen for incoming ringing calls globally, and it's going to show the ringing UI. This will be only mounted when use calls is available, which is a hook that we're going to call. Let's say const calls. We're going to call this hook. Let's just import it. This should be coming from the package. Let me just scroll to the top and import it. So I think we don't need to import it because we already have this variable. Basically, we are calling it. Now here we'll just say .filter, and we're going to get every single call. Let's say type of this is equal to call. And here we'll just run this part. We'll just say call.ringing. And let's import this type. Say import type that is equal to call, and we're going to get it from @stream.io from this package. Okay, so this is going to give you the call type. And then from the calls, I'll just say ringing calls, which will be equal to calls and the first one. So this will be an array. The first object is the ringing calls. And here we'll say if there is none of them, in this case, we can just return nothing. But in the else case, we can return this part. So we'll say import the stream call component. And then this will get the call as ringing call. And please, like, you don't need to memorize any of them. Don't feel overwhelmed. Everything is coming from the documentation. You can just double check, this is what I have done, and eventually I made it work, so I'm just trying to walk you through it. I know it might feel kind of complicated or confusing, but this is something that you don't need to memorize. Just understand the concept, where here we are building a component so that we can listen for the incoming calls, right? So we're going to pass this as the call object, and within this we're going to pass the ringing call content component. And this is something that we are having as a global variable, right? After we set this up, we can just call it. This will be self-closed, and here I'd like to wrap it with the safe area view component. I think I'll just import it from right here, wrap it. Then this will get the class name. Let's say, I think not class name, I'll just say style. We can use a trick by importing style sheet from React Native, and we'll just say absolute fill object. I think this is deprecated, so we're going to be using this one. And what this does, you can read it right here, but basically it is going to implement this trick. So as if you're doing this, you're saying position is equal to absolute, and you're saying top equal to 0, right equal to 0, left and bottom equal to 0, right? So this is a CSS trick that we have so that it can, scale to the entire screen. This is what we are doing so that it can get the entire width and height. But instead of typing that entire thing, they just provide something called absolute fill. And here I think I have a typo. That's why it's complaining. So with this, that's kind of it for this component. I believe there is nothing else to add. Okay, so that's the ringing calls. Now we're going to be using it within the video provider. And here we would like to get the children as the prop. Let me just scroll to the bottom and we're going to say, hey TypeScript, this will get the children, which is type of React.React node. Then we will go under the root layout. So we're going to wrap our entire application. Let's find the root layout, which is right here. So after the ChatWrapper, we can say import the video provider component and wrap everything with it so that we can use the video features within our app. Okay, so that's the prop. Now we're gonna build the rest of the component. Here I will have a state called video client. So I will import useState. For the type, I'll just say any. Initially, this will be equal to null. And then we can call the user hook so that we can get the user as well as the Clerk loaded state. Now we can have a use effect. So I'll just initialize it pretty quickly. And this is gonna run only once. So we're gonna leave the dependency array empty. Then here we can have a check. So first off, I'll just say if SDK is not available or if user is not available, not authenticated, and if Clerk is not loaded, then just return out of this method. Don't do anything, right? But if this is not the case, so if we have the SDK available and if user is authenticated, then we can just get a token from stream. And to be able to implement that, we are just going to call the API route that we already built. So I'll just paste this in token provider, which is a method calling our endpoint with the post request and getting the token. So we're going to use this method in a second. Then we can create a client. So I'll say client, which is equal to stream video client dot get or create instance. And this will get an object. So we're going to pass the API key so that it can find our project on stream dashboard. Then we're going to pass the user details. So this will get the user ID, username, as well as the user image. So go ahead and type this out. So I will provide the full name first. If it is equal to undefined or null, we're going to get the username. Just in case if this is not available, I'll just say name of this user is guest. Probably we will never hit this part, but just in case. And then we have the image as the image URL coming from Clerk. And finally, let's go here. We will have the token provider, and we're just gonna pass this method. Since the name are the same, we can just leave it like this. And that's the client. Now we're gonna set our state with it. So I'll say set video client to this specific client that we just created for this user. And for the cleanup, let's just say cleanup, aka better performance, right? Or for performance reasons, I'm gonna add a cleanup method where we can disconnect the user and set this state to be equal to null. Now I think here we need to pass the isLoaded state as well as the user. So anytime these changes, we would like to run this use effect. At the beginning, I said this is only gonna run once, but we need to add these. That was my mistake. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. This is a simple use effect that we just built. We have one method calling our endpoint, and we are creating a client, then setting, updating our state with it. Now, after this use effect, instead of returning null, we're going to return this part. So let's say we're going to have the stream video component, and within this, we're going to have the children. Let's just pass the children. This will get the prop client, which is equal to video client. Now, normally this is enough for video calling features, but as an optimization, we're going to say if we have the use calls, then we would like to render the ringing calls component as well, so that we can listen for the incoming calls, right? Go ahead and put it right here. Then we can add a couple of different if checks for better, how do I say it? For better code base so that our application doesn't crash all the time. So first off, I'll say if there is not SDK available, then we'd like to just return the children without doing anything. So here I'll just say children. Notice how if SDK is not available, we are not going to provide the stream video features, okay? So I'll just leave a comment. I'll say if SDK is not available, like in Expo, we'll just pass through, right? We are not going to provide the video calling features. And we can do a similar thing if user is not authenticated, or if Clerk is not loaded, we'll just say pass through, just return the authentication screens. And finally, we will say if there is not a video client, we can show an activity indicator. So I'll import the view component, add some classes, get the colors, and the loading spinner. Okay, now we can save it. Let's just scroll to the top if we have any warnings. This is coming from, ESLint. I can just add the error itself. And here I think it says you are using require, it should be import. That's fine, I'll just save and ignore it. So that's the entire component for the video provider. We wrapped our entire application with it, as you can tell. Now we can go ahead and use these features under the call ID screen. Now, before we build this component, there is one thing that we would like to fix. Let's go under the tabs, under the index.tsx. So here we have a to-do. Let's scroll to the top. Where is the use layout hook? Wait, I think we call it under the channel. So not under the tabs, sorry, my bad. Under the index.tsx, under the channel. So we have the header right, and we have a to-do right here. So let's delete this. Once we click to this button, let me display, which is this one. So once we click to it, we would like to take the user to the call screen, right? So here I'll say router.push. So let me just paste it pretty quickly. So we have router.push to this path, which is call, like call folder, and then call ID file. Then under the params, we are going to pass the call ID. This is the channel ID, and we are going to grab this under the call ID. Now, how do we get this params? So there is a hook for this. Let's go here. I'll say use local search params, which is coming from expo router. And this is going to give us the call ID. Now here, if you pass it as hello, right? Then you would grab it as hello. I hope that makes sense. They should be matching. I'm going to bring this back and save it. Now we can make this type safe as well. So let's say pass a generic, which will get the call ID that is type of string. And initially, like, you don't need to pass anything right here. Then we can grab the video client. So if you remember, here we have a video client that we are passing into the stream video. How do we get that? So there is a hook for it. We'll go right here. I'll say const video client. And this is going to be coming from use stream video client. So import this hook. Now you get access to that video client. Then we can use chat context, import it from this package, and we will say this should be assigned to client, and we can rename it. So since we have video client, let's call this as chat client. And then we're gonna have two different states, one for the call itself, and let's import the use state, and I'll get the type of call. And then right here, I'll get the error state as well. And initially, both of these will be equal to null. Then we'll have one use effect. You're gonna see why in a second. So we're gonna run this only once. For that reason, I will leave the dependency array empty. Within the use effect, let's just say if video client is not available or if there is not a call ID, just return don't do anything. But else you should start the call. So I'm gonna say const start call, which will be an async method. So we're gonna build the logic in a second, but first let's say call the start call method at the end. Now here we don't really want to pass anything. I'll just say, hey ESLint, please disable the next line. Okay, now let's go into this method and build it step by step. So I'll have a try and catch block. Under the try, first off, we would like to find the channel by its ID, which is the call ID, right? And we're gonna find its members. Okay, once again, we're gonna find the channel and then we're gonna find its members. And here is how we can do it. We'll say channel equal to chat client dot channel, which is type of messaging, and pass the call ID. And then we can say listen for this channel. So we're gonna watch the real-time events. And then I can say const call, and here I'm gonna follow the convention that Stream uses in the documentation. So I'll say video client dot call. Let's say default, which is the type of the call, and then we're gonna say pass the call ID. Now we are gonna use this call object in a second. First off, let's get the members of this channel. So we'll say object dot values, and here we will pass channel dot state dot members, and I'll say dot map. We would like to map through every single member, and we'll return an object for both of them. So we'll have user underscore ID, which is equal to member dot user dot ID. And let's typecast this. I'll say as string, and maybe we can add optional chaining, just like this. So we have the members. Now we can say await underscore call get or create. So if there is not a call, we're going to create it. If there is already one, we'll just get that. So here this will take a couple of different objects, or the options. We'll just say ring, which is equal to true. Then we'll have the data for this call. So we're gonna have the members, which are these. Since they are the same, we can shorten it. Then we can say add some custom field. You can add anything. I'll just say triggered by, and this will be chat client dot user dot ID. So I am adding this custom field as an example so that you know something like this existed. So that's how we can get or create a call. Finally, we'll say set the call state to be equal to this underscore call. Under the catch, we can handle it. I'll say console.error, and I'm gonna set the error state. I'll just put something meaningful. I'll just say failed to start the call. Maybe like try again. And this should be equal to error, just like this. So that's the entire use effect. Now we're gonna save it, and we'll just maybe format this a little bit. After the use effect, I'll just scroll to the bottom and I will create one component, which will be like 10 lines of code. You can grab this from the source code. We are getting the router. We are getting the safe area view from this package, ion icons from Expo, pressable, and then some colors. So this will show something like, whatever the error is, and then it'll say go back. Once user clicked it, this will take the user to the previous screen. And we are gonna be using this component if we have some errors. Right after the use effect, just say if we have an error, then return the error called UI, then pass the error as the as the prop. Okay, so that's the very first if check. Then we can have the loading state. So I'm going to say if we do not have the call at the moment, show an activity indicator and then a text which says starting the call. You can also make this as a separate component like this one, but I'll just leave it here and shrink it. Then finally, instead of returning a view, of course, we'll say get the stream call component. And instead of having a text, we're going to pass a component called call UI. And this is something that we will build, then this functionality will be done. And I think this is getting one prop, which is call, and we're going to pass the call. Okay, so let's build this component and we are done with this functionality. So here I will go ahead and create that function. So I'll say call UI. And we're going to get the call by calling the useCall hook. So let's import it from Stream Video React Native SDK, which is this one. Okay, so go ahead and get the useCall hook. We're going to be using it. And then we're going to get one more thing, which is a router and another hook. So Stream has a hook called useCallStateHooks. And this is going to provide you a bunch of different hooks, okay? So you're calling a hook, which gives you different hooks so that you can use them. And I'll say const calling state. We're gonna call this hook. And here now we can check if this call is created by me or by the other user. And you're gonna see why. I'll just say is call created by me. Here is how we can check for it. And then we'll have one use effect. So we're gonna check if the calling state is equal to left so that we can navigate the user. I'm gonna say if calling state, which is something that we need to import, if this is equal to left, we will take the user back to the home screen. Now, after the use effect, we are going to have one if check. Let me just paste and walk you through it. So we're going to say if calling state is one of these, right? If it is equal to ringing, joining, or idle, then we will say check if call created by me. If so, show the outgoing call as the component. But if call is not created by me, which means someone is calling me, so that's an incoming call. So we're going to import these components from stream, and that should be it. Finally, we're going to have the return statement. So that's the very last thing, I promise. We're going to have the save area view component. And let's see which one we are importing. So make sure it is coming from this package. Scroll to the bottom. This will get the class name. Let's say flex of 1 background. BG of background, and then this is going to get the edges, let's say from the bottom. So save area will be implemented only from the bottom of the screen. And then we're going to add the call content component, which will get some props, like on hang up call, what's going to happen? We would like to end the call, right? So on hang up call handler, this will be an async method where we can end the call. And finally, the layout. In this case, I'll be going with the spotlight. I think there is also a grid. You can try both of them. I'll be going with the spotlight. Let's save and try to see. Hopefully everything should be working. I know that was a ton of coding, but if you think about it, it's not that much. Like we have 100 lines of code right here and another 100 right here. Okay, so let's save and try to give it a go. Now, to be able to test this out, first off, we need to start our application. But even before we do so, we need to rebuild our app because we installed new modules. So here I will say npx run expo. Sorry, I think it should be npx expo run iOS. So this is going to rebuild our application and then it's going to start it. So if you wanted to, you can kill it. Once this is done, we'll just test this out. Okay, so after around 2 minutes, our application is live. It's been rebuilt. Let's try to test this out. I'm gonna click here. We are in the chat. I'll try to call this guy. Okay, as you can tell, we have the calling UI because we say if call is created by me, then show the outgoing call. The other user will see something like the other user is calling. So here we say we are calling that user. And as you can tell, there is no reply. So after maybe 10 seconds, the call will be discarded, right? Or I don't know, like canceled. So you can call it once again. You can mute your microphone, turn on your camera. Since we are in a simulator, we cannot really make that work. We will test this out with the actual device, or if you wanted to, you can hang up the call. Okay, so with this, everything is working. Now let's try to log in with this account and then answer that call. Okay, so I already have this application running. Now I created a new terminal and we're gonna say something like npx-expo. And this should ask a question. It says you already have a port which is running this app. Do you want to run it on this port? I'll say yes. And then I'll press Shift I so that I can select a different simulator. So I'll go with 16 Pro Max. Hopefully it should get me a simulator, as you can tell. And then we should be able to run the app. I think we got an error. Let's see why this is the case and how we can fix it. So I was just getting some errors. What I have done, I killed the previous simulator. I just have the 16 Pro Max, which doesn't have Expo or the development build. So I killed all the terminals and I'll say npx expo run iOS. So it's going to hopefully build it and then run it on this simulator. And then once it is done, I'll just open up the previous simulator. I'll put them side by side. Then we're going to test this out. Alright, so after 1 or 2 minutes, here you can tell our development build have been installed. It is right here. Now I will try to run it with the other simulator as well. And let me just log in with that account, which was my GitHub account. So I'll go ahead and log in and then put them side by side. Now we have both of these users. As you can tell, this user got 6 different messages from this one. And it's also like online. Let's try to reload this app on the other simulator as well. I'll press Ctrl D. Let's reload. The other user should also be online, as you can tell. Now from this account, let's go ahead and call this user. So once you call, as you can tell, this says we are calling this user, and here we have the incoming call. So I can say accepted. I think that I just rejected that. Let me just call it again. Preparing the call. Okay, so since we rejected, let me just try to Ctrl D and reload it. I think I accidentally rejected that. Let me just call it once again. So we are calling that user, right? Here I can say accepted. Once you accept, both of the users are in the call. Now you can turn this on or turn this off. You can turn on the camera. You can switch it. Once again, on the simulator, camera doesn't work. So we are going to test this out in our actual device. But if you try to leave the call, as you can tell, it takes you to the previous screen. And here you can also leave the call. It should be working out correctly. Alright, so with this, we have implemented the entire calling feature. We are able to have ringing state, outgoing call, incoming call, everything is working as expected. Now let's test out if we can get real-time messages. So from here, I'll just start typing. Notice how the other account C is typing, right? And once I stop, after 2 seconds, it is gone. Once I send the message, let me just send it. It is right here immediately, like it is working, let's say, working in real time. Okay, I'll just send the message. As you can tell, it just works in both ways. Let's try to send an image. Let's say allow full access. And I'm gonna select, let's say, maybe this one. Let's say something like waterfall. This user is typing, here you can tell. Send the message, it is immediately right here. We can send voice recordings. So here, let me just hold it. This is a test message, right? Just send it. As you can tell, both of them can get it in real time. Okay, so I just paused the video and tried to run this application on my actual physical device. So here I'll just open up the camera. Notice how I have the app, it is running on my phone. So I'll show you how to run it, but basically you need this USB cable and you need to connect it to the laptop. So I'll show it in a second. For now, just let me go ahead and log in with this account that you can see on the screen, and then we're gonna call a video call with this user and that user right here. So I'll just pretty quickly try to log in. So I have just filled in my credentials. I'll say authorize by pressing this button. So this is going to hopefully log me in a second, and we should be navigated to the home screen. So as you can tell, I can see this user. Let me put them side by side. Okay, so I can see this user right here in my phone. Now I'll try to make a video call. So here I'll press that. Within the chat, first let me just send a message. So here I'll just say, hey, this is me from my actual phone. As you can tell, we have the typing indicator, right? So I'll start typing once again. We have the indicator. Once I stop, after 2 seconds, it stops. Now I'll send the message. Notice how as soon as I click, it is just here immediately. And I'll send a message from here as well. So notice how we have the typing indicator. Once I send the message, it is right here immediately. Now let's make a video call. So from my actual device, I'll try to call this user. So here, first off, it asks me if I want to give the access. So here I'll just say allow the camera and the microphone. And I just, so here I just accepted the call. Notice how I have my camera, it is working. I can show you my second screen. It all just works nicely, right? So here I just turned off my camera. Notice how this is the UI that I have in my phone. I can turn this off, turn this on once again. So notice how we can see it, right? It is working in real time, and I'll just end the call. So this user is gone. As you can tell, I just end the call and let's do the same thing from right here. Okay, so that's how you can make video calling work in real world. Now let me answer the question, how do I run this app in my actual device? So first off, I'll be explaining for iOS because I don't really have an Android device at the moment, but it should be pretty similar. So the first step is to connect your laptop with your phone with a USB cable, okay? So that's the first thing. Get a USB cable and connect them. Then open up a new terminal. So here we already run the app for the simulator, right? And open up another terminal. So here, let's clear this up. You need to say npx expo run iOS -- device. So once you run this, you're gonna see your actual phone right here. And here we have the cable. So this is connected to this laptop. And once you run it, it's going to install this development build to your actual phone. So in my physical device, it installed this development build. But to be able to make that work, you need to go into the settings in your physical device, okay? So in your physical iPhone, go under the settings and make the developer mode to be turned on, okay? By default, this is turned off. You need to turn this on. And then it's going to restart your phone and ask for a permission. So I accepted that, which basically says trust this laptop so that it can, access the data. And that's it. So once again, you need to run a separate terminal, run this command, select your device, and make sure developer mode is turned on. So it's going to install the development build in your actual device, and then you can run it. Then it is just going to work. Alright, so now that we have video calling also working, I think we can commit our changes and hopefully complete this section as well as the tutorial. So I'm gonna kill everything. Let's go here. I'd like to stage everything. Let's generate a commit message. once this is done, we can just say commit and sync up the changes. Alright, so we just committed our changes and I think we completed the entire project. I hope you enjoyed it, you'll learn something new from it. Just before we end it, there is one to-do that we left. I think under the use stream chat, it should be right here. So we have a to-do. Basically, we are going to uncomment this so that when you create a chat, it's going to take you to that specific screen. So go ahead and delete the to-do and uncomment this line. And now everything should be working as expected. So with this, I'll just add one more commit. Let's say just generate the message with AI. Commit, sync this up. And yeah, so that's the entire project. I hope you enjoyed it and hopefully I'll see you in the next tutorial.